The motion was offered by Supervisor Feit and Supervisor Erickson, who are two City of Hudson residents. And Supervisor Wentz wanted everyone to know that that paragraph was very important in the approval of the joint library and the exemption for that year. All of that being said, Mr. Chairman, by way of background, as I say, I request to be allowed to abstain from the vote, in part because I have read in the Hudson newspaper and confirmed in discussion with the mayor of Hudson, that there is a substantial threat that the joint library will not make those payments in 2014 for the first time since 2002, when the approval of the joint library was given. And therefore, I'm of the view that I would oppose the exemption for their failure to meet one of the important conditions. Secondarily, there is the argument that nobody should have to vote when their vote is unimportant, unnecessary to the outcome. Thank you for your indulgence.
All of you.
Everybody still awake?
We do have a request from a member of the public, and a comment card has been submitted to speak to this agenda item. So I'm going to, at this point, acknowledge Scott Simpson from City of River Falls to speak to this agenda item.
It's a real hot seat here. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I appreciate the time to just say a few words. My name is Scott Simpson. I'm the City Administrator for the City of River Falls, the largest city in St. Croix County. I appreciate continued support for the library, and my primary purpose here today is to thank you for that support. Library services in the county are require partnership, and that partnership has been strong in the county of St. Croix. We also rely on a strong partnership since we're in two counties with Pierce County. We appreciate the efforts that the county in St. Croix specifically has done to support the library service to the fullest extent so that their residents of anyone in the county can visit any library. We're happy to provide robust services at the City of River Falls for both the people who live in the city and also our friends and neighbors throughout the two counties and beyond. That's the first and foremost, is to thank you for your support of the library, and there's a long history of doing that. I'm a little hesitant to speak about the second issue. The City Council in River Falls has had some discussions since we were notified by the Hudson Joint Library that they don't wish to honor the agreement that's in place for reimbursement of library services that Supervisor Malick had discussed. That decision has been met primarily with disappointment. Our City Council is in the same spot as other villages and cities and the county, making difficult choices. So we have a lot of empathy for the decisions that Hudson is going through in St. Joseph and the town of Hudson when they're doing their budget deliberations. And we understand things tend to build up and then decisions are made at the end. But we were disappointed that the agreement that has been in place was not going to be honored. We have received official notice from the Hudson Joint Library on October 19th that they in fact were not going to honor their commitment to that reimbursement agreement. Now that agreement for us as a library has meant different things in different years. It's based on circulation. In the year that the Hudson Library was closed for moving, it meant quite a bit more money for us because we basically were serving all the residents of that area while their library was closed. In a normal or typical year, it's probably about a $20,000 impact to our library. It's difficult to say that's a catastrophic hit to us. We're fortunate in River Falls that the residents there support their library significantly to the tune of well over $1 million in any given year. And it's something that we really cherish and feel is important. But obviously $20,000 is definitely an impact on us as a library. So we're hesitant to make a mountain out of a molehill, and we're hesitant to drag the county board into it. We've had some very informal discussions with our neighbors in Hudson. We've expressed our disappointment. We've indicated that we're not likely to get too tough. We're not likely to spend money on attorneys looking into the agreements and going down that road. Again, we understand the tough local decisions that people make. It does cause us pause, though, as the city of River Falls, who's providing a good, robust level of services in our library, that it appears that there is a series of decisions around the joint library in Hudson that are starting to chip away at that partnership that's been held long-term in the county. The special exemption in the legislation this past session that basically allows them to reduce their required support of libraries, in effect, changes the partnership level. Again, our reaction as a city was, we understand the tough decisions that Hudson and them are making, and we'll honor that. Next was this decision to not honor the reimbursement agreement. So it causes us to pause. We would ask you to pause also and reflect on that. We're not asking for specific action. We think you can decide how you want to proceed. Again, our attitude regarding this is that there's lots of tough decisions to be made. This is one of them. We're disappointed, and we mainly want you to keep your eye on the situation to ensure that the partnership can continue long-term. So, again, we wanted to thank you for your support, ask you to be mindful of the network of services that are provided, library services throughout the county. Understand that there's a complex funding formula. Some of you may know that better than me, or some of you may know a little less than me. But that partnership requires on kind of the best efforts by every community to support their libraries, so that all communities are kind of sharing in the support of library services across the county. It's a great state to live in, where you can walk into any library and check out any material, or these days get it off your phone, iPhone or others, and we'd hope to keep that going forward. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Malick, I'm not going to enter into a debate with you, because that is not the role of the chair, but there are some other issues excuse me, that we need to put in context. The establishment of the joint library, the county board gave permission to those municipalities to form a joint library. We did not draft their agreement, nor are we a party to the agreement. So any administrative decision that they make is not a county issue, in my view, and I'm going to have either Corp Counsel or the Finance Director speak to it. But the other, I think, salient point is that that is a reimbursement issue. It is not an exemption issue. I see how, from a perception, they get linked. But what is in front of us today is a notification that there is a qualification of all of the municipalities in the county to be exempt from the county library levy, because they are funding at or above what they would be required to do if they were in the levy. That's what's in front of us. Either Corp Counsel Cox or Finance Director Hanson, I would like you to just respond to that issue. And do you want to comment first?
I don't have a problem with conceding that, with at least part of that, that we can go ahead and act on this as the members wish to act on it. I have other matters to bring up later in the meeting at the appropriate times to deal with some of the issues that you've just raised.
Okay. Any comment, just to make sure that we see the issue clearly? That's all I'm wanting to do here.
The board chair is correct that the county's role is to approve the formation of the joint library board. The county is not a party to the agreement. And what's before you is the exemption, basically a summary of the exemption request. If the municipality, under 4364 sub 2 of the statutes, meets the requirement and has a positive balance, as I believe Ms. Roll indicated at your committee of the whole meeting, then the county is required to exempt them from the library tax as indicated. I might agree with Supervisor Malick that, and I think in some counties, this is entirely handled as an administrative matter. I don't know that every county votes on this issue unless there becomes an issue with disqualifying a municipality.
Supervisor Schachtner.
I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Is there, since the notification, River Falls has received a notification on October 19th that the agreement will not be honored as the way the county understands it, is there a way we can go back to what we approved because they're not following what we approved?
Supervisor Schachtner, we did not approve the agreement.
We-
We approved the formation of a joint library. They adopted their own agreement. We're not a party to it.
Okay, so then I guess my question is, is there a way to go back to look at the joint library adoption? Because what we are talking about is, we're not a part of the agreement, but we approved the adoption based on what I understand as part of the language that was put forth, that basically Hudson intends to pay the other, reimburse the other districts.
Let me see if I can rephrase what I think you're asking. I think you're asking, can we withdraw our permission for the formation of a joint library?
Yeah, not withdraw the permission, but revisit it, because what we approved as a county had provisions in it.
The answer from the chair is I don't know.
Well, and if I may.
And I will turn to Corp Counsel.
You are certainly entitled to seek legal counsel, Mr. Chairman, but I have a proposal for later in the meeting when I think it is germane to budget discussions, to give the Corporation Counsel actually research what the options of the county are. And rescission of the permission to form a joint library might be one of them, perhaps some other method of compelling the payment or whatever, but I don't think it's really germane at the moment unless you really want to get into it all right now. And I, speaking as a lawyer, would never wish it on any other lawyer to have to shoot from the hip. So I was planning to give him till March to get back to us with the answer.
Supervisor Malick, I'm neither agreeing or disagreeing with you, but I only want to test.
Why don't we move on?
No, I only want to test, will this in fact be germane to the budget? Because my hesitation is only that there is not an item in the county budget other than the pass-through to the rural circulation areas that deals with a financial matter.
I can imagine why you have a hard time thinking what I'm going to propose.
I will trust you that it will
But
be
believe me,
germane.
it will be germane to the budget.
All right, I will trust you on that. Your judgment is usually pretty sound. Supervisor Kiesler.
It is my understanding of Robert's rules that we are allowed to rescind a resolution that was previously passed. I'm not talking about a motion to reconsider. That has to take place during the meeting or the very next meeting if that meeting has been delayed for some reason in terms of the timing of the meeting runs over to the next day. But we are allowed to rescind because boards, committees, bodies that follow Robert's rules may make a decision at one point in time and then make another decision at another point in time. And so there is a mechanism within Robert's rules that allows for us to rescind the resolution that was adopted in 2002, number 28, and the subsequent resolution allowing St. Joe's to join in 2004, resolution 35. So the question is, as board chair, would you entertain a motion to rescind, or do you see that as a separate budget or as a separate board item for a future date?
we would be required to deal with it at a different date because it's not on the agenda.
And would you be willing to put that on the future, like Supervisor Malick is suggesting sometime in March?
If you're making a formal request that this be considered, I will, according to board bylaws, refer this to the appropriate standing committee to deal with it and see if an action item comes back here. That will be done. Any other comment?
If he's going to do it now, I have some projected language that you can then refer to a committee right now, and I'll give that language. I just gave it to Mr. Kiesler.
At this point, I'll hold off. I think there is a discrepancy at times in terms of how this body responds in terms of home committee. We recently had a resolution not go before a home committee on the transition for St. Croix Industries. And so now it seems like we're reversing our decision and these have to go before the home committee. So I would like that sorted out before I make a formal motion at this point. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would respectfully ask to be allowed to stand on this vote also for the same reasons as listed by Mr. Malick.
I'm not going to argue with either one of you. I don't see the, well, we'll set that aside. What's in front of us is, at this point, not even an action item because a motion has not been presented. So at this point, Chair would entertain a motion to acknowledge the receipt of the notifications from the respective municipalities for exemption from the county library levy. Motion from Hood, second from Yoerg. Any discussion on the motion? Supervisor Ring.
If other counties can do this without bringing it to a vote of 19 people for a fait accompli, could we do the same thing?
I guess the answer is yes. Had not thought about it before. This too, I guess we could discuss administratively. I'm not in a position of authority to answer that question affirmatively or negatively.
My option, I would like to, just abstain just for the, it just doesn't seem right. So there is a motion already. Do you need to, it's a motion, so you need.
We have a main motion on the floor. The body owns the motion at this point. It's been moved and seconded.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Supervisor Kiesler.
I also intend to abstain based on the same logic that Supervisor Malick has presented.
Any other discussion? Supervisor Ostness.
I too will abstain.
For the handful of you that plan to take a stand on this motion, are you ready to vote? And are you ready?
I need a second.
The motion that's in front of us is to acknowledge receipt of notification of the library exemptions. Proceed to vote. And the motion is adopted and the exemptions are received. We're at the point in our agenda where comment is available from any member of the public who wishes to speak on an item not on our agenda. Later on, we will have a budget presentation, and anyone that is here and wishes to speak to the budget will have an opportunity to speak during the public hearing on the budget. I do have 2 requests to speak right now on items that are not on the agenda today. And first of all, I have a request from Carol Johnson. And I believe Carol has a handout. So Carol, if you just want to give those to Supervisor Ottino right here as you go past, he can pass them down the aisle. And if you take the podium. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair and Supervisors, for letting me speak today. As a St. Croix citizen, I am requesting that you consider the Clean Energy Choice Resolution that I just passed along to you there. Across the country, states are modifying and clearing up statute language to allow for third-party, it's called third-party clean energy choice type installations, where a third party can put, say, solar collectors on the county's facilities. The county does not have to bond for that because the third party owns them and sells electricity to the utility, and the county is leasing that equipment basically, or entering into an agreement so that your utility costs are stabilized and minimized. So let me just make a few points on why this is important. Several organizations in Wisconsin have passed resolutions similar to the one that I've given you, and the latest being the City of Madison, Waupaca County, and our neighbor to the north, Polk County, has just passed it. By passing a resolution supporting clean energy choice, you're simply asking our state representatives to clarify the statutes so that if you, as a public entity, choose to install solar panels on a public facility with a third party owning those panels, you will not risk being challenged legally by your utility. The City of Monona, which is also in your packet, a story on what they have done, they've already decided to go ahead with installing solar panels even before the legislation is changed. I've included a copy of that newspaper story describing their program. Cleaning up the statute language to clearly allow this will help all of the public entities of the state, along with individuals who cannot afford to invest in a system, to control their own utility expenses. Another article that I have included in that packet is a press release announcing the endorsement by the Wisconsin Libertarian Party. This is not a partisan issue, it's a common sense issue, and it's when you're having your budget discussions later on in this meeting, try to think about that in that context, because it will help you to stabilize your budgets. Those states that have already clarified their statutes have shown greater results in primarily PV solar being installed, supporting many local PV solar installer businesses. And the state of Wisconsin sends $12.5 billion every year out of the state to import fossil fuels. We have no source of that in state. By using our own sunshine and our own wind, we can keep that money in the state, supporting our own renewable energy businesses. In 2012, the solar industry yielded $11.5 billion in new projects across the country. So you can see where that's a lucrative investment. Currently, there are approximately 135 companies in the state of Wisconsin that participate just in the solar market. I personally know of 3 PV solar installers right here in this area. Earlier this year, the United States military solicited bids for businesses and developers to supply its bases and facilities with renewable energy produced by third parties on site. The total amount of pending solicitation is $7 billion. Unfortunately, without clean energy choice policy in place in Wisconsin, there were no bids from companies to install renewables in Wisconsin. And that's a huge loss economically. As representatives of the citizens of St. Croix County, I ask you to consider supporting this common sense legislation, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you today. Do you want my notes? helps.
The next person that is asked to speak is Shark Rose.
Thank you for letting me speak again. I know you're getting tired of seeing me, but this is a very important issue. I came, first of all, to say thank you, Mr. Thompson, for working out a lease with the FSA and the NRC people in the Ag Center. And I was happy to hear that, but it's only through the end of 2014. And when I sent out emails to other people who are also interested in this, saying that we have this lease now, at least FSA is there till the end of next year, I got several replies back saying, well, are you still thinking they're going to keep extension there? And that's my big concern is, you know, we heard the rumor before that you want to get rid of the extension people, move them to Hudson. And if the extension people are not there in that building as well, then of course you're going to want to sell that building, and the board has no recourse but to vote to sell it, because if you don't have the extension people in. So that's my big concern right now is, are you planning on keeping the extension people there as well? And that's my question to you. And like I say, I'm glad that you've got the lease, the federals are there, but it's the extension also that we need. This building was built for both. When this building was built, it was for that express purpose, which we've been through this before. And like the pastor said this morning, and like the other speakers said this morning, we're thinking of service, and we're not just thinking of the budget. And that's what I'm so afraid that all this is being done because you're looking at these numbers. And what does that mean? It doesn't mean anything to the people. We need to serve the people, the farmers, the 4-H, the HCE people, and so on. So that's my big concern, and like I told Mr. Standafer last meeting, I says, we're going to keep coming back until this is resolved the way we think it should be resolved, that keeping everything intact in Baldwin. I'm not a very good speaker, but these are my fears that, yes, for now it looks good, and yeah, we'll celebrate, and then we'll forget about it, but in the meantime, what is going to get done underneath the surface is what we're afraid of. So that's all I have to say for now, but I'm glad at least we have the lease, and I'm hoping and hoping and praying that the board will not vote to sell the building. Well, that's another part, that if you do get the extension people out of there, like I say, the supervisors have no say in the matter, because why vote to keep a building if it's going to be half empty? So that's my concern. Thank you for the time.
We have several presentations this morning, some very pleasurable ones, and so at this time I'm going to ask our administrator, Mr. Thompson, to come forward and handle all three of the presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. This is the fun part of the meeting. There's three recognitions that we would like to present to the board in an ongoing effort to recognize the great work that's being done at the county. And so I will continue to make a concerted effort to recognize employees that are being recognized by their peers, both locally, regionally, and in this case, in the first case, even nationally, for the work done by your staff at St. Croix County. The first is to our K-9 unit. During the week of September 30th through October 4th, St. Croix County Sheriff's Sergeant Josh Stenseth and his K-9 partner Dex participated in the United States Police, come on up, Josh, Police K-9 Association field trials. The trials were held in Charles County, Maryland, located just outside of Washington, D.C. This 5-day event drew 79 K-9 teams from around the country. with participants coming from agencies such as the New York Police Department, Pensacola County Sheriff's Department, and Washington, D.C. Metro Police. Individually, K-9 teams were judged in the categories of scent work, agility, obedience, criminal apprehension. Josh and Dex joined forces with other K-9 teams from around the country. After all the scores were tallied, the local team, which Josh was a member of, and Dex, took third place overall nationally. During the criminal apprehension phase, Josh and K-9 Dex landed the top score in the nation with an impressive score of 338 points out of a possible 340. Taking first place in the nation in one of the most difficult categories is a great accomplishment. This was a nice showing for our area of the country, for St. Croix County and the Sheriff's Office, the County Board of Supervisors, and mostly to Josh and Dex. Great job, guys.
Appropriate to have the unit remain here. I've never seen this county board sit so calmly.
Yeah, you might want to stick around.
While that dog was here.
Yeah. Yep. He's a good dog. Thank you very much. Yes, Supervisor Malick.
Mr. Yoerg and I and Mr. Hood have agreed that that dog is probably smarter than the three of us together. and we're just awfully glad that dogs can't run for county board, or we'd be out of the
I'm going to not comment on that. I'll throw myself into the mix. That's one smart dog, and congratulations, guys. They've also, you see them at the fair, you see them out at the employees' picnic, and they're a big hit wherever they go. But it's a lot of training and a lot of hard work that goes into it, and we're just so appreciative of the Sheriff's Office and our K-9 unit. The second individual that we would like to recognize this morning is our own Veteran Service Officer, and the timing on this couldn't be better. I think next week is Veterans Day, if I'm not mistaken. We recently received, I think the board and myself received a letter from a client of the Veteran Service Office. It was actually from a family member, Patricia Palmer. I don't know if Patty is here today. No, I don't see her. So anyway, we had a letter. I believe it was in your packet. I won't read the whole letter. It was from Patricia Palmer, and it was her father-in-law, Howard Palmer, was a World War II vet living as a widower in Hudson, Wisconsin. He required living and health support and the support of our Veteran Service Office. Merlin, he was pointed out as talking calmly and patiently with the family, explained any and all conditions that would apply, and when the timing would be correct for us to consider applying for some additional help through the Veteran Service Office. As it turned out, his funds ran down and his needs increased, and that's when Merlin stepped in to help. Howard died on April 6, 2013. He lived at Christian Community Home for 13 months and had the assistance of our Vet Service Office for 7 months. He was very proud to serve his country and relieved that his benefits served him to the end of his life. And in certain instances like that, that's when the vet's office is so vital in those for those vets and their families, to take away that one last worry or that one last burden. That's one less thing they have to worry about. And Merlin and Jerry and Kate have always stepped in and done a tremendous job helping with the vets. The people and service offered at the Veteran Service Office, headed up by Merlin Blaisdell, is a godsend to the veterans and the families that are advocating for them. Thank you, Merlin, and to your staff. Thank you. The last recognition is to Katie Capon, and Katie is our administrator for the Child Support Agency. And recently, I was not at this conference, but recently Katie was named the Administrator of the Year for 2013 as the Child Support Management Employee of the Year, recognized by her peers statewide as an outstanding child support administrator. Katie's leadership is known throughout the state. Her program has steadily grown in effectiveness and has become one of the best in the state. Her numbers, and I won't go through it, but we track, the state tracks paternity establishment numbers. We were recently 5th in the state in terms of tracking paternity. Katie has also been instrumental in working with the state of Minnesota. We are a border county with Minnesota, and her work with the counties that border, because the laws are so different, but she has reached out to her neighbors in Minnesota to work out a system between the two states that keep those numbers high, working for those clients that they serve. Katie has also been a board member for many years of the Wisconsin Child Support Enforcement Association, and she has also assisted the St. Croix County Bar Association in some of their work. Katie is recognized statewide as a leader, and we have contracts for service with some of our neighboring counties, most specifically La Crosse County, Dunn County, and Pepin counties. They actually have agreements with our agency to provide service in particular areas of their agencies where if they have someone absent or a position open, St. Croix County has been able to step in and provide on a contractual agreement basis to assist other counties. And Katie's phone is always ringing for assistance statewide from other directors asking, well, how did you do that here? How did you do that here? And Katie always has the answer. So Katie, on behalf of your association, this award has already been presented to her, but I would like to represent this support, or this plaque, which recognizes you in honor of appreciation of your extraordinary commitment to the child support program, presented by your association. Thank you.
There are no appointments this morning, nor do we have any annual reports from departments. So here's how we will proceed this morning. I'm going to call on the administrator for his administrator's report. Then we will have the budget presentation for the board and the public, and then we will have a public hearing. We'll open a public hearing for any member of the public that wishes to comment on any item in the budget. And then at the conclusion of the public hearing, we'll take a brief timeout, coffee break, restroom break, and then we will move into board discussion of the 2014 budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You have your monthly financial reports. I don't know if there are any questions that you would like to raise at this point. No questions. We'll probably get into that financial report in some respects when we go through the 2014 budget as well. But hopefully you're finding those reports informative and useful as you review them. And you don't have to wait till county board meetings to ask questions. My goodness, if you have questions as you read through your packets, call Tabitha or myself, or stop in if you're in the area, and we'd be happy to meet with you to go through those reports in any amount of detail that you would like to. I'd like to just say a few words. I don't have a PowerPoint, thank goodness, for the capital projects update this morning, but just a few items that I wanted to point out to the board of things that have even, these projects keep moving, and we met as a committee of the whole on the 23rd of October, and I just wanted to update you on a few items that have happened since then. The 911 expansion project continues. There have been some minor delays because of noise. We try to be very respectful of those offices that work in this building, and if there's any issues regarding noise interruption or interference, the contractors have been very respectful of that, and in certain cases have backed off on jackhammering or power nailing through concrete when needed, if there was something going on in the building that we needed to do that for. It's caused a little bit of internal delay, but the overall project is still on target, on completion target for January of 14. The 911 feasibility study, as you all know, we're in the process of conducting a feasibility study with our neighbor, Pierce County, to determine whether or not it makes sense financially and operationally to merge the two PSAPs, public service answering points, which are the two 911 centers. We're going through major expansion. Pierce County is contemplating some changes as well, and so the two boards decided to conduct a feasibility study. That study is moving along. There have been lots of good input and a lot of good information gathering. They have met with the users, the stakeholders, law enforcement, and emergency responders, fire, to gather input from the local responders, how these two centers, if merged, how that would work. We've gotten good feedback. That report is due December of 13. That report will come back before you, and the consultant will present his findings to both boards. The Health and Human Services relocation, the design of the build-out is near complete. The Health and Human Services Board met yesterday, and we walked them through in some level of detail the preliminary design and layout of the build-out. That is a 28,000 square foot build-out. We're not building out the entire building. There will be some areas in the back that are left unfinished. It is the budget, the estimated cost for the build-out is $1.5 million. We remain on track. We remain on budget for that. There are several alternate bids or aspects of the project that we're in the process of reviewing, but we're trying to keep that budget in line. So some of the alternates we'll probably have to pass on. The $1.5 million does not include the furniture or the IT, and that the FF&E, furniture, fixtures, or equipment. The construction RFP will be issued in December, and the award by the end of December to the contractor for the build-out, and its scheduled completion is June of 2014. We heard from Shar, and thank you, Shar, for being here today on the FSA NRCS lease with the county in terms of the ag building. We had a productive conference call with the federal agencies in Washington that govern the lease arrangement. What they've agreed to in principle and verbally, but we don't have it in writing yet, but they agreed verbally that it would be productive to enter into a lease extension that would run starting in June of this year through the end of 2014. But I want to clarify that the former lease had an out provision. I believe it was a 120-day notice to the county if the federal office would decide to vacate the building. I believe we're at, with the lease extension, we're at a 60-day notice provision. So although we've agreed in principle to extend the lease through 2014, if the federal office decides to vacate the Ag Center, they would, and this is what we're asking for in the lease extension, to provide, they would still have to provide notice to the county, a 60-day notice, if they choose to terminate the lease. And that's a similar provision that was in the original lease. The original lease was a 10-year, or it was a long-term lease, so it had a longer notice provision of 120 days. The lease rate, you will recall, we originally had asked for a $25 square foot rate. That included, because that included some costs built into it, because originally we were going to move the federal offices to the other side of the building. And there was going to be some modifications made to the building to accommodate that. With the lease extension, the FSA offices will stay exactly where they are. They won't have to move. They won't have to move anything to the lower level in terms of files. So we agreed to a $18 a foot, square foot rental rate for the length of the extension, dating back to June of 2013. They will back pay that rent and become current in their rent, and then it will be $18 a square foot through 2014. There is a provision in the extension that if both parties agree, if the county agrees, and if FSA agrees, we can extend that beyond 2014. And the lease extension will have an escalator of 3% built into the lease, so that it would increase 3% each year going forward, if both parties agree to extend that lease beyond 2014. And how we came up with the 18 is if we went back to 2003, when the last rental rate, when the rent was last increased in 2003, if we go back each year with an escalator of 3% per year dating back to 2003, you come out to a little bit over $18 a square foot. So we believe it's a fair compromise. We feel we haven't lost either way. I mean, we're gaining back, the rent to June, and going forward, if both parties agree to extend the lease, it has an escalator built into that annual rent, which probably should have been done back in 2002, but it wasn't. But going forward, it will be. I will say again, they have not signed the legal document that will extend that lease, but we have agreed to in principle on the phone. Supervisor Hawksford?
Pat, is there an auto-renew in that lease agreement?
There is, if both parties agree, it does not automatically renew. It does not automatically renew. Both parties have to agree to extend beyond 2014. Any questions? There's a lot of, I want to get the straight information out, because there's a lot of speculation or misinformation, and so I'm getting you the information out so that we all hear it, and then we can go forward, and if you have questions from your constituents, you can answer them. Supervisor Malick?
Seems to me that we had a problem that appeared to be a business type of problem due to the nature of the federal government vis-a-vis a county and the unequal bargaining power in the past. That we essentially had a holdover tenant who would not agree to an adjustment of the rent and whom we could not evict. Is anything different in your negotiations now? Is there, for example, are they in a position to waive their sovereign immunity so that if we couldn't agree at the end of the term, they could be made to leave?
There is a provision in the lease extension, and Liz Roll, the Assistant Corporation Counsel, has been working on this. There is a provision in the extension that if the parties do not agree to an extension beyond 2014, that the federal offices will vacate the premise, whereas we didn't have that before. So we've tried to tighten up any areas where we saw some loose ends. Yes, Supervisor Peavey.
Yes, thank you. What impact does this have on the sale of the building? I know we had some, I think the proposals were supposed to come out. So not, by keeping FSA through 2014, does that have any impact on the possible sale of the building?
Ultimately, it's the decision of the board to sell the building. Although the administration committee has authorized the marketing of the facility, there was no set date, there was no timeline to do that. So there really is no intent by the administration to move forward with actively marketing the facility at this point in time. If scenarios change throughout 2014, the federal government has gone through a solicitation process, and they have they have proposals from outside vendors that they're in the process of looking at. They know that they can stay in the Ag Center through 2014 and beyond if we agree, but I cannot predict what the federal government will do. And so if scenarios change over the course of the year, the board would still reserve the right to determine whether or not it makes business sense, operational sense, and service-wise sense to maintain ownership of the facility. But there is no active movement by the administration at this point to market the facility. Supervisor Ring?
Shar Crows had asked a question earlier about staffing and specifically about extension. So and maybe you don't have anything yet, but have you, do you know the impacts of locating staff? Have you changed anything, your thoughts there, given this recent lease?
It has always been the intent to relocate the remaining staff of the Community Development Office to the Government Center once ADRC is vacated, and ADRC will be moving to New Richmond. Operationally, it has always been the plan to move those staff people to the Government Center to be co-located with the CDC department. I think the discussion regarding those employees that are ag-related, we need to make sure that that work model works for FSA. If they're still in the Ag Center building or if they're elsewhere, located elsewhere in Baldwin, I think we have to make sure that those employees of the CDC department that are ag-related, and I think there's six or seven employees that work directly with the agricultural community, that those employees, that the work model works for FSA. So if it means keeping them somewhere, elsewhere besides the Government Center, we need to look at that.
So when you say community development, are you including extension in that or no?
UW Extension, yes, they are included in that discussion as well.
So you've included them under community development? Okay.
Yes. Well, I mean, they're technically a state agency. They're a state department, which the county funds at 40%. But yes, they would be included in that move.
All of them? Unless they're ag-related? With
the extension of Ryan, who is the ag agent.
And that's firm?
It's part of the plan.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Yep. Supervisor Malick?
I'd like to ask a related question. The 4-H program serves 4-H units throughout the county. Do you have a sense at your fingertips of the distribution of the members of the youngsters, who are being served by the 4-H program, east and west of Baldwin, for instance, or how are they distributed in this?
Yeah, I have a diagram. I wish I had it with me. And it's got little 4-leaf clovers where each of the 4-H groups are located throughout the county, and actually the numbers of participants in each group. I have that on my desk. We can email it. Thank you, Kristen. We can email that to the board. It diagrams exactly where all the 4-H groups are in the county, and I've looked at that.
Supervisors?
Well, I'd like to see that,
Yeah.
because from what I've heard, the majority of the actual participants are on the western part of the county. There may be more chapters on the eastern part of the county, but the western part has the most people. I think the largest being Roberts, second.
Can you pull that up,
and
Kristen?
Somerset.
Well, I'm wondering if I email it to
Put it out in presentations. We'll pull it up.
So my question at the committee of the whole was, if we're going to look at having kids on the road, I would like to see where most of them are, so that we have the fewest amount driving and parents driving them and getting to those places.
Right.
Just for a
And while they're
safety standpoint.
pulling that up, those of you that saw the design layout of the facility in New Richmond, it will have conference capabilities that will accommodate most of the 4-H groups. Those that are centered around that part of the county, the facility will be designed for night meetings that will accommodate most of the 4-H groups, those that want to use New Richmond as an alternate site. And up until the point where a final decision is made on the Baldwin Ag Center, they will be able to continue to use the Baldwin Ag Center as a meeting place. Thank you. Thanks.
Wow, technology works.
It's amazing.
Really noticed.
Yes. Pardon?
So under the proposed scenario, the 4-H agent would go to Hudson?
Correct.
At the committee of the whole, you had a listing and there was a handout. I don't think that was sent out before. Is that online? Could we?
The listing of?
The staffing and your assessment of what percent of
Sure.
the time is, okay,
Yeah.
that's available. Thanks.
You know,
What was the question?
at the committee of the whole, we had a handout that shows the staffing and those positions, which were, I don't know if you can pull that up.
Yeah. The last meeting, that's fine.
Okay.
And that if the meetings are held in Richmond at this new building, it would seem that that would be a reasonable thing, that most people would not have to drive much further. It would seem to be a good thing. I'm looking at it too. I don't want to adversely impact 4-H. I think it's a good program. My concern is, as many people have indicated, we don't want to see a lot of parents and kids having to drive on bad roads and things, clear across the county. This would seem to indicate that that wouldn't be a bad option to me up in Richmond, but looking at the size of the different chapters and where they're located. So
It will certainly house all of the different 4-H groups, those that want to use it. Some will determine it's not practical to use the New Richmond site But certainly, the government center will be able to be used as a 4-H meeting location along with the facility in Richmond. And like I said, in the Baldwin Ag Center up until a decision is made about the building. Any other questions? If not, thank you.
Thank you, Pat. If you're concluded with the financial update, why don't we move right into the budget presentation? Following that, we will have the public comment period. Supervisor Ostness. I was intending to take a break after the comment period. Is the sentiment you want to break now? I think we'll proceed with the original plan. I'm not getting much of an affirmative response. So we'll have the budget presentation, then we'll have the public hearing. We will adjourn the public hearing, conclude the public hearing, and take a break, and then move into board discussion. And Supervisor Ostness, if you find that you physically cannot wait that long.
I'll go quick. I hesitated this morning after last night's football game. I was saying today is not a good day to try to present the budget after a tough Packer loss, but nevertheless, we will plow through and get good work done, hopefully, on the budget. I'm going to summarize just some key areas of the budget. You've had the budget since the committee of the whole. Several of you have commented on the budget in the time period that elapsed from the committee of the whole to today. Several of you have been in contact with the finance officer with your questions, and we welcome that. I'm going to concentrate my remarks on a few key areas of the budget that will most likely generate discussion at the point where the county board supervisors may ask questions regarding the budget. The areas that I wanted to cover, first of all, are regarding the overall levy. The proposed budget that I'm proposing is $67.7 million, which is approximately 0.5% lower than the 2013 budget. So I'm going to say a few words about the levy. I'm going to speak briefly to the fund balance. I will say a few words about our self-funded health insurance account, a few words on capital expenditures, talk a little bit about human resources and compensation policy. I will review again the department reductions that were made, some of the staffing position changes, and then I also want to make sure we highlight, and I believe we sent this out to the board, that some operational changes, some changes that we're recommending you incorporate into the budget that transpired between our committee of the whole and today. And I believe we sent those out yesterday and summarized what those changes are. There aren't that many, but we want to make sure that we review them with the board. As I said, the overall budget of $67.7 million is approximately 0.5% lower than the 2013 budget. We did see increases in our net new construction and equalized value increases. Net new construction increased a little over 1%. The proposed property tax levy is $28,021,926, which is under the state-imposed maximum allowable levy. It's below that by approximately $830,000. The administrator is recommending a mill rate. Once you boil all those numbers down, it translates into a mill rate of 3.99, which is a reduction of a little over 2% from the 2013 mill rate of 4.09. There's been some discussion about fund balance. What is the appropriate level of the fund balance? What I'm recommending in the budget is a general fund undesignated reserve balance of slightly over 40%. Our policy that you're all familiar with reads anywhere between 25 and 35. The fund balance remains strong. We have utilized some fund balance to offset capital expenditures. We have used some sales tax fund balance to offset capital expenditures as well. I know the board looks at that very closely, and I'm grateful that you do, and you should. I believe a strong fund balance of 40% plus is strong, especially going into next year. As I've mentioned many times, the board will be going to market for government obligation bonds sometime in mid-2014. One of the first things that the bond council will look at and the financial advisors is the strength of your overall undesignated fund reserve. And that will go a long way towards determining what interest rates the county pays when we go to market. We will be issuing debt in excess of $10 million with all the capital improvement projects that will be coming forward, including the 911 and some of the other projects. And so at this point, I would caution against reducing the amount of the undesignated fund reserve. If and when the board approves the bond resolution in 2014, the board at that time may choose to offset the need for borrowing by the use of the undesignated fund reserve. If the board at that time determines that it makes strong fiscal sense to reduce the amount of borrowing, at that point, the board could choose to offset, say, the total bond of 10 million or whatever that number will be by a certain amount. And at that point, you would be able to draw down your reserve to offset the cost of the total bond package. I would not advise doing it at this point to offset ongoing general fund expenditures. The only use of the general fund undesignated reserve that I or the finance director has recommended to you is to offset the capital expenditures, long-range, not ongoing expenditures. To start a trend of reducing your fund balance to balance the budget with general fund expenditures does not make good fiscal sense. If the board chooses to reduce it at the point of borrowing to reduce the overall capital expenses, at that point, it may make more fiscal sense because you would be applying it towards long-range capital infrastructure improvements. The self-funded health insurance account, as you recall, we are self-funded with our health insurance. Originally, we were anticipating an increase in the budget in excess of 10% in terms of health insurance premium cost increases. Through the good work of the county and the staff and the employees that work here through our wellness program, we've been able to reduce that cost to approximately 1%. So you see a 1% lift in the expense line for employee benefits, health insurance benefits. Those costs are shared jointly by the county and the employees, by the workforce. In terms of capital, which I've mentioned, we had capital budget requests of almost $2 million in total. We're recommending capital expenditures in the 2014 budget of $930,000. We did not approve approximately $450,000 in expenditures. We were able to reallocate some capital expenditures that the finance officer deemed not really appropriate for capital. We reallocated $320,000 of those expenditures back into the operational budgets, which are built into the budget that is before you. We've contemplated approximately $200,000 of capital requests that would qualify to be included with our bond resolution in 2014. So we removed approximately $200,000 of that request and deferred it off to the future. And we were able to, utilizing 2013 dollars, take care of approximately $27,000 in capital requests funded through this year's budget. In terms of human resources, I've budgeted approximately $400,000 for pay for performance. This budget includes no automatic wage adjustments or no automatic pay increases. All pay increases, compensation adjustments will be made through the performance evaluation system that this board has approved. There is a balance in that account, and we will carry that forward into 2014, and those dollars cannot be used for anything with the exception of human resources and compensation adjustments. There is a recommendation that $26,000 be applied from the pay for performance balance to approve the purchase of a new electronic evaluation system, which plays right into the pay for performance system. Right now, each department head is tasked with the job of completing multitude of forms to complete the evaluations. And so we're trying to streamline that process and digitize it or turn it into an electronic form of e-evaluations where department heads will be spending less time and less paperwork completing the performance evaluations, which for a lot of departments can become a huge task. Yes, sir. Supervisor Yoerg.
You mentioned the balance is carrying forward, and I guess is there a mechanism at some point that turns this back into the general fund? I mean, use it or lose it, or I mean, does this fund balance just keep growing? What happens on this?
It's a very good question. As you recall, when we started pay for performance, we started it in 6 months, 6-month increments. We had an initial phase of 6 months, a second phase of 6 months. We are now starting the first 12-month period. We've also had additional groups coming in to pay for performance. The scope bargaining unit, we were able to agree that the scope bargaining unit would become part of pay for performance along with the highway department. So we have additional groups coming in. The only group that we don't have so far to date is the law enforcement group, and that's still in a state of negotiations with WPPA. So my point is that we're going into a 12-month period of evaluations with additional employees as part of that group. That fund is a fund that is a designated fund balance. It is not a fund balance that cannot be used for any other purposes besides what I have outlined. And so in the future, if that fund balance, we need to gauge we don't have a long track record to gauge what the total expenditures of the pay for performance are. Right now, what the board has allocated has been sufficient. And so that fund balance, the carry forward of approximately is $169,000. You're probably wondering what does that amount to? That's what we're estimating at this point at the end of 2013 to carry forward into 2014. $169,000. So, but I would give this 1 full year. A year from now, we will have a full year under our belt of tracking those expenses, and at that point, that fund balance, say, if we were at this point carrying forward that amount into 2015, I would be recommending to you that we not that the need for budgeting the 400,000 can be reduced. And so that going forward, we would be, if there is a carry forward, we would be using that plus, what's needed for the next year, but it would be reduced by the amount of the carry forward. Supervisor Hawksford?
Pat, is the 400K only the one-time payments increase, or does that include the incremental increase in pay? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I believe it includes both, but I'll defer to Tammy.
Yep, it includes the one-time payout and applicable fringes, but then also during the year that the bases occur, so in 2014, that's estimated to be around July 1st. Any base adjustments in 2014 come from the Pay for Performance Fund. 2015, it becomes part of the department head's budget.
Okay, so if an employee gets a 2% increase, it's effective in July, let's say, those 5 months or those 6 months of that increase, that 2% increase, are taken from or included in that 400K.
Correct.
So there shouldn't be any, so the only, in the budget, from a budget perspective, the only wage increase would be additional people. Is that right?
Well, year to year, not necessarily, because
No,
again,
I'm talking about just this year. So if I look at last year's budget versus this year, or 2014 budget, if I see an increase in that, that would indicate that we're adding people there?
Not necessarily, it could be a replacement, so sometimes, obviously, as turnover occurs through natural attrition, you hire people at different starting rates, so it could be that the wage was adjusted. There were some reclassifications or grade adjustments throughout 2013 that have occurred.
Okay, got it, thanks.
Yep.
Oh, yes, sorry. Supervisor Ostness?
Were you praying over there, sir?
No.
Oh.
I was gathering my thoughts.
A follow-up from last year, Pat. I believe we had either 35 or 40,000 left over from the 200,000. Where did that go?
Go ahead.
There was approximately 45,000 that's still in the same balance, so that is continuing to go. Each year, like Pat was trying to say, is not an apples-to-apples comparison in terms of when payouts occurred. So in 2012, we actually, to Tom Hawksford's point, we covered pretty much a full entire year of any base adjustments because those happened at the beginning of the year. Now, as we go into next year with a larger group, we'll have 12 months of one-time payout, and then we'll have those base adjustments for about 6 months. So through Tabitha and I's analysis, we believe and are comfortable between that and the annual fees that are required for the software, that this is an appropriate amount. We do not yet have the sheriff's union as part of this group. We're still putting the highway group on a grid, so they got one-time payouts. And so we're still comfortable that this is an appropriate amount to make it a meaningful incentive, for employees to work towards. As Pat indicated, and that's what, if you remember back to the original policy, is if at the end of the time we continue to build a balance internally, then we would be able to ask for less from you in the next budget cycle.
So, and then just another follow-up. So if that's the case, if we've got to carry over the 45,000, we've got to carry over 169,000.
Sorry, the 169 includes the 45.
Well, that includes.
Yep, that's, if you go through all the rolling years, your extra balance is 169,000, but with a commitment of 20,000 for the annual software subscription, maintenance fees, consultation, and training, so really 149,000.
So then if I'm looking at that right, then technically we've got over $500,000.
Yep, we'd have 550,000 approximately for 2014 pay for performance, correct?
Okay.
But that was the whole intent of my question is, apparently just now we saw that after a couple of years, the thing seems to be getting away from us a little bit. I mean, obviously the finance people know where it is, but at some point in time, I understand your comments and I do agree with you. You can't limit this thing while you're making it whole. But also at some point in time, there has to be a mechanism to just stop the automatic funding of this thing. If there's a fund balance, it has to revert back at some point, and I just don't want to lose sight of it, and that's why I bring it up.
Totally agree. Total agreement.
Or to put it in words that I can understand, so far, we have been applying any leftover from one year the next.
Correct.
And you've expressed the intent that we would continue to do that. It reduces the levy by applying the money that we carried forward from the previous year.
Correct. And as we get more of a track record, that's why I went through kind of what the history has been. As we get more of a track record on this and track the expenditures, we're going to be able to hopefully bring budgets forward that will reduce the need for additional expenditures into it. We'll be able to use that balance going forward. Supervisor Hawksford?
Actually, I have two questions. One is, what percentage of our total wages is that 400K?
Total payroll.
While you look that up, I didn't understand the point of how carrying it forward reduces the tax levy. Unless we use the 150K against the 400K you say you need, it doesn't reduce the tax levy.
No, I said it could. I mean, in the future years, if a year from now when we are budgeting dollars for pay for performance, if you want to use the fund balance to offset the 400 or whatever that number would be, you would be able to reduce that amount by.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
So if you say you need 400,000 and I had 150 left over, so you come to 250.
Exactly.
Then you are.
Yes.
Okay. But the way we're doing it today, we're not reducing tax levy.
Not on that line item,
Right.
no.
Okay.
Correct. Yes, sir. Supervisor Schachtner?
I think we got to keep an eye on the fact that this is just a program that is just being established. So talking about the tax levy and everything else and how we can get, and worries about how the fund is being paid, we're being very preemptive on it because this program has only been truly implemented for a year, and we still are in talks with getting more people into the program. So I think we need to relax a little bit when it comes to funding for the pay for performance program.
Supervisor Brinkman?
So, the 27,285 that we moved to 2013 capital, wasn't that for human resources software? What was that for?
We will check.
The 27,285, that's for the e-appraisal software purchased in 2013.
The e-appraisal.
Electronic appraisal, what Pat was speaking about earlier.
Okay, and then what is the $26,000 that you're asking for additionally this year?
Okay, so what it was originally it was 27,285. Tammy's able to negotiate down to 26,000. So the 26,000 will actually come out this year in 2013 with ongoing expense going forward.
I think the clarification is I originally requested as a capital item for 2014, but then a decision was made because we did have fund balance and it is directly connected to our pay for performance system to use some of the carry forward dollars to pay for the system. There was a discount if we purchased it by September 30th, which allows us to implement it and get it up yet this year. So it's usable for us in this third cycle.
And,
Supervisor Ostness?
I got to piggyback on that. So we're down to the 26,000 for the software,
Initial purchase, yeah.
but we're still at 23,000 a year for the maintenance, correct?
It's a little under 20, it's 19,500. It's not just maintenance though, they host the system outside of our county servers. It's all the training, it's all the consultation, it's all the updates that are automatic into the system. So it's not just what you think of software maintenance, it's all the licenses. So we'll have 500 licenses because employees and their supervisors each will have a license to have their own account in the system. So it's a very interactive, comprehensive system.
So are you taking the 26,000 plus the 19 right off the bat then? Or is it 26,000 this year?
26,000 brings the balance down to 169. 20,000 brings the balance in 2014 down to 149, with the idea that 20,000 would come out each year from the fund rather than coming back and asking for capital expenses, that we need to fund that through our system.
On the pay for performance?
Yep, yep.
All right, what happens if you max out on pay for performance? Where are you going to come up with the 20,000?
Well, the goal would be to make sure that we are anticipating and looking through, and that's why we're trying to have, as Travis mentioned, the analysis, so that we can really make sure that we're bringing to you the appropriate amount, that kind of fits into the county's budget, but also is meaningful amounts to reward employees for their performance. So it's a constant balance. We will continue to do analysis. We're surveying staff right now to kind of see how it went. We're continuing to look through it. We'll have to look at if the sheriff's union becomes participants into that, if we pull the nursing home in down the road as St. Croix Industries leaves. So eventually, hopefully, we'll have a very stable data set in which to bring recommendations to you, but that's always something that we're aware of. That's why we don't say, ooh, we have 500,000, let's spend every penny. We've tried to establish meaningful awards, but things that we think are sustainable, that we believe is an appropriate percent. So that 2% one-time payout, that 2.5% step, those are amounts that the finance director and I have looked at and went, if everybody earns something, because we really are trying to encourage employees to be successful in the pay for performance system, that we could afford that.
Supervisor Ring?
I think I'd just like to make sure that we are judicious in taking things out of the money that we agreed would be set aside for the employee performance. So that's $46,000. So when we set aside an amount and we want to encourage our people, as Tammy said, to be the best they can be, it just feels, I wouldn't want that to creep into other things. That was intended to improve performance everywhere. And I think we're going down the direction of doing that, but I put very few other things in that bucket.
I agree with you. If it wasn't directly related to pay for performance, and this tool will enable all department heads to more fully engage in pay for performance in terms of evaluation system that really works, and it's going to tie the performance directly back to the board's priorities and strategic initiatives, and it will become a very useful tool. It will be part of pay for performance, and that's why it was determined that it would be appropriate to utilize those dollars. But I agree with you. That's very judicious, and that's the way you need to look at it. I agree. And just a couple more areas. Department reductions. There was a little over $800,000 removed from departmental budgets from the original requests. Highway Department, Law Enforcement, Health and Human Services, all across the board. We were able to reduce the initial expenditure requests by approximately $800,000. And lastly, the changes, let's see, there was one other item on positions. There's been some discussion regarding the new positions that are approved or being recommended for approval in the budget. There is a community justice collaboration coordinator position being recommended for the budget. It's a half-time position, funded half with grant dollars and half with county resource dollars. There is a position in the Human Resources Department being recommended, a sheriff's deputy, and a deputy in the Register of Deeds office. There was one position request. There were actually 7 position requests that were denied through the budget process. And lastly, the changes that we wanted to highlight in today's budget that was different from the Committee of the Whole. There was a minor adjustment of $10 to the library levy. There was an adjustment made for the nursing home average census change, a change of approximately $35,000. And operationally, between the committee of the whole discussion and today, the administration is recommending that we look at our dietary unit in the nursing home, and that we solicit a private food vendor for the food service in the nursing home. And that will result in a savings operationally of $145,000 to the nursing home operating levy. And we would offset, we had to reduce the sales tax fund balance to offset that change. So those are the comments that I was going to make on the budget, but certainly we can go into greater detail at that point. Yes, Supervisor Horne.
It's hard to do the memory of all of
Yeah.
this, and I have the same issue myself.
Yeah.
Can you talk about the full-time drug prosecutor that was cut?
Yes. The district attorney requested a full-time position. Originally, it was a county-funded position. The state district attorney position that the county would fund. We clarified that with the district attorney that it would actually be a state attorney position that the county would reimburse the state of Wisconsin for that position. And we did additional research, and the DA provided examples of where else in the state of Wisconsin where counties have reimbursed the state of Wisconsin for state funded positions. So the question then became whether or not to proceed with putting that funding in the 2014 budget for the drug prosecutorial position. What my recommendation at this point is, and it dovetails into our discussion of the CJCC, the Community Justice Collaboration Council, which is made up of all aspects of the criminal justice system, and we're looking at not individual stovepipes or individual departments. We're looking at the criminal justice system in St. Croix County on a system-wide basis, and how do we become more efficient in the administration of justice at St. Croix County. So a decision was made to bring all those parties together, form a collaboration council, which has been done in numerous other counties across the state and across the country, to try to improve service and to become more efficient. So my recommendation at this point is that rather than adding a prosecutor position in the 2014 budget, that we have some discussion at the CJCC and look at this system-wide. Is that problem that has been defined by the district attorney, is it a prosecutorial problem, or is it more of a system-wide problem that the entire CJCC should weigh into and provide some advice, and could very likely come up with the same conclusion that a prosecutor's position should be added to the DA's budget, or we should at least reimburse the state for that prosecutor's position. I'm not saying, I just think we need to, the county has gone through the motions of getting the council in place. I'm requesting a staff person to assist the CJCC become successful. I think we need to let that group do its job. I think we need to let that group weigh in on this and determine, where in the system does this need lie? And if it's in additional prosecuting, then we would bring forward a recommendation at that point to somehow fund the budget, and the board would have to approve that at some point, whether or not to proceed with allocating county resources to that position. At this point, my recommendation is, let the CJCC do their work and weigh in on this and determine whether not system-wide. It's a applicable use of county resources. Supervisor Hood?
Great segue into my question.
Okay.
I think you said that the SEC, CJCCC would
Yep.
be a part-time position? I thought you said at
It's a-
1.0 FTE.
It's a full-time position.
Full-time.
We're recommending 50% funding from the county, and we have applied for a grant to fund the remaining portion of that position. If we're not successful in getting the grant to fund half the position, we have to make the decision to stretch that funding out for the full year or to start the position mid-year. Supervisor Ring?
Thanks, I appreciate that background on it, and I think it makes sense not to have, stovepipes. But on the other hand, would this CJCC look at everybody's workload? I mean, in a way, it seems a little bit micromanaging all those agencies, and maybe refresh my memory on who else is around that table. Are they going to go and look at the workload of any of individuals? Do you see what I'm saying? It just seems like every entity that, juvenile justice, whoever is around that table will have to run their departments, and I think it's a really good program, and I think the CJCC, on the face of it, seems like a really good thing. You're looking at a systematic thing, people are around the table, and I think as Supervisor Malick said at one point, it's just that group is doing what probably should have been done all along. But so that would be my question. Do you think it's just almost micromanaging to look at, unless you're going to look at every department around the table?
I don't think that, I agree with you, and I don't think that that's the role of the CJCC, is to micromanage individual departments, but I think they need to weigh in on the entire drug issue in St. Croix County, and whether or not, how, they need to weigh in how the whole system needs to respond, rather than one, the sheriff asked for 3 positions, and we're only recommending 1 in the sheriff's department's budget. There was position requests by the judges. There were 7 other position requests throughout the entire county that have not been approved or haven't advanced to the point where we are today in recommending. I think we need to look at the entire issue system-wide and determine, are we allocating enough resources for prevention? At what stage in the process does the prosecuting of a crime fit into the entire system? And like I said before, it may very well conclude that yes, we're lacking in that area, that we need to allocate additional resources. If the state's not going to fund an additional prosecutor, and I don't think they are, to prosecute drug crime, then the county says we think it's enough of a problem, and our CJCC has said system-wide, this is where the county needs to allocate additional resources, then I would say yes. But I don't, it's a fine line. I don't think we're asking the CJCC to micromanage individual departments, but I think overall, they need to look at, are we doing enough in terms in the front end of the system or the back end? Or do we need something more in the middle? Do we need more prevention dollars? Do we need more enforcement dollars? Or do we need more dollars to prosecute crime? I don't think the CJCC, they're in their infancy, and they haven't gotten far enough along to make an educated determination. Yep. Supervisor Schachtner?
I guess I'm now, when we were talking about the CJCC, they were supposed, it was my understanding that it was a group that was going to look into areas where there may be overlap or issues. They weren't going to be judging positions. So should the CJCC be looking at the sheriff's positions that he wishes to have and judging them also? I don't understand what the difference is between this position and the positions that were offered by the sheriff.
I think because of the specific nature of this position request for drug prosecuting, and I know that the CJCC is going to look at the drug issue as one part of their task, and they're going to look at a system-wide approach towards that problem. I just think we're jumping the gun. I really do, by just adding a prosecutor position. Now that we got over the hurdle of, funding a state position, and the state of Wisconsin needs to also determine, because this is not just a St. Croix County problem, this is a regional problem, this is a statewide problem. And if the state of Wisconsin feels that overall, looking at their data, that, they need to allocate additional resources as a state to prosecute drug crime, then the state needs to step up to the plate. But in the meantime, St. Croix County will, if we determine that there's a need there.
Is the county currently reimbursing the state for any assistant district attorneys?
No. Supervisor Ostness?
Stepping back and playing the devil's advocate, if we did not have the CJCC, what would your recommendation be?
If we didn't have the CJCC, it's a speculative question. I would probably have to look more closely at the caseload in the DA's office, but I believe the CJCC will look at that, and they will look at the system-wide analysis of the drug problem in St. Croix County. So I'm not sure how to answer that, but I think as long as we have the group in place, we ought to utilize them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. Yes.
In response to your question of the 400,000, it's less than 1.5%. Yep.
Well, that took longer than I anticipated. I didn't know there was going to be that much discussion. But I do think that while this is fresh, I think we ought to move, as we're required to do statutorily, to the public hearing. I do have one request to speak during the public hearing. There may be others, so while I invite the first person forward, if anyone else wants to speak, just fill out a comment card, and the only reason for the comment card is so that we have a record of who's going to speak. So at this point, I'm going to open the public hearing. This is the statutory reference is per Wisconsin statutes 65.90, parent 3. Public hearing is now open, and we do have one person that has indicated that they wish to speak, and I invite Greg Berg forward. While Mr. Berg is addressing the group, anyone else that wants to speak, just fill out a comment card with name and address for the record.
I apologize in advance for any tears up here. Hello, my name is Greg Berg. 17 years ago, my wife Judy and I moved to Hudson. Feeling to be a great place to raise a family and grow old together. We still believe in that. But recent events are wondering if we as a community can't be doing more. First off, a few things about myself. You notice that I'm not the world's greatest public speaker. I apologize for that, but I promise to do my best today. Point two, I'm about the least political person that you'll ever find. I've never been one to get dragged into political discussions or instigate any. For me, my political beliefs are just that, my beliefs. And for any of you who have seen me on TV over the past month, you can now see firsthand that TV does add 5 pounds. So, I grew up in a rough part of St. Paul, over in the Lower East Side, as it's known as. Raised by my two parents. We had I had 2 sisters, and we were raised to be good family members and give back to the community. Many of you know me from my work with the Hudson Boosters, being the state director of softball for youth in Wisconsin, being a longtime coach of 44 years, the past 17 in Hudson. I've been trying to help youth for a long time. Dealing with the many issues of youth's athletics is challenging, mostly because parents are focused on one thing and one thing only, their child. The parents' focus are on big issues like, why doesn't my daughter get a chance to pitch? Why is my son batting ninth in the batting order? You know, major issues like that. They don't need to focus on the entire program, all the youth in the program, the whole community, and then doing right for and they don't have to focus on what's right for the majority of the kids in the program. In my position, I can't be like that. Last night when I was writing the speech down, for some reason, Spock from Star Trek came to mind. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Over the years, I've been asked many times why I keep running youth sports, why have I been coaching for 44 years. There are many reasons. Obviously, I like to coach. I like to help kids progress. And it also keeps me young. Doesn't look like it, but it does. But the main reason I got started, and I continue to do a lot with youth, is to help. The St. Paul neighborhood that I grew up in, 6 kids that I grew up with ended up in prison, 3 for murder. I'm here to help. And I've been doing that for 44 years. Last night, Eric Johnson, the district attorney, called me to discuss the needs to add a position in his office with the primary focus of the current drug issue in the community. There is a major problem, epidemic here in the St. Croix County. We've seen 12 deaths, 7 of the people from the Hudson area. You've all heard those statistics, and they are frightening. But my daughter Ellie would have been 21 in December if she went and had OD'd on September 30th and passed away that night. To you who don't know Ellie or didn't know Ellie, she's just a statistic. To me, obviously, she's more. She was my daughter. I love her, and I will never forget her. My focus remains with my family and my career, along with the very youth activities in the communities that are around us. Going forward, it would have been really easy for me to sit back around and dwell on the fact that I just lost a loved one and do nothing. But no matter how hard I focus on my daughter's death, it will never bring back Ellie. You might not know this, but Ellie was a straight A student in Hudson, graduated early and was on the National Honor Society. Not what you consider your typical heroin addict. But a few bad decisions she made, probably starting when she was about a junior in high school, dug a deep hole for her that she couldn't get out of. She was trying the past year very hard, but finally in the end, the drugs got her. The drugs had the claws on her, and she couldn't, and they wouldn't let go. These aren't on my notes here, but I just want to say Ellie was in Hazelden 3 times. The last 2, she was in there trying to, on her own, trying to beat this. I hope all of you had a chance to read my open letter to the youth of Hudson that was in the Hudson Star Observer site or the Hudson Patch site. If so, you'll see my focus is still on the youth that are still alive, still have a chance for a long and happy life, and our community's future leaders. In that letter, I outlined many things that I thought the youth needed to hear, and I honestly needed to share to begin my own personal healing. The main theme of the letter was to too many of their friends, classmates, that too many of their friends, classmates, in some cases brothers and sisters, have died the past 2 years because of heroin. The major points of the letter were, young people don't get started on drugs, choose a different path. That's obvious. Drugs like heroin are a one-way street to self-destruction. Choose your friend wisely. Don't associate with kids who expect you to do drugs. If you feel that you need to do drugs to impress the crowd, run the other direction, run fast, and never look back. Get help for any of your friends that you know who are doing drugs. Possibly even tell their parents. It's possibly the only thing that is going to keep them alive. Do whatever is needed to help them to quit. And lastly, I asked the youth to work with authorities to get the drug dealers off the street and identify any drug houses locations to them. These drug dealers have killed enough of the youth in the St. Croix County and in the Hudson area. Work with the authorities, kids. This discussion here today is aimed at the last bullet point, getting the youth to work with the authorities to help get the drug dealers off the street. But what good does it do if the authorities don't have the necessary resources to get these dealers off the street? I've been asked by both the Hudson Patch and the Star Observer to write future articles relating to the drug issue in Hudson and the St. Croix County area. I plan on doing so. The focus on one of my next ones was going to be just that, making sure we have enough resources in our police departments, sheriff's offices, and district attorney office to get the drug dealers off the street. I was going to ask the police department and the district attorney office to throw more resources at the issues to get more arrests and convictions against the drug dealers. This chance to talk about this subject was actually music to my ears. Just about 2 hours before District Attorney Eric Johnson called me yesterday to speak to you, I put a call into Detective Jeff Willems of the Hudson Police Department. Detective Willems seems to be the point person on most drug issues in the Hudson area for the Hudson Police Department. But he has many other job duties that he also needs to focus on. There's no one person in the Hudson Police Department that works exclusively on the growing drug issues in Hudson, which include meth and now heroin. With the other day-to-day police issues that Jeff has to work on, neither he nor anyone else in the Hudson Police Department often will have a chance to follow up on many of the leads given to them. I was calling Detective Williams to discuss this with him and see what his opinion needs to be changed. We need to have at least one full-time policeman just in Hudson, and I know I'm talking Hudson issues here right now, focusing on our drug issues in Hudson. Yes, I know additional funding would need to be found, but as my letter stated, we need to stop the pain. Too many of our Hudson youth have died because of addiction. Too many other Hudson residents are struggling with addiction. You take that whole paragraph, and now it sounds like that's also what's needed in the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office. The county's DA office has the same issue. I was told by District Attorney Johnson yesterday that they have the same issues as the Hudson Police and the Sheriff's Department. There's no one in our District Attorney's office whose job is dedicated to the major drug issues in the county. No one is solely dedicated to prosecuting the drug dealers across the county. Yet 12 people have died in our county, 7 in the Hudson area. Again, those are just statistics to you, but to me, Ellie Bird was not a statistic. She was my daughter. The district's attorney office needs resources to get the dealers off the street before it kills someone you know. St. Croix County and the Hudson community need to get a handle on the drug issue. Some of the funding requested by some of the other offices need to be put on hold to put towards the prosecutor and the district attorney's office. This person needs to tackle the drug issue of our community and get it under control. Get the drug dealers off the street. Keep our children safe and alive. I'm aiming the next statement at some of the other departments looking for additional funding. Please rethink your request for additional money and allow it to go towards an additional prosecutor to tackle the drug issue. Sooner or later, if the drug issue is not reined in, it will affect you. One of your children, grandchildren, nieces and nephews, or friend's child will become addicted and possibly die. We as mature adults need to do whatever is necessary to get the drugs out of the St. Croix County area. We need to get the dealers off the street and out of the St. Croix County community. If anyone in Hudson gives the Hudson Police information on drug operations and they don't have the manpower to follow up, there's something wrong with this picture. Same with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office. If law enforcement turns information into the St. Croix County District Attorney's Office and they don't have the resources to properly prosecute the case, there's something wrong with this picture also. Drug manufacturing and distribution will continue in the county, killing more of our youth, possibly someone close to you. It's time to stop the pain. Don't be like those parents that I discussed earlier, focusing on their children by only focusing on funding for your department. Focus on what is best for the community. What could be more important to our community than the growing drug issue? Nothing, absolutely nothing. I know there are other departments in the county looking for additional funding. I realize that. But the drug issue needs to be moved to the top of the list. Sooner or later, this drug use in the county will affect all of you. Don't allow one of your loved ones to become a statistic like my daughter Ellie, because you voted for additional funding, because you voted no for the additional funding for the DA's office. Stop the pain. And on a personal note, tell your children that you love them every day. Thank you.
I see Kim Dupree coming forward. Are there any other persons in the audience that wish to address the board during the public comment period for the public hearing? Kim?
Thank you for sharing that story. It just reminds us the frailty of human life, and I appreciate the courage it took to come up here and do that. My heartfelt sympathies to you and your family. But speaking of frailty in human life and doing what's best for the community as a whole, that's why I wanted to come and speak about some of the outsourcing that's going on in the nursing home for the dietary and some of the concerns I've heard about from the staff, and share that with you as you contemplate this. I first off have heard about what about the residents? If you only have food brought in 3 times a day, where's the snacks? Where's the midnight snack? If they're looking for a bowl of ice cream and all you've got is a plate of broccoli, it's not going to go over real well. And what does that do for the quality of life for our residents? We are known for having a very home-like, a very family-oriented nursing home. And part of that is being able to raid the fridge whenever you want, right? I also have heard concerns about mistakes in even the preparing of the food, the sanitary issues with the food. And when mistakes are made, which everybody makes mistakes at some point, how are these people held accountable? Do we have the control over making sure this doesn't happen again? And are we putting our 4 or 5-star rating at risk over this? And as our previous nursing home administrator shared with us, to have a 4 or 5-star rating in a nursing home right now under the Affordable Care Act is going to be critical, because hospitals will not discharge people or clients to a nursing home that doesn't have a 4 or 5-star rating, because they don't want to take the chance of getting them back and taking a hit on their revenue. Something else to think about. Of course, for the workers themselves, this is devastating to lose more work. And most of these girls are patching together part-time jobs and trying to find another part-time job within a range that you can drive and be it affordable. One of the gals shared with me yesterday that she pays $180 every 2 weeks in gas to come work at the county home. $180 in gas, she's coming from Polk County. And obviously, that hurts the local economy as well. When people don't have the money to spend, whether they're spending it all on gas or they're spending it on another part-time job that doesn't make as much, or they lose a part-time job or a full-time job, that's less money in mom and pa's businesses' pockets as well. Of course, the county will have unemployment costs to have to pay out for several months. Something else to think about, is this just a short-term savings or is this really a long-term savings? And obviously, the community as a whole suffers, as I referred to. The fact that people don't have money to spend in their local economy, that hurts other businesses. And I know we've had some previous outsourcing done in the nursing home with the administrator and the DON, hundreds of thousands of dollars to an out-of-state company that did not help much the quality of our home. We had a revolving door of administrators from Pathways for 4 years. And so I'm concerned that someone comes in with a low bid, oh, we can get you food for this. And what happens when the contract comes up for renewal and they up the price? I worry that that stuff will not be watched carefully and won't be constantly compared with what it costs to do this stuff in-house. I know Larry Lester, who was our Wifley consultant, mentioned last summer that a standalone nursing facility, when you're just a nursing home facility, cannot stand alone and make ends meet, especially when you're servicing nearly 70% Medicaid people. I mean, that's just financially impossible. Nobody can do it, not the privates, not the publics, nobody can do it. That was his comment. And so that's why I encourage, maybe rather than affecting the quality of life for our community, for our residents, and for our workers, maybe we need to focus a little more on revenues. How do we get more revenues for the nursing home? This is what the publics do in La Crosse and Trempealeau. It's what the privates do in Glenwood and some of the other homes that are going up with assisted living. And I guess I'm asking you to look at the big picture of how this affects the entire community. You have the resources. Don't look at just a little number on a spreadsheet. There's $40 million in the bank. You're $800,000 underneath your cap for possible taxes. You've heard about needs in the community that we have. This affects everyone. I mean, one hand washes the other in our community. So I just encourage you to consider these things and the quality of life that that affects for all of the citizens and our residents and workers in particular. Thank you.
One more time, is there anyone that wishes to address the board on any matter in the budget? Seeing no one, we will conclude the public hearing and we will stand informal for 10 minutes. Now we will get into what I assume may be some heavy lifting. We do not have an action item in front of us, and we are going to want to get that so we can begin our budget discussion. Supervisor Kiesler, did you wish to be recognized first? That's where I'm going. So we have a resolution adopting the 2014 budget and approving other expenditures at this point, so that we have an action item in front of us. Chair would entertain a motion on the resolution. Motion Kiesler, second from Peterson. And with trepidation, I now say discussion. Supervisor Kiesler.
Thank you, Board Chair. I would like to move to amend the budget to pay for and add a full-time drug prosecutor position with a 2-year sunset. And at this point, I'll wait to see if I get a second.
Is there a second? Second from Supervisor Schachtner. And I should just parenthetically, for this amendment or any amendment, the administrator has presented a budget to us that, as required, balances. Anything that is done on the board floor today that puts it out of balance, the maker of the motion should, if possible, indicate how that position would be funded. So you perhaps are going to do that in your discussion.
I shall. Before that, though, I'd like to bring District Attorney Eric Johnson to say a few words on behalf of the position.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Kiesler. I'm going to say a few words here, and then I'd like if you have any questions to ask me. I'm going to give you some just basic facts here. I mean, we've heard a very strong presentation from Mr. Berg, and I'm going to give you some very direct facts. In 1989, my office had 5 assistant district attorneys. Here in 2013, we still have 5 assistant district attorneys. They're state employees. The state, for a number of years under the Doyle administration, had a freeze on all positions. Governor Walker has indicated that they may support in the future more positions. Statewide, we're over 288 positions short. So it is a statewide problem that the state hasn't addressed. That's why I'm coming to you on this. I think in the future you'll see some assistant DA positions approved, but again, we're looking at well into the future. When we had the meth problem a number of years ago, at that time it was Sheriff Hilston and I did a variety of things to deal with the meth problem. One of the big things we did at the time was we got a grant. We got a burn grant that funded a drug prosecutor position, and that went for about 8 years. December 31st of 2011, we lost that money, that federal money. We've tried to get other grants to fund a drug prosecutor position. That's just, it's very difficult to have happen. So those are our numbers here. We've got a caseload that certainly sustains more than a drug prosecutor position. Overall, we have about 300 drug cases per year. That includes misdemeanors. But the big problem we have is, of course, is our heroin. We've had 8 heroin-related deaths in the county in the past 12 months. Actually, in the area, when you include River Falls, that number gets up to 12, and Pierce County. When we met to look at our budget, when our office met to determine what we're going to ask for, when we decided we were going to ask for a prosecutor position, that was influenced by the fact the number of deaths, the epidemic we're having. We had a community meeting in Hudson here. There was over 400 people there. They were turning people away. We've had extensive local media, newspaper and television print on the heroin problem. I actually got a call from somebody that was thinking about moving to Hudson, but they were concerned because of our heroin problem. And this strange call, I mean, it was a stranger just calling me out of the blue. So when we put this in our budget, I understand it's a little unusual because usually these are state-funded positions, but we're trying to address a need here. Now, the function of the prosecutor is very simple. They would specialize, like we did in the past, they would specialize solely on drug cases. That would mean, and drug cases are a specialty. There's Fourth Amendment issues, there's search warrant issues, there's training issues. There's also a task force, a drug task force that they would be involved with that's Pierce, St. Croix, and Polk counties. There's federal issues that are working across the river. Now, we do some of that now, but the person who does, we have our drug cases spread out. And so because of our staffing issues, I can't give one person, when you have 5 assistant DAs and 4 judges and a court commissioner, I can't give one person just drug cases because they get spread out. Sometimes all 4 of our courts are going at the same time. So that specialty is very important, and I think it can be effective. Like I said, we saw it was effective under the meth problem. I've been elected DA for almost 30 years, and I think I've got some idea on government spending and government priorities. And my understanding is the money is like a big pie, and you as board members have to figure out where to spend that money. How do you allocate that? You figure out what the needs are and what the priorities are, and that's how money gets spent. In the mission statement that was submitted by St. Croix County, that was a result of a variety or many hours of strategic planning, St. Croix County government promotes the safety, health, and welfare of our citizens through innovation and cooperation while providing services in a fiscally responsible and accessible manner. Well, safety, to me, is probably one of the biggest responsibilities of government, whether it's city, county, state, federal government, safety, the safety of the citizens. Well, here we have a direct correlation of a funding request that'll go towards their safety issue that in this case is epidemic right now. The requests that we're making, there's been some discussion on this. We're starting, the salary is $49,500 plus benefits for the person. There's some discussion on that. What I'm going to do is I've got a person that I've got an experienced person that I want to do the drugs. I'm going to put her in that, and then this new person is going to take the rest of her caseload. So she's able to, it's going to take her traffic. So that's how I can do it, doing it at a starting. I can get experienced person, but we can do it at a starting salary. It's a 2-year sunset, as the motion states. We're asking that after 2 years, the position no longer exists. The county funding would no longer would apply. The reason for that is I think in 2 years we can make significant dents in this problem. The other thing, I think in 2 years, hopefully the state will identify this and we'll be able to address these issues with the state. I'm pretty confident that that within 2 years, some counties are going to be getting positions, and we'll be putting that in. But this is for a 2-year problem that I think with intensive specialized prosecution we can have an effect. Okay. There's been some discussion, I understand, about the county paying for a state position or a CJC position. Well, if you go that route, if you wait for the county or if you wait for the CJC, we're looking at months, years, if ever. I listened to Pat talk about the CJC, and I'm in favor of the CJC, but at the strategic planning meeting that we had over 2 days, I asked some of the members, I said, you know, one of our goals here is to get a new prosecutor, and I was told many times that's not the goal of CJCC. So I don't understand if we put that into their hands and look for a recommendation. That's not the body, I think, where you want to have position requests coming from. I mean, the position requests should be coming from departments going to you or going to Pat, not from a CJCC. We're looking at overall developments here, and if we're looking at the epidemic we have is now, I mean today, and the problem we have is today, and failure to do something today and put it off 6 months or a year or 18 months or 2 years is not in the interest of the citizens of this county. You know, a lot of times, and I'm just going to end this, I usually when I make my arguments, I think I've been here before, I try to make it as fact-based as possible. I think that's always the best way to do it. But when you've heard this presentation and some of the issues that our office has been dealing with and with the Sheriff's Department on this heroin thing, it's very difficult to do. And I know as board members, a lot of times you're trying to do the right thing, okay? Just like jurors, you want to do the right thing. You come in here and you're trying to do the right thing. You're trying to save money. A lot of times it's easy to say no on expenses, and you're trying to curb costs and those kind of things. But when you look at this problem, what we have here in this county, which is huge, and you look at your responsibilities, and when somebody comes to you, what did you do when I was on the board? What were some of the things that I did? Well, one of the things I think you want to look at is I tried to work and met the needs of the people here. And one of the needs we have is some allocation of resources towards our drug problem. And so that's, when you're asking yourself that question, I think the answer is fairly simple. That's all I have. Any questions, as long as you want to address to me? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Eric. How many people have we identified, apprehended, and failed to prosecute, and what's the percentage of that 300 was considered misdemeanor and or a higher offense?
The first answer, you mean as far as, all cases that cover, the overall is 300. Kathy, do we know how many of those are felonies for the 300? Any idea?
about 50%. Most of the drug cases we come in are felonies. Possession of meth is a felony, the dealing, everything is a felony. So the percentage of those cases, so I think you could estimate about 150 of those would be felonies.
How many did we fail to prosecute?
I don't have an answer for that. I mean, when the cases come in, we look at them and we prosecute them based on the evidence. So it's not like cases are coming in and they're not being done. I mean, we wouldn't let that happen, obviously. So it's not like cases come in and we're not prosecuting them because we don't have resources. I mean, for serious cases, we're always going to prosecute. So, yeah.
Supervisor Hawksford. Just wanted to clarify, because I had heard from some board members that the sheriff may have been opposed to this position, and just want to clarify.
Supervisor Kiesler?
Yeah.
I recognize Supervisor Hawksford.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, finish your
Just real quick. Have you had a chance to talk with the sheriff? Is that accurate? I could bring the sheriff up, but I'm just wondering if you've had a chance to talk.
My understanding is you're supportive of a drug prosecutor position, right? Sure. Board members, I need to indicate that we are not in an informal situation. We're assembled as a legislative body, and what that means, and I'm not trying to pull rank, it's just my role is to conduct an orderly meeting, and if speakers are going to come forward, the board cannot just be inviting speakers to come forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding is that the sheriff is in agreement with a drug prosecutor position. I think his initially concerns were the costs, but my understanding is that he is in favor of it and he's seen the benefits. I mean, we had a drug prosecutor for many years, and my understanding is he's in favor of it. So. Does the board wish to hear from the sheriff on this matter? Sheriff Schultz?
Mr. Chairman. When this request first came to my attention, I was of the understanding that it was there was a significant expense. It was going to be paid at a different rate. I openly was not in favor of that, although I will say that that's since been clarified. I have worked during a time when there was an appointed drug prosecutor and it was effective. That's my experience. You know, where the board puts their priority and their resources, I'd rather not get into, but I have worked when there was a full-time drug prosecutor and did find it effective.
Are there any questions for the sheriff? Thank you. Eric? Any questions? Any more questions for the district attorney? Supervisor Hawksford.
Eric, can you give us some data on the impact of the drug prosecutor when you had it around the meth problem? I mean, what was the impact? How do we measure success, or what can we expect?
Well, the overall way to measure it is numbers went down. I mean, our meth problem, it's gone up. I mean, we've had issues, but it had a significant, I think it was one of the key components in our success rate in dealing with the meth problem here. Not only prosecuting cases, doing outreach. At that time, Dave McQuillan was our prosecutor. He did some community outreach. He was involved in our diversion program. Again, he was specialized in prosecuting cases. That was his number one priority. Dealing with other communities, dealing with the feds. Well, one thing that he did, that he originated, that came out of our office, was the pseudoephedrine law. Now, we had a specialized drug prosecutor. He actually wrote, based on other states, the pseudoephedrine law that was then passed on to Kitty Rhodes and Sheila Harsdorf. And that's how we ended up passing the ban on pseudoephedrine, which most people say had a significant effect on reducing meth labs in the state. So that's one example. But I mean, I think if you're looking at empirical evidence, our meth numbers are down. Now again, that's not solely because of the drug prosecutor. There's the Sheriff's Department, law enforcement, prevention. There's the organization in St. Croix Falls. I can't remember her name. Somebody knows that she's been.
Mothers and something against meth.
Yeah, and she's been phenomenal,
So there's a lot of components on that, but the prosecutor position, I think, was a key component on that. So the empirical numbers are, as the numbers went down in meth, and I'm hoping that we can have that same effect here in heroin.
Supervisor Ring.
So, Eric, you sit on the CJCC.
Right, I'm also on the executive committee with the CJCC, which is Pat and I and Daryl and Judge Lindell.
Okay.
So
What, I think it is compelling what Pat talked about is looking at the whole picture. So I don't want to look at the stovepipe, and, I think as board members, it's frustrating sometimes because it's like, the way I look at it is what's behind door number 1. Well, you don't know what's behind door number 1. You don't know what's behind door number 2 or 3 until it's opened up. So what's your opinion of what was proposed? Do you think that this is the forum to look at it just more globally and?
Well, this is a stovepipe. I mean, the prosecutor position in my office is a stovepipe. And I'm concerned if you bring it into the CJCC, we're opening it up to, well, what about money for prevention? What about more public defenders? What about more, all of a sudden we've got this huge request and these huge issues, and nothing's going to get done. And we're going to be deliberating and discussing this. Also, that the CJCC is just starting out. I mean, we're in its infancy stages. And at the strategic planning meeting that we had about a month ago that I thought was fairly good, there was a discussion in my small group. I said one of my priorities is to get a prosecutor position. And I would hope that the CJC, I was told in our small group that was not something that the CJC was going to deal with. We're looking at bigger issues. We're looking at system issues. We're looking at diversion. We're looking at, those kind of things. As far as individual requests from departments is not something that we're going to deal with. So, I mean, I think that this is the body, I think, that makes decisions on spending money, not CJCC. And I think to try to get a consensus and to go to that body and try to, I mean, you're looking at strong, I don't think that's the purpose of CJCC, is to recommend position requests. Okay.
And so you've been without the position for 2 years, is that right?
December 31st of 2011 is when the money ran out. It was a DOJ grant that we got, and the money was reduced. It was federal money, and then what they did is they distributed it to task forces around the state. And so there's 5 ADA drug positions that were lost. We lost 1, Dane County lost 1, Milwaukee lost 2, and Chippewa lost 1. So I should also note that we're getting by. We've got a volunteer guy in our office that's been working for free since May, graduated in May, and we have 2 interns. So when you're wondering how do you get by with, we've got 4 judges now, 11 public defenders, 13 probation agents, and still 5 assistants, we get by prioritizing and bringing in other help, other staff. So.
Supervisor Ostness.
2 questions. Eric, the first one is, if this position is approved, what would the start date be?
January 1st, my hope.
Okay. And then I don't know if this is for Tabitha or maybe Eric, either one of you. What happens down the road, say halfway through next year, and grant money becomes available? How do we plug the 2 together?
Great. Grant money comes in, we'll revisit it.
I'm sure you'll never turn it down, right? Yeah.
No, but we'll if there's drug grant money available, we'll pursue that. And if the county, if it relieves the county obligation less than 2 years, that's fine. I'm in favor. I'm a taxpayer too. Right now, I mean, we've been looking. That just the grant money for drugs is not there right now.
So, Mr. Chair, with what we're looking at today, are we looking at just the first year, or are we going to be looking for the 2-year position with the sunset?
The motion that's in front of us is to amend the budget by adding this position with a 2-year sunset. That's the motion that's in front of us to amend. Supervisor Hood.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a specific question for Eric, but is this time for discussion, or should I wait?
Still discussion on this issue?
Okay. I think it was Stalin who said, when one person dies, it's a tragedy. When a million die, it's merely a statistic. Ellie Berg was not a statistic with me. I remember her when she was just this darling little blonde that hung around with Alana Irwin, which is the closest thing I have to a daughter. So it isn't a statistic for me. And so I appreciate him coming here today. But my question is, and I realize this is a stovepipe for you, and you're looking at it from a prosecutorial position. One of the reasons I'm on the HHS committee, one of the reasons I want it to be, is because I would like to see behavioral problems and drug problems addressed before they reach the criminal justice system. And I have a number of friends who have kids that are, I pray not, but I fear are following Ellie's path. So I would rather put the money into prevention and diversion and those sorts of things, actually, rather than prosecution. But I understand your position. So I guess I'm not in favor of it. It seems to me that we're telling the state, you're not doing it right, so we're going to take over a state function with our own prosecutor and then reimburse the state. That's also something that I don't really feel I want to go down that road. So I guess as a board member, I would prefer to see our emphasis go into the drug problem before it becomes a criminal justice problem.
Okay.
Are there any more specific questions to be directed to the district attorney? This is not going to end the discussion if there's more discussion, but if there are no more questions for Eric, he could sit down. Looks like he can.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Supervisor Ring.
I would just like to hear did the Public Protection Committee talk about this? Is there a recommendation from them?
I will ask the Chair of Public Protection to respond.
I guess I talked to Rick about that, and I talked to other members of the Public Protection Committee, and I talked to the sheriff, other people, and at first he didn't really care for it because of the cost, where it was at first, but since that he's had a change of mind because the cost has come down on that. The rest of the people on public protection, I believe, are for this. So as far as our committee, we'd recommend it, I guess, at this point. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, thanks.
Supervisor Peterson.
I understand where Eric's coming from. I guess I would echo Tim's concern, Supervisor Hood's concern, that I'm not so sure in the back of my mind if prosecution it's not going to cure the drug problem. And it appears to me that, at least it seems like that a lot of these drug folks get put away and they're back out in the streets before you can turn around. So I would support Supervisor Hood that we would put that money more for prevention rather than an additional position. My personal feeling is maybe we're just trying to throw money at a problem, really not going to solve it. Thank you.
I'm going to come back to you if no one else is wanting to speak that hasn't spoken on this issue. Supervisor Schachtner.
It saddens me that we're focusing on just the prosecution part or just the prevention part. To me, I understand where Supervisor Hood is coming from, and I understand the sentimentality that we need to be focusing on prevention, but that part has not been addressed in the budget. This is a position that is being addressed in the budget, and the position itself, from what was shared with us, that person could be helping in prevention as well as prosecuting. Having a specialist in that position will give us someone, at least within the county legal system, who can help in both areas. His or her job will be to prosecute, yes, but they're also going to be focusing on outreach with other areas. So I don't understand how this position, from my understanding of how it was explained to me, I don't understand how this position would not be addressing prevention as well as prosecution.
Supervisor Kiesler.
Thank you, Board Chair. Just to add to the conversation, I think that District Attorney Johnson has addressed the need for the position. I think he's addressed the cost for the position. I think he's addressed how it ties back to our strategic plan. In addition to that, it's really a four-prong approach in my opinion. One is law enforcement, and we're addressing that, or at least we're attempting to address that by adding a position there. Another prong of it is the prosecution. That's what we're trying to address here. A third prong is the treatment and prevention. We haven't taken away any money from that area in our budget, and so that is being addressed. And as the prevention goes, there is a community coalition both for drugs and for suicide, and so that's yet another prong of the issue. Things are working together, but it's really a multi-piece puzzle. We can't just not fund one piece and expect it all to come together. Administrator Pat said that we're in our infancy with the CJCC. District Attorney Johnson has also commented that it's in our infancy. Well, I'm reluctant to entrust something this important to an infant. Not that these folks aren't well qualified, but these types of issues need to be sorted out. We need to really establish that structure. What is the mission? What is the goal? What is all of that? What is the charter of the CJCC? We're just, as both admitted, in our infancy. So we need to think that through a little bit more. So at this point, you know, Mr. Berg talked about the family issues. He's also talked about what he's doing in our community. He's doing everything he can as a citizen, and it's quite compelling. I think it's now up to us to take action. It's up for us to do our part in trying to help rectify this issue and make it better. So where does the money come from? Well, I don't want to micromanage our administrator, but I would throw out 3 or 4 areas to look at. One is the unrestricted fund balance. I understand the sentiment that we don't want to invest that money into staff or ongoing issues. We want to invest that possibly into capital or rainy day kind of funds. This is a 2-year, some certain amount. It's not an ongoing. I'm not proposing an ongoing. That's not what the resolution was about. If our auditors say 25 to 35% and we're at 40 to 42%, if I do the math on that, it comes out to be somewhere between 6 and 8 million. I'm not the auditor, I'm not the financial director, but it's a healthy sum of money that we have an overage of that we could use for a whole host of things. One of them could be this position. We have in our budget and capital outlay, my understanding, to redo this boardroom to the tune of $200,000. That's a pretty round number. Is it really 200,000? Maybe it's 150. Maybe it's 175. I don't know what it's going to be.
Supervisor Kiesler, we probably ought to clear up that point because that is incorrect.
The revised capital that went out is for government center renovations, not just isolated county boards. The 200 is for the entire government center.
Okay, great. For the whole government center. That's still a lot of money that we're putting into renovations. We've put a ton of money into renovating the admin suite. And so now I think it's time to put it into people. Staff development. Just in the administrative suite alone, there's $19,500 in staff development. The typical amount is 0.5%, which would come out to be $3,546 if I do the math correctly. That's $15,900 54 and 54. In addition to that, I don't see any explanation there, but we don't get that in our budget. So I'm assuming that it may be justified, but certainly there's additional dollars. And then finally, in terms of speaking with the chairman of the Human Services Board and vice chair, ACA is going to have an effect, the Affordable Health Care Act, a positive one in all likelihood, particularly as it relates to inpatient services and revenue that we potentially can generate for individuals that are not insured. La Crosse, as an example, is looking at $300,000 in reductions, and that's at a 50% of what they feel it will be in the years to come. So that's yet another area, because I don't believe we've modified those budgets at all in human services. But again, the board chair of that committee is here and can certainly speak to that. So those are areas that we can look. We are not a poor county. We have the dollars to spend. It's a matter of where we want to spend them. I think this is a legitimate concern. It certainly addresses our strategic need, and it is a current crisis. It is a current epidemic that needs to be dealt with in the short term. Thank you.
Supervisor Yoerg.
Well, I share Tim's concern, and I want to say it in a different way that, at least I understand better, is by the time Eric sees these people, the house has been burned down, damage has been done, there's been a criminal thing. I would like to get in front of these people and have prevention, other things be addressed before the house is burned down, as I like to say, where then we have to deal with that also. So if it was me, I would place our money and our investment on trying to rectify behavior before something terrible happens, and then we have to deal with it in that way. Thank you.
Supervisor Hawksford.
Pat or maybe Roger can correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that the purpose of the coalition, is to look at it from a broad view and make recommendations in terms of both what we can do proactively as well as what we can do on the back end? I think that's why I agree with your point, Pat, in that let's look at what we can do from where we want to spend our money and invest our time in prevention. Right?
Pat? Yeah, I think you're on the right track. Going back to what some of the other comments about the CJCC and its focus, what is its mission? Yes, it's in its infancy, but their job is not to micromanage departments or to take up new position requests or to review budget requests, but they are to look at problems within the entire system, from entry point to exit point, from the day that they have interaction with law enforcement to the day that they exit our correctional facility. And throughout that spectrum, there's a wide variety, 14 different entities that sit on the CJCC that look at from point A to point Z, where's the problem? Where are the issues? And so it's a misconception, I think, to say that the CJCC is going to micromanage the DA or micromanage the judges or the sheriff or the diversion coordinator or any one of the 14 different entities that sit on the CJCC. But their job is to provide counsel, not only to me, but to the county board. And so that when decisions like this come before me or to the county board, that we have the luxury of the counsel of the CJCC. And they're not going to say yes to position requests or no, but they're going to provide information and data and reports and do their job of providing counsel. And that's why this is ripe for that discussion. And I don't think it will take months, but we just need to give them time to look at, they have quite a task in front of them, but, they need to look at the wide spectrum of the correctional system, including the prosecuting of drug crime. So it's not a matter of whether or not this position is needed. I think the DA has probably made a pretty good case for it, but I think we need to have the entire system looked at and weigh in where it falls within that.
How many more people want to speak on this issue? I have two requests. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to it? Okay, we're going to go to Supervisor Schachtner and then Supervisor Ring.
So CJCC is supposed to be looking at the system and not the society. Because we all know, and everyone in our county knows, that there is a heroin issue. We had the two leading public figures as far as crime is concerned with our DA, with the exception of the judges. We have the main DA and we had the sheriff both come forward and say, we need this to address this issue. And we're basically, what I'm hearing is there are supervisors who are looking at them and going, well, that's fine, this isn't important. We had the two people who have the most information and access to our ground troops when it comes to who has to deal with this, and we're going to look at them and tell them this is not important, and then we're going to turn around and look at everybody else and say, yeah, there's not really a drug issue, we'll wait for a few months and then figure it out. I think this is BS. This is a position, we need this position. Prevention is, yes, it is vital. Saying that this position is not going to have any part with prevention whatsoever is a joke. Anybody who takes this position will step forward and say, you know what, prevention is needed because I don't want to deal with these people all the time, every day. This position should not exist, but because there's a problem, I am here and I'm going to do my best in 2 years. We need to go forward with this position. Voting against it, to me, anybody who votes against this position being hired on is basically shoving their head in the sand and ignoring the problem.
Supervisor Ring.
I disagree with what was just said about shoving our head in the sand. I want to give CJCC a chance to do its work. I think we should look at it more holistically. I don't think it's either or. I mean, it's both and. We have to deal with it. So I have a question for Mr. Thompson. So when you talked about this, we're not closing the door on the position, as I understand it. You said mid-year, or maybe it still could come back before this board, but you want input, or?
One alternate, and the DA and I have talked about this throughout the process of, one alternate would be to fund it, start it off partial funding. One prerogative of the board would be to say that we will fund the position, from July 1st going forward, pending review by the CJCC, and approve some funding for the position, but give the CJCC some time to provide counsel. And I'm not saying yes or no on a position, but give us your thoughts. And so that would be a prerogative of the board. Say, we see that, we're going to give them some time. I think it's a win-win. Provide some funding for the position, maybe mid-year going forward, pending review of the CJCC. It's an option.
Wayne.
Well, Supervisor Ring kind of took the air out of my balloon, because that's pretty much where I was going with this, but maybe I can just kind of come along a little bit similar. The concern was the time frame, and apparently we're thinking this could happen in mid-2014, roughly, possibly, some decisions. And I'm assuming the decision just isn't going to be based on an assistant DA, but it could be possibly somebody to the sheriff's department or somebody in Health and Human Services or whatever. I mean, this is broader than just that one position, is this correct? And the budget, are we allowing for this to happen? I mean, if we decide something needs to be done in whether it's July or October, I don't care what month it is, how are we going to fund that?
Right now, there is no funding in the recommended budget for the position. So if it's the prerogative of the board to provide some additional funding for whatever course for the full year, for half a year, it's up to the board. But the budget that's before you does not have any funds set aside for funding the position. So I would have to take Supervisor Kiesler up on some of his suggestions, or to try to find other alternative revenue sources to fund the position.
The CJCC is gonna, keep working on this. Wouldn't it just make common sense that we do have the financial backing to act upon that? Instead of just having it, word of mouth and nothing really happens, it's good.
I think if the board is so inclined to provide resources for the position, that it should be done at budget time. Not that it couldn't come back, to the board at any point to request the funding, but, it's easier to take care of business when you're putting your budget together. So if the board is so inclined to provide funding for the position, I would recommend you do it now.
Board members, we have in front of us a motion to amend. Are you prepared to deal with that, or is there additional discussion? Supervisor Ottino.
I might have to defer this to corporate counsel, but I was under the impression that this is a budget meeting and that any raise in budget is not allowed unless there are monies that are taken out of that budget to have it as a balanced budget, as you said earlier. So now we're looking at $49,500 plus benefits for this position, and no one has pointed out to me where that money's going to come from in the budget process.
Well, as we go through today, we may have things that go up or down. At the end of the day, we have to have a balanced budget. So right now, there is a recommendation that's in front of us. It is a balanced budget, but it is totally, and in fact, the responsibility of this legislative body to either agree to the budget with no changes or to change it in the wisdom of the body. So what we are doing is totally appropriate, and we have a motion to amend and take a specific action. And I anticipate there will be likely more amendments coming. Are you prepared to deal with the one that's in front of us right now? This is a motion to amend. I'm going to need to have a second, because we're now going to have a recorded vote. What's in front of us is a resolution adopting the county 2014 budget. Narrowly in front of us right now is a motion to amend. So we're not adopting the budget. We have a motion to amend by adding in the position of the drug prosecutor that will sunset in 2 years. This comes to us on a motion from Supervisor Kiesler, second from Supervisor Schachtner. You ready to vote? Supervisor Ostness.
If we're gonna vote up or down or whatever we're gonna do with this position, don't we have to, at this point in time, decide where the money's coming from? Or how are you gonna do it? It seems to me we've done that before. If you're gonna amend something, you've gotta show your plus and minus.
That's what I was indicating before, that a funding source should be identified. The motion right now does not include an identified funding source.
Does that make it not a valid motion then?
No, I think it's a valid motion. I will defer to Mr. Cox and ask his opinion. I think the motion is germane to what's in front of us.
The motion may be valid, but you have to come up with...
Turn your mic on.
The motion, I believe, is valid, but you have to either incorporate this in this motion or in some other corrective amendment, come up with the funding source for the position.
Supervisor Schachtner.
I would like to make an amendment to this amendment and take the funds from the unassigned general funds and put it into this position.
A motion to amend the amendment has been made. Is there a second? I'll ask one more time. Is there a second to the motion to amend? Hearing none, the motion fails for lack of a second. We're back to the motion to amend, which does not identify a specific funding source, and I believe the maker of that motion is going to do that.
Well, I've identified 4 different areas that money could come from. It's also my understanding that other board members are looking to offer cuts to the budget. So at the end of the day, there may be a net sum zero, there may be a net gain, there may be a net sum balance. We don't know that yet until we get through all of those. And if it's my understanding that Mr. Cox has just reported that at the end of all of that, we would then decide where that money is going to come from. So at this point, do you feel it's a valid position to dig into deeper in terms of where the money is going to come from? I don't want to micromanage the administrator. You need flexibility to decide where to best take this money from. That's the process that we've adhered to ever since we put your position into place. And so I think I would be stepping on top of your authority to offer where exactly those dollars should come from.
Any additional discussion? Supervisor Malick.
Well, it seems to me that while our past practice has been to indicate a funding source, that we've had good discussion about the fact we don't have to do that. I think the question of whether somebody who wants to make an additional expenditure offers a funding source at the same time really goes to the strength of that motion. That a motion that doesn't include a funding source is a little weaker than one that does, or is harder to evaluate. I think we've seen from a legal standpoint, the two could be uncoupled so long as before we leave this budget it's balanced. But anybody who's making a suggestion to spend money probably makes a stronger case if they indicate where the money come from.
I just want to make clear, I think it's preferable that you identify a funding source, but not necessarily required, and before you leave at the end of the day, you're going to have to balance the budget. So I think the preference is you've come up with a funding source.
That's exactly right, and those of you that have been on the board for some time know that we generally keep sort of a running total of pluses and minuses as we go through various actions, and I anticipate that there may be some other actions. So I would agree, Supervisor Malick, that it's probably a stronger motion if it ties it to a source, but I still think this is a valid motion in front of us, and I also think that we're ready to vote on this one.
It has taken an incredible period of time. Those of us facing the clock and siege, it's already
Can we take the clock down? It is a very distracting. It started going crazy a little bit ago. It is kind of distracting. We might not get home to midnight based on that clock.
Have you got the second in?
Time flies when you're having fun.
The clerk is ready. Board members, here's what's in front of us. This is a motion to amend by adding the position that would sunset in 2 years. If you favor the amendment to add the position, you will vote yes. If you do not, you will vote no. Proceed to vote. And the motion to amend fails on a vote of 8 to 10. And we are back to the main motion which is in front of us, and it's a motion to approve the budget. Additional discussion. Supervisor Ostness.
This might be a long question, Mr. Chair. We were talking about staff positions. We talked about some of those at committee of the whole. And I think it's on packet page 18, but don't hold me to it. Can you explain under, I guess I want to talk about A and B, and I want to go to B first regarding positions, revisions requested, I'm sorry. A, positions revised. And in the first one, it is move 3 contract positions to benefit eligible. Can you explain to me what that is?
I will have Pat
Right.
either respond
Sure.
or delegate.
Right. Tammy, be on standby. The 3 positions that are recommended within the budget for reclassification to a different title are
No,
legal.
I'm not on that.
This one
Oh,
first.
excuse me.
Multi-systemic.
I'm on A1.
The
move
3 contract?
positions to
Okay,
benefit
those
eligible.
are 3 multi-systemic therapists. Revenue from positions exceed cost of positions. Tammy, can you explain that?
Not sure your exact question, Supervisor Ostness, but we've had, for a long time now, created a multi-systemic therapist unit. We have 3 positions that have been contracted for probably a few years. And in continuing to evaluate the need of those positions, originally looking at 2014, we thought we'd have to add health insurance anyways. That's now been delayed a year, but we still believe this is a permanent need. And so we recommended moving these positions to benefit eligible to permanent positions. Sometimes it gets hard to recruit and retain. They have kind of a very interesting wage and benefit arrangement. But as Pat noted, these positions do more than pay for themselves. The revenue that we generate from these positions exceeds the cost, even moving them to benefit eligible.
So they're still going to be contracted?
Nope, they would become St. Croix County employees. Yep.
You're still going?
Yeah, I'm still going. I'm under number 2, 3 positions reclassified to a different title. I wonder if you can explain those, please? And what the costs are going to be?
The 3 positions are legal assistant to a lead legal assistant in the district attorney's office, an administrative assistant to a program support specialist in Health and Human Services, Public Health, and a substance abuse counselor to lead substance abuse counselor within the Health and Human Services Department.
Okay.
Those are 3 positions reclassified to a different title.
Okay. And the 7 positions that are for a slight increase, I'm assuming that might be adding
Increasing hours.
5 hours or
Right.
10 hours or whatever that is, right?
Those are increase in a second deputy in the treasurer's office from a .75 to a 1.0 FTE. Increase in benefits specialist from .875 to 1. That's Health and Human Services, ADRC. Increased preventative nutrition program coordinator from .45 to .6 in the ADRC. Increase the van driver to .3 FTE, Health and Human Services, ADRC. Increase the 2 nutrition cook aides from .45 to .4875 in ADRC. We eliminated a cook position. And then increase in nutrition program cook from a .6 to a .65, and that's also in ADRC.
Okay. And then on the
And-
next one, the 9 job classifications allocated to a new pay grade?
9 job classifications allocated, reclassified to a new pay grade. Public health nutritionist in the Health and Human Services, Public Health. Public health sanitarian in the Public Health. Facilities director, finance director in administration, the jail administrator in the sheriff's office, land information administrator in the community development office, CDC, HR director in administration, a code administrator in the community development office, and the senior management analyst position. Those are all positions that have gone through a thorough review and study by the Human Resources Department and qualify for a reclassification, those 9.
So with our,
And then there were 4 career job development series created in the social worker 2, public health nurse 2, the INA specialist 2, and a benefits specialist 2. Those are positions where we are creating a career grade or advancement possibilities within a certain job classification. Social worker, public health, INA, and benefit specialist.
so in regard to Tammy then, you went from a finance who to a finance director?
Right.
Or Tabitha, I'm sorry. I'll get to her next, don't worry. What's your current title?
I'm still a finance director.
Well, if we're still a finance director, then, so you moved up a grade then, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that'd be the same thing for
All,
Tammy?
for all 9 of those positions that I read off.
So they bumped up a full grade.
Yeah, the public health nutritionist, public health sanitarian, facilities director, jail administrator, land information administrator, code administrator, finance director, and senior management analyst.
Okay, and then, and when with Kristen's position as senior management analyst, is that gonna be slashed risk manager, or is the
The
risk
position
management,
still,
that'll still be included in
the
that?
risk management is still included in the position.
Okay.
Those functions.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
Any other questions?
Supervisor Hawksford.
Won't take quite that long. I do have a couple of questions. So the converting the contract employees, the 3 contract to permanent St. Croix County employees, what was the net change in expense?
I can dig out exactly the detail, but just to speak to a high level, it was the addition of the benefits of the contracted staff, but the staff, due to their billing, they actually earn more than they cost. And it's getting ready for healthcare reform as far as identifying a contracted staff becoming a county employee.
Normally, though, contractors are more expensive than permanent employees. That's, I was assuming that was a net decrease in expense, but
I
I'm not
think
getting the sense
clarification is that they are still employees, but they are contract employees. So they are still eligible for things like Wisconsin retirement, workers' compensation. They have always been employees. They just were not eligible for benefits prior to 2014. With healthcare reform, you could even continue to call them contract employees. But if healthcare reform is implemented as it is proposed now, so instead of 2014, 2015, because they regularly work over 30 hours and they are true employee status, we would still have to add the benefits. This actually changes their pay structure, puts them into our pay grade, puts them onto our pay for performance system. They're paid a very unique kind of arrangement. They're paid X amount per hour right now, and then we pay them kind of lump sums based on certain outcomes as it relates to case management. So the wage in general, we've put into what we think is a fair wage. That really won't change, but as Tabitha's indicating, they would be eligible for health insurance.
so you brought them in on the same salary rate and added benefits on top
It's
of
not,
it?
they weren't really on our pay grade because they were paid $10 an hour and then they get like $5,000 or $6,000 per case, $2,000 when the case is assigned, $1,000 when they do certain pieces of the case, $2,000 when they complete the case. Now they will come on and receive an appropriate hourly rate rather than all of that rest of that kind of payroll. Supervisor Kiesler, remember how fun that is to process? But they will receive a regular base pay rate that we believe is correct. We've actually placed them on the same pay grid as our therapists currently are because they're an equivalent position. So now they'll have one regular wage They'll receive pay for performance eligibility the same as any other employee. The only change is that they're now eligible for health insurance, life insurance, and disability.
Let me ask my initial question differently then. What's the benefit of converting them?
Well, I guess you want me to answer?
Well, you can speak to the benefit of converting from a contract position to
It's a sustainable program.
and I don't know how many years we had these positions. Sooner or later, if the county determines over, a number of years, 4 years in this case, I think, that it's a required service, it's a needed service, I think that there's a demonstrated need for the position. It becomes a county position. It almost becomes, and I'm not the corporation counsel, but it almost becomes a legal issue of, once you have a contracted position over a series of years, that may come into question. Supervisor Kiesler?
I have one more question.
Yep.
Can I just help clarify?
Sure.
Because I was around setting up the program. And so what happened was we were asked by the state in a drug court kind of review whether or not, treatment court review, I'm sorry, whether or not we had MST. And so Fred Johnson came to me and said, do you know anything about MST? And I said, very little, but let me research it and get back to you. I did that, and it's an evidence-based program. It was shown to be very helpful in keeping out-of-home placement costs down. And it required sending folks to South Carolina for a bit of training. We got some grant dollars to help with that. The idea was that it was a pilot program. And so we did this as a contract, and Tammy went through kind of the incentive-based, truly pay for performance before we got to pay for performance. Upon doing the assessment, you got so much, 2,000. Upon doing another piece of work, you got 1,000, and you got 2,000 at the end. Well, the program grew because it was a success. And so it went from 2 therapists to now 3 therapists with probably no end in sight, I hope, because it's an extremely effective program for keeping out-of-home costs down. So now you have to sit there and think, well, how are we going to manage this for the future? Do you want to keep this kind of contract piece going and all of the complications that kind of entails? And there was a bit of negotiation and trying to sort out with payroll when these people get paid and how they get paid, and it was a challenge, but it helped get the program off the ground. Now is a time, after 2-3 years of work, that I think it's been shown not only evidence-based nationwide, there's like 37 countries and 9 nations doing this, but it's also been shown effective in St. Croix County. And so I don't know if that helps or not. I hope it does. But that's kind of the history of how it came to be. And now you have to decide, do you want to keep that kind of system going, or do you want to just blend this into the normal kind of employee pay structure of the system?
And Tabitha,
Hawksford, did your question get answered? Apparently not.
It would seem, I was looking for the analysis that was done to say, if we do this, it will save us this. If we do this, it will cost us this much more. That was simply all I was looking for. I understand the benefits of it from a clinical sense. That makes sense of the program. I was trying to understand, is it costing us more, or is it costing us less? And it seems like we don't have the answer to that.
The funding for the positions, Tabitha, explain maybe in a little more detail that the positions generate additional revenues that offset the cost for the position. Can you explain that?
Fred, you want to come forward? You're satisfied?
I'm good. Let's move on. One more point.
Fred?
Not related.
That was the easiest presentation you ever had to make, right?
Good work, Fred.
Such power in
You have a follow-up
Yeah, I
question?
do. Regarding the pay grade increases, do those individuals qualify for pay for performance in the year that their pay grade is increased?
Yes,
Okay.
correct? Yes.
Yes, they would still qualify. It's a market adjustment based on either internal, external kind of comparisons or a change in their evaluation point. So it just puts on the pay grade that you are placed on, but any change in terms of base or percentage would be related to pay for performance.
Thanks.
Supervisor Brinkman?
I have the facilities director. I see that person is up for a new pay grade. Didn't that person just start 4 months ago? 5 months ago?
Right. It's not a performance-based,
How much is this pay grade, going to a new pay grade pay? Normally people are used to telling me to shut up, so that I don't need this. How much, I guess I don't understand how somebody can be here for 4 or 5 months and already be eligible for a new pay grade. I mean, I see here one person has been here a year and they're on the list. I see another person here whose paid jumped significantly last year, and there was some talk about it amongst the supervisors about it. I guess I don't.
it's
understand how
not
the
based
pay
on
grade works.
longevity or performance. It is based on a market analysis of the position, looking internally and externally.
So you're
And it's-
telling me that on a facilities director, that we just probably did all this stuff 4, 5, 6 months ago, posted it, we were off a whole pay grade?
It's
I mean,
not.
is that possible?
Yes, it is possible. It's not uncommon.
Wow, okay.
Supervisor Horne?
Maybe I'll just ask the question. I think the elephant in the room is, what is the dollars associated with these 9 positions
These 9,
going up a grade?
it's approximately $49,000. Correct? Yes.
That's inclusive of all 9
Supervisor
positions?
Brinkman?
All-
Sorry, that is inclusive of all 9 positions?
Yes, sir.
More discussion? Questions? Supervisor Ostness?
Can we go to, I got a question with the capital projects. Tabitha, you knew sooner or later I was gonna get back to you. Earlier, we talked about the 200,000 for the county boardroom renovation. Government Center. That was the new one, okay? But if we look at the capital for the capital projects that we were given today, from the finance, from that 330,000 carryover from last year, we're sitting at almost $200,000 there, so are we basically moving $400,000 ahead to the government center for next year?
No, 2013, there's several expenses of the current remodel that have not yet hit the fiscal books. Your reports through September, there's been additional expenses that have occurred that is gonna get us closer to the $200,000 mark or more. I mean, we budgeted $340,000 for 2013, and we're going through the details to see what is yet outstanding, what yet hasn't actually hit the books, so we have a total of what has been expensed, incurred but not yet paid.
So we still could have over $100,000 in addition to the $200,000 that's budgeted, correct?
We could, once we're meeting to determine what our total costs are this year, to see if there's any other additional items that we could, instead of postponing to the future, try to complete in 2013.
Have we looked at, as part of this capital project, have we looked at any of the security issues that there may be in the Hammond facility? And if not, why not?
Do you want to, can you be more specific on what security
Well, cameras or
issues?
doors or whatever we do, you know,
Okay.
we've spent way over $100,000 in one suite because it was a security issue. We've got other suites in this building we haven't done a darn thing for. We've worked on doors and swipes and cameras in Richmond. We've done some security issues in Baldwin. But we're sitting in no man's land with.
Do you want to, Kristen, can you speak to the Hammond facility in terms of?
The Sheriff's Department did an assessment of the Hammond facility, I don't know how long ago, but we do have a report, and it is part of the planning for any renovation for that facility in the future to include those security enhancements. So the survey, the assessment has been done, and we do know what we need, and the plan is in place for to renovate that facility eventually.
So is there money set aside for that? That's the question.
Not in 2014. Not to my knowledge. I don't know if Tim has it. Is there anything set aside, Tim, in your budget? No.
Okay. I guess that took care of one question. I don't know if anybody else has got questions, but I got a bunch of them. Because I got a budget here, Mr. Chairman.
Do you want to continue? You
Yes.
still got the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate all the help that everybody, all the time that everybody's put in to the budget. And with a great deal of respect. But the material that we're handed out, and to see a budget for a department that's only one page long, and it doesn't give us a whole heck of a lot of answers to a lot of things, I feel like I'm on the International Space Station looking down at our budget right now. And I think it's sad. We got some answers at committee of the whole. We never even got into the budget book. You know, I could have come in and talked to Pat and Tabitha for a couple hours with all the questions that I have. I guess I'm speechless at this point with some of this, and disappointed. And I'll leave it at that.
Supervisor Schachtner?
I'm curious on what other capital projects involve the $200,000 with the government center. Because we know, from my understanding, it's a good chunk of it will be going into renovating this room. I was just wondering what other projects were going to be going on.
Kristen?
You'll remember that once we relocate staff out of this building, there's a plan to renovate the community development suite as well as the veterans office, because those folks will be moving to the new building in New Richmond. So some of the funds are set aside for those renovations and those moves, and then the rest of it will go for the county board refresh, is what we're calling it, which is a focus on the AV and the seating arrangement in this room as well as the carpet.
Supervisor Kiesler?
Just a quick question. When I look at the St. Croix Industries, and this is a program we're looking to transition sometime in March. Yeah, and I look at line item 3220 subscriptions, and we still have $3,300 in that line item. Could you talk to me about that a little bit?
We prepared the St. Croix Industry budgets based on 3 months of existence in 2014. So kind of looked at all of their lines and really looked at 3 months of usage. Obviously, as we go into operational decisions going into 2014, a lot of those subscriptions, I couldn't speak to the detail of what makes that up. That's where in preparing the budget, working with the administrator or the department head that is over that department could speak to it, but looking to incur only costs we need to in 2014 for that department. So I don't know that we would issue subscriptions necessarily for that total dollar amount.
But year-to-date, it's $753. in a budget of 200, and now we're jumping it to 3,300? I'm hoping that's a typo.
The 3,300.
Yeah.
It's really $33.
Well, then I could live with
Yeah.
it.
I don't know.
It's just one that jumped out at me.
Okay.
Maybe there's a non-cancelable contract or something, can't be canceled mid-year.
Supervisor Hood.
Slightly different note, I don't have a question, but I do have a motion to amend the budget. I move to reduce the annual county vehicle registration fee by the amount of $739,000, thereby effectively eliminating the annual county vehicle registration fee. That's ordinance 760, chapter 77. Is there no, not yet.
Supervisor Hood, give me your motion again.
I move to reduce the annual county vehicle registration fee, commonly known as the wheel tax, by the amount of $739,000, thereby effectively eliminating the annual county vehicle registration fee. That's ordinance 760, chapter 77.
So your motion is not...
It's a line on the budget, I just want to
yeah,
eliminate
yeah,
it.
it's
Should be germane.
to change a dollar amount, it's not to try and eliminate the ordinance.
No, eliminate
Because a
the dollar
motion
amount.
could
It
not
will
eliminate the
effectively,
ordinance.
yes, eliminate the dollar amount. And that's under highway.
I'm inclined to think that that is possible to do, but I'm going to ask for a ruling from Corp Counsel. I thought your motion today may be different than that, and I was prepared to deal with that in a different manner.
If I can push my button. My understanding of the motion is that it eliminates the revenue designated for the vehicle fee. I think that's allowable, but that motion will not repeal the ordinance and the collection of the fee. The repealing of the ordinance has to be done by another ordinance and has to be agendas as such and gone through the committee process through the board rules.
Right.
So that could be done at a later meeting.
All right, this motion effectively turns the tax to zero. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to repeal the ordinance, I'm just trying to make it, rather than $10, of which we receive $9.90 per vehicle, make it zero.
Well, we would still, I think we would still collect the
Let's make it a penny then.
registration. I mean, the state is still going to do that because we're not changing the ordinance.
And the state has to be given 60 days' notice after the adoption of the ordinance repealing the existing ordinance.
At the present time, I'm going to move forward with this so that we don't get ourselves wrapped around the axle here. So I'm going to ask if there is a second. Second? Okay, we have a motion and a second to reduce the line item in the budget by the $730,000 of anticipated revenue. I think that is in fact allowed. What I'm indicating is that the ordinance, which was submitted to the state, is still in effect, and the $10 would continue to get collected and sent to us. Now, if at a later date, what your intention really is to deal with the ordinance, we could do that, but this would not be changing our ordinance.
Okay.
Am I stating that correctly?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I haven't asked to change the ordinance, right? Just eliminate the dollar amount.
Well, we would still be collecting it, but instead of sending the $730,000, which is a line item revenue source, to highway, you would be directing it, did you identify that, to the general fund? You would simply be diverting money from the highway department to the general fund.
Sure.
Okay, that's your motion. And second?
Yes.
Okay, discussion. Supervisor Peavey.
Yes, I think, look into the motion, or the resolution, or the ordinance, excuse me.
I think the ordinance dedicates that money going only to highways. And Mr. Amber might want to step up to that, but I believe that's part of the ordinance that it can only go to highways. It can't go to general fund. So we need clarification on that.
Supervisor Yoerg.
It's the wheel tax is what we're talking about, or what he's referencing here. And if you've been watching the papers lately, Anoka County just repealed their wheel tax of $10 per vehicle, as they said it was dual taxation because the gas tax formula, or every gallon of gas you buy, is the major source of funding for counties. And the wheel tax is a supplementary or secondary thing that people are saying, why are we taxing people twice? And so it makes sense to me that why are we taxing people twice? I understand that, concur with it.
Supervisor Hawksford.
Can the ordinance be repealed at this meeting?
No.
No.
Why?
Well, there's an open meetings issue. There's an open meetings issue, and an ordinance pursuant to the board rules has to go through the legislative process through the rules of the board. It's not noticed. It's not noticed as an ordinance.
Supervisor Schachtner.
I guess this then raises the question that was raised when we were talking about the public protection, and that is, if you are trying to remove a funding source for the highway department, where does the funding source for the highway department come from to replace that funds lost?
Supervisor Hood.
We have a fund balance, I think, of 1.8 million, don't we, in the highway fund?
Yes.
There's a good source.
Supervisor Schachtner.
So if we were unwilling to set aside that funds to help with public protection, what makes us think people are willing to set aside that funds on this board to address the highway?
Supervisor Hood.
Okay, I'll go back and show a little history. I went back to see the history of the wheel tax. In 2007, a number of these board members that were present there are present here today. And before you, you had a request for highway funds, and you were debating an increase of 0.5% in the sales tax and also institution of this wheel tax, which no other county in the state has. We do. They decided to do both. In 2007, which unfortunately was right on the cusp of the biggest economic downturn in America's history next to the Great Depression. Since then, we've had numerous foreclosures and loss of homes, loss of jobs, tax forfeitures. This is just another unnecessary, burdensome tax that I would like to see eliminated. So while I can't eliminate the ordinance today, apparently, I would at least like to reduce it down to nothing. That's the basic of my motion here.
Supervisor Ostness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if Mr. Ramberg could come out and address this for us. If that's okay, Pat?
I'll ask the Highway Commissioner to come forward and address this issue.
Thank you.
Mike?
The registration fee, I believe, was passed in 2007. And I did grab some of the old charts. And the point at the time was all the costs that were going up in the hot mix and the cost to build roads, that we didn't want to burden the property taxpayers with as much of that as we had anticipated. So we looked at alternative revenue sources. It took about 3 or 4 years of looking at the alternative revenue sources. And in Wisconsin, for local units of government, from my recollection, there were 3. Sales tax, which we did in the 80s, late 80s. Hotel motel tax, which is more for cities and villages, I believe. Packer thing where you can do something in Dane County, something specialized there. And then the registration fee, which at the time was $55. And we looked at research from the what that would pertain to, and we did it in, we looked at it in '07 for action in 2008, and it amounted to about $700,000, which helped bridge the gap, and it changed our trend from going away from the county board goals of 7 miles of construction, 14 miles of paving, and 56 miles of chip seals, which is in the budget every year. That's how we start out with. And then as we get cut, those are basically the types of things that I choose to back off on, projects rather than people. And then what happens is that it's like shingling your house. You just try to wait another year, wait another year, wait another year, and the road construction gets heavier burden, and then the maintenance gets less of the cost. But what that did was it took our trend from going away from our goals to the trend of going towards our goals, rather than taking out large amounts of bonding to get there like some others had contemplated, and so did we, is that was help supplementing the trend from going away from the goals to towards the goals. And some of the things that were brought up is it costs $400 a year typically for rough roads in rural areas, $700 in urban areas, and this was to help compensate for those extra costs that the citizens use and the motorists use. Yes, here's the trends right here. We were going away from our goals, and our goals are up here at 100%, and since we implemented this type of a revenue source, we were able to move towards our goals. Take a look at 2011. We exceeded our goals because of some windfalls with the frac industry. They paved 5 miles for nothing, and they road constructed 3 miles for nothing. Therefore, we exceeded our goals that year. Continuing on, we moved it up, the line up a little bit again in 2012, and that's where we utilized the bonding allocations, where Highway Department got, I think it was 1.6 million of the 3 million bonding that we got for almost 0% interest, which was the buy-down rate from the stimulus of 1.76 or 1.78% interest. So we utilized that on County Trunk Highway N, as in Nancy, and finished paving it in 2012. And then in 2013, we talked about this at Transportation Committee and Administration, and in building this budget is in 2013 with our heavy winter maintenance projected at a deficit of 430,000 about, and then our flooding is at another 20. So we have about $450,000 to absorb, and guess where we took it? So we could end with a positive cash balance at the end of the year. We backed off on these very same projects rather than coming to you for extra dollars. And that's what we're utilizing it for. And there's a 6-year average to try to get up to that. We don't have to do it tomorrow, but that's the plan for the implementation of an alternative revenue source like the registration fee. And it was tasked upon the Highway Department and the Transportation Committee years before that to look at alternative revenue sources, and this is the last one that shook out that we could legally do. And there's some other charts in there too that showed I could pass this one around if you can't find it on there, that shows the cost to drive a car in Wisconsin compared to the cost to drive a car in the other 4 states around us. First pull up the 07, and then we updated it. And this was a cool one because in 07 when we researched it, Wisconsin was $103 under the other 4 states' average. That's the first. That's the latest one. You can leave this one up there. This was $103 under the average when it was $55 registration and $201 in fuel tax. So together, the fuel tax and the registration fees are the taxes that are tacked onto the users of the system. And in St. Croix County, in 2007, Ford Taurus driven 15,000 miles. In 2008 was $286 for our fuel tax and registration fee together, and we're still under $115 than the other average 4 states around us in St. Croix County. And it was $103 in '07, so the gap is getting wider. And what that shows is that when my wife goes over to the cities to fill up, she's paying less here and less here. Is that Wisconsin? So she's paying a weenier amount. Anyway, she's a cheater. So what I'm saying there is that this is the user fees in St. Croix County compared to the 4 surrounding state major cities. And this is the backup information we used in looking at this alternative revenue source. So sorry for the length of it, but I wanted to share some of the history as to how this came about.
Supervisor
Tim,
Hood.
Go ahead. I had a question for Tim. Tim, can you explain, are you aware of the fact that several counties, after last year's winter storm and the flooding, they had to come back to their boards and ask for additional resources to supplement those budgets, and you chose not to?
Correct. Chippewa County had $500,000 taken out of the general county funds to the highway department to cover the heavy winter. I think Trepalo County had 450 or 500 as well, and we chose not to. We chose to absorb it through the backing off on maintenance projects and then revisit it here once a year rather than coming to the board several times a year.
Supervisor Hood.
Yeah, I appreciate all the background. It really goes to illustrate that, once a tax is instituted, it's probably never going to go away, and it's probably never going to get reduced. It's only going to grow. I like having it be cheap to drive here, and I like having it being cheap to register my car here. So I find those good things. When I'm looking at the amount of dollars that are still in the highway fund there, if you have to come back and ask us for more money, then come back and ask us for more money. If there's something that happens, let us approve it or disapprove it. So I just don't like having to hear another fund, another tax that sits there, and we can easily access it. And like I say, it would really be nice to one day see in government a tax actually eliminated or lowered. I guess I'm just hoping vainly.
Supervisor Hawksford.
Tim, help me understand, you said you cut back on projects last year? This year? Okay. With a $1.8 million fund balance going into the year, how much were those projects? I don't understand why you had to cut back projects if you have a $1.8 million fund balance.
In the highway funds, just like the transportation fund in the state and at the federal level, we have encumbered dollars for a various amount of items that are fixed assets that statutorily carry through. And a lot of that is like saving for college in the construction fund, where we have $1 million, let's say, let's use M Bridge as an example up at Star Prairie. That's an 80-20 project where we're to pay for 100% of the cost of it on a project similar to that, and then we get reimbursed 80. And in that case, that'll be. But what we do is we budget for it in increments and phases. And if it, let's say the engineering for it doesn't fully occur, then the balance remains forward. And we've had that with the N project. There was one that we had the bonding, but we didn't finish it until the next year because of the weather or whatever. So we have that fund. We have rock pits and quarries. We have piles of rock that we haul in the winter. There's those assets that are out there. There is other fixed assets that remain that are spoken for future projects. And rather than coming to the board for a $1.8 million increase this year, that's one of the gradual, smoother approaches of the budgeting on the highway side in the state.
I don't understand.
So the 1.8 million, the 1.8 million are spoken for dollars for projects, basically is.
Your fund balances?
The fund balances, or their assets on the shelf, culverts, assets, piles of rock.
So there's some assets in that 1.8 million.
Correct. That's how I understand it. I didn't realize what the number was until you said it now, but when you add them all up, I'd have to look at the financial report. as to what is all in there. But they're all assets, they're either spoken for cash or assets in the...
Cash, okay, help me explain
Yeah,
that.
spoken for cash for projects, or assets that are on the shelf, like culverts and pits and quarries, piles of rock. Like when we had our flooding, that took a good chunk of our stockpile of our rock, so we had to crush right away. And what'll happen is our cash balance will go down, but the inventory of the rock will go up. And so we monitor those in pockets of our operation. We have about 8 different pockets of operations: administration, maintenance, pits and quarries, inventory, and so forth. But that's what those dollars are at the highway level. I
So
can't
there
tell you
really isn't a
exactly what
balance?
it is.
There's just assets making up that one?
I could give you a list of what that all, the 1.8 is this. I can't tell you right now.
Well, but I assume you went through that assessment when you made the decision not to do the project.
Correct.
Okay. So
Yeah.
you looked at the fund balance and said, nope, we don't have any money in there to do these projects, so we have to put them on the shelf.
Right, and these are the ones that we chose.
Is that true, or, yeah, that's
Correct.
the case? Okay.
We look through and see which ones we want to set on the shelf and which ones we can wait on. A lot of the projects that we backed off on here was where we put one layer of blacktop on this year, and next year's the next layer. We call it a lift.
Okay, so those projects that you deferred, you didn't have budgeted?
We did have budgeted, but the winter dollars went so far over our budget that we backed off on these projects to accommodate the overage of the winter maintenance.
So they were budgeted, and because the extra expense, and there was no room in so the fund balance really isn't a fund balance, it's an asset balance. Is that what
Asset
you're
and
saying?
fund, I would
Or
think.
Tabitha, maybe you can give me some detail on that?
She could maybe help with that, too. Yeah. But I'm taking it right now as the balance that you're referring to is a combination of both. It's the cash balance, accounts receivable, accounts payable, assets. I
And
believe.
then Tabitha, maybe this is a question for you, but I'm looking at the budget, and we've got year-to-date numbers. Your expenses are showing 5.75 million. Highway. 6 months.
Highway is June, 6 months of data, yes.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought.
Board members, one at a time. Supervisor Hawksford has the floor.
So the expense, so it looks like if you annualize that 5.7 million, you're gonna come in at 11.5 in your expense line, right?
It's hard to do a linear, straight, 6-month analysis on the budget because of the timing of projects and how they have their expenses timed out, and construction season, when June was in, that's pretty much 5 months. If it's June financials,
Okay.
it'd be through June, it'd be most of your May expenses, and most of your higher volume of expenses would have been incurred late summer as they complete the chip sealing,
Right.
paving, those type of items.
Okay, so let's start at 11.5. And we had a budget of 15.2, right? So we're looking at about what is that, $3.7 million growth in your fund balance. It just doesn't seem like we need to continue to enforce this tax when we have this large and growing pool of fund balance. I mean, it's averaged $2 million over the last 3 years. And I would expect that, I understand the concept of a fund balance, and now I understand that you have some assets in there, but
That's where this fund balance is in the budget. I'm having a problem finding it, so I can see what you're talking about.
Tabitha, direct them.
The fund balances of all the departments are not listed in your budget documents.
Oh,
so help me understand the need to continue, if your fund balance is continuing to grow, and we don't know the ratio of assets to cash, right? But we know it's growing, and you should be budgeting for all the projects that you have. Why do we need to continue to enforce that wheel tax?
The registration fee is
Why do we need to enforce the registration fee?
There's 5 wheels, that's why I get worked up over that. But the registration fee is one of the, if you look at the bottom of the maintenance budget, there are several revenue sources in there that help, that are used to offset to reduce the levy on the property taxes. And that's one of them. There's others, there's transportation aids and all that in there. On the maintenance side, if you look at the maintenance side, it's easier to explain it there. And when we look at the budget for the highway department, we also have in there the state activity and the town activity, which is, I think, $4 million worth of local units activity and $3 million worth of state activity. And so that's in there
Kiesler,
too.
do you have a question? Supervisor Hawksford still has the floor. Do you have an information question?
I just had a question. When he's done.
He still has the
Okay.
floor.
I know, I'm just letting you know.
I see.
Yeah, but I don't have the fund balance that you're speaking to, the details of it. I could give that to you at any time if you want to stop out, or we'll detail it out for you so you can see where all those 1.8, I think you had said, where those fund balances are at. And a lot of it has to do with the ups and downs and ebbs and flows of the projects themselves, especially the heavy hitter projects.
But that should be in your budget, right?
If
you're budgeting properly, you're allowing for those
Right.
ebbs and flows in the projects that you
And
have
if we-
planned for the year.
Right, and what we look to do is to budget more smoothly, to keep it as smooth as possible on the budget side. And then if I had a chart of the budget and the winter maintenance activities go like this, but the budget goes straight through. And I can share that with you some more too as we move forward. It gets a little complicated because we've got so many different funds of those types that are spoken for, like County Aid Bridge Fund. That is not our dollars, we just administer it. And there's a balance in there that's incorporated in that 1.8. So there's several of them, but I can't speak to them real clearly right now without getting into the details, which I don't have in front of me.
Are you concluded, Supervisor?
I am.
Supervisor
Yes, sir.
Kiesler?
Did I hear you correctly, Tim, in terms of, was one of the strategies of the wheel tax to avoid bonding?
That's-
You made it sound like there's options. We can either bond from time to time, or we can administer a wheel tax on a more ongoing basis to cover some of these kind of issues.
From my recollection, that was one of the issues that were pondered, and every year it's pondered. And that's one of the things we're trying to avoid and not get into the downward world spiral of that type of thing, because from my understanding, there's counties that have taken out large bonding dollar amounts and then had to repay them over periods of time, and we're trying to avoid that. Yes, that's one of the factors.
One of the factors. So as a taxation issue, I'm going to either be taxed as a wheel tax, or I'm going to be taxed to pay off the bonds. The money's going to come from somewhere at some point. Is that accurate?
That sounds correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, that's just one issue. The second comment I have to make is, I love the discussion, and I'd love to pay less tax, and I'd love to have all our residents pay less tax. The problem that I have with this being introduced right now today is that it doesn't sound like it's going to do that. By the chairman's words, it's not going to reduce a $10 wheel tax. It's going to move it to a general fund, so I still get taxed. So I would ask that we call the question and move this on and suggest that this become a issue about repealing an ordinance that we could then discuss, debate, and make a decision on, rather than simply a shell game of money, because we're not saving the taxpayers any dollars at this point. At this point, we're simply moving it from this fund over to that fund, and I'm still going to have to pay the same amount. So with that, could we move on?
Did you have a comment?
Can I add a point of clarification? I reviewed the
Microphone, please.
I reviewed the administrative code that was written for this particular statute or the statute on which this ordinance is based. The funds that are derived from a municipality or county have to go for transportation purposes. So in the event that this motion would pass, and the money would have to go into some kind of segregated account or be refunded. It's not clear what would happen. But you're absolutely correct that it's absolutely right that it would have to be, in terms of the collection, would only cease upon the county, in its 90 days notice rather than 60 days notice, upon 90 days notice of the county passing a repealing ordinance. So theoretically, the earliest that the county could consider this would be its December meeting, I suppose. And the earliest that it could be in effect would probably be sometime in March of 2014.
Supervisor Malick.
If I could complete that thought, the unspoken last few words are, the money collected in the first quarter of 2014 would have to be spent for transportation purposes.
That is correct.
Supervisor Ostness.
So where are we at with this motion then?
Well, we're discussing it.
The motion was to take the 700 plus and move it into the general fund, but
That's the
way the
motion.
corp council is talking, we cannot do that, it has to stay with the transportation?
I think the comment he made is that the ordinance that we adopted, based on the statutory opportunity to do that, directs that any vehicle registration tax must be used for transportation purposes.
That is correct.
I'm pondering on that. That does change it, I guess, once you've indicated that statutory reference. It's germane, but it may not be possible. This board cannot adopt an action that puts us in violation of statutes, and this potentially, I suppose, we could argue would do that.
I'm not certain of that. What I do know is affirmatively the statute says that the statutes say that the money collected have to be used for transportation purposes. I'm thinking two possible alternatives would be that the money spent or the money collected, in my scenario of having it repealed effective sometime in March of 2014, the money could either be in some kind of segregated transportation fund which would remain unspent or would be refunded. The rules don't go into that kind of detail.
And from a practical standpoint, I don't know how we would go through the bureaucratic burden of refunding $10 to a whole lot of people during that period of time. I'm going to make a suggestion here, and you can do with it what you want. We have had an indication to close debate, and I did hear that. My suggestion is that we could defeat this, which solves our immediate problem, but I think there is a sentiment, maybe even a fairly strong sentiment amongst the board, to look at the issue of the ordinance that we've got and consider whether or not we want to continue it or repeal it. The methodology to repeal an ordinance cannot be done by a motion. It takes another ordinance to do that. You have to undo an ordinance with an ordinance. In other words, a law has to go away with a new law. So I guess I would think that we work our way out of the quagmire by defeating this, but then agreeing to take up whether or not we want to repeal the ordinance. Does that make sense? Supervisor Hood?
Well, it sounds like, can I withdraw the motion, or is it now, has to be voted on?
Well, the body owns this motion. It could be withdrawn if there is no objection from the body. Is there any objection to the maker and the seconder withdrawing this motion? Is there any objection?
You know what?
Seeing no
You
objection.
know what? I don't think I will. I don't think I will withdraw the motion.
All right.
I'd like to see how people vote on it.
Supervisor Ottino.
I believe this is the first step in our opportunity to reduce a tax that we are the only county in the entire state that has this tax, and show the public that we are not always taxing and taxing and taxing. And this would go back to levy dollars, am I right? And $700,000 plus per year is 2.5 years of the total of the $1.8 million surplus. Now, it shows up as a surplus, whether it's got assets attached to it or not. That $1.8 million is, there's got to be some room in there for emergencies. So my opinion, well, you've already got my opinion. I think we should go forward with the resolution.
Supervisor Schachtner.
I believe this is a great opportunity to show how far we can shove our foot down our throat, because this is, even if we approve this, we are violating state statute, and it doesn't impact anything, and we become the laughingstock of the state.
Supervisor Kiesler.
I'd like to call a question again.
I'd like to second that.
Clarify the motion if it goes into the general.
Now, if there is no objection from the body, I will take that as a motion to close debate, and I'm not going to force us to vote on that. We will close debate. I think we've exhausted this. The motion that's in front of us is to amend the budget by transferring the $730,000 that is a revenue source in the current budget from highway into the general fund. That is the motion that's in front of us. And that is a motion from Supervisor Hood, and second, I believe, by Supervisor Hawksford.
Mr. Chairman?
No, that wasn't.
It was just
To eliminate the line item.
where the money went wasn't clear.
I thought that you indicated in your, I maybe heard you incorrectly.
I want to zero it.
Okay, you just want to completely remove it.
I want 739,000, 0, 0, 0, 0.
Without diverting it
Oh.
to the general fund. That's what I'm trying to get clear.
It shows up
Okay.
as a revenue in the budget, and you want to show zero revenue under that line item for the vehicle registration fee. You want to show zero, so.
Okay, we're going to
Okay, there-
continue for a period of time to have revenue coming in
Right.
from the state. That's what I'm indicating.
There-
I mean, somehow we have to account for the fact
Right.
that we're still going to have the money coming in.
I'm just telling you what my motion is. I don't know. This whole deal here.
I think Supervisor, the way I understand it, Supervisor Hood realizes that the vehicle registration fee will still be collected.
Yes.
But he wants to show zero revenue in the budget. So I think you can make that motion. But
he-
there
he
will
has
need
made
to
that
be a
motion.
subsequent action taken by the board before we adjourn, because there will be a $700,000 hole within the budget that we will need
That's
to.
why I'm saying it has to be put in the general fund.
Okay, well, that would be part of your motion?
One at a time, please.
So I guess you're right.
Okay, the motion that you made then is to simply move the line item from 730,000 to zero.
739.
Yeah, I'm rounding it off. Okay, that's the motion that's in front of us. Are you prepared? While we close debate.
What we've been debating.
Okay, Supervisor.
So I'm going to make a motion to table this until the Transportation Committee comes forth with a recommendation. That is my motion.
I'll second that.
A motion to table is effectively a motion to kill. Are you really wanting to postpone this until the Transportation Committee brings a report?
Being that the debate hasn't ended, let's get it back to the Transportation Committee, and that's why I qualified it with let's send it back to the Transportation Committee to come forth with a recommendation.
Okay, I believe that that motion is not debatable. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. All right, we have a motion that would supersede the main motion to amend, so we'll proceed to vote. This is a motion from Horne and a second from Kiesler to refer this to the Transportation Committee. Now you need to get ready for that one with a second by Kiesler. Not yet. Proceed to vote on the motion to refer it to the Transportation Committee. And that is adopted. So we have disposed of that by referring this to the Transportation Committee, and you guys can deal with it and bring us a report back. Okay, we have no pending amendments. We are now back to the main motion, discussion. Supervisor Malick.
As promised at the beginning of this meeting, 6 or 8 hours ago or whatever, I would like to deal with the library situation now with a proposal that I think is a fair and equitable way to deal with that. The motion I have to amend the budget has a second, kind of a second sentence to it, and they make sense together, although I will say at the very beginning that the second sentence could probably be dealt with by a referral to Corporation Counsel for a legal opinion, but let me put it out this way. And I have a copy for you, Cindy, so I'll give it to you in a minute. I move to amend the budget to pay from the sales tax fund any reimbursements not to exceed $40,000 to libraries in the county which the Hudson Area Joint Library does not pay in 2014, and to request legal advice to be given to the county board not later than the March meeting, whether the county can first require the Hudson Area Joint Library to pay these in future reimbursements, or to rescind the county board's approval of the Hudson Area Joint Library. Okay. So may I go on to explain a little bit?
Is that your inclusive motion?
That's the motion.
That's the motion, and we have a second from Supervisor Ostness. You have the floor, Supervisor Malick.
Pass that down to be given to Cindy to simplify her job. Why the not to exceed 40,000? That's because the libraries that have made their requests for that reimbursement are the River Falls Library, the Somerset Library, and the Roberts Library. And the amount of their requested reimbursements is a little bit less than $40,000 to be made for the use of their libraries by citizens of the Hudson area doing things at those libraries. The pattern that's been in existence for 2000, since those minutes I read to you earlier in the day. So again, it's moved to amend the budget, and here's the source of the money, to pay from the sales tax fund any reimbursements to libraries in the county, those three are the ones who applied, which the Hudson Area Joint Library does not pay in 2014. And then to get legal advice by next March, earlier if you can, but under our referral rules, a member can ask a question, it's referred to a committee, needs to be reported back to the county board not later than 2 county board meetings after the referral. Whether we could get the Hudson Area Joint Library to pay us back and to make those payments in the future, or whether we can, sometimes and/or does sound better, rescind that approval that was given long ago for the Hudson Joint Library.
Supervisor Malick, again, I'm not entering into a debate here with you, but I think there's a factual misstatement that you're making here, and I can be subject to being corrected. And I guess I'm going to turn to Tabitha. You're indicating which the Hudson Area Joint Library does not pay. I don't believe the Hudson Area Joint Library pays. I think it's the 4 municipalities that pay.
You could be right. If necessary, we can make that more broad. The members of the joint library
Well, I think we should know, but I'm asking Tabitha. I don't think that the library pays it. I think the 4 municipalities pay the reimbursement. And I could be wrong, but I think that's what the case is.
Earlier today, the executive director of the library was here. Well, Mr. O'Connor may know too, and be able to just solve that right away. Do you have information on it, Tabitha?
In the 2008 version of the joint library agreement that I have, it says reimbursement to other libraries. The joint library will reimburse other libraries in St. Croix County for any shortfall between what they receive for library services from St. Croix County and the rural circulation funding that they would have received if no towns participated in the Hudson Area Joint Library. So it is the library that's reimbursing. But it's the 4 municipalities are funding the joint library.
Right, but is it one funding source from the library? It's not each municipality doing the reimbursement?
It's saying the joint library will reimburse other libraries.
Okay, in that case, then your language would be correct.
Does that mean you'll vote for it?
You'll see. I just want us to be accurate. Supervisor Yoerg.
I just need clarification again, the county board, it was whatever we did was just to declare that the county was exempt, or whoever was exempt from this, if these meant funding levels, which then turned all this library stuff into what I'll call a local decision by the city of Hudson, city of North Hudson, River Falls, whoever it may be, and we stepped back because we were out of it. It appears, or please explain to me, why then would the county step in to what would be a local issue between River Falls, Hudson, North Hudson, all of that stuff, for them to not try to resolve it rather than have Grandpa County come in and say, here boys, we'll fix this for you. And so that's how I'm understanding this. Please clarify, so, I'm not saying I understand it. Please clarify that, please.
Since you're asking clarification, I think I will turn that back to the maker of the motion, Supervisor Malick.
Really, there's 2 things. The first thing is to avoid, to redress the victim problem. The River Falls Library, the Somerset Library, the Roberts Library. If the county doesn't do it for them, then they're just out the money. I don't know where else it could come from, given that the threat is there. And this is, written in the if-then format. If the city and the other members of the joint library come back to the old pattern and do make those payments, then the county wouldn't be making any payments. The second thing is, I after much thought, decided that the sales tax fund is a proper way to fund this. In a sense, we get some Minnesotans and some Dunn County residents. Anybody who buys things in our county and pays our extra 0.5% sales tax, assuming we don't repeal that, they're contributing to holding those libraries harmless. So it's not, if it were strictly paid out of the levy, out of the general fund, then you'd have a disproportionate impact on Hudson, the town of Hudson, and those which, as you saw in that table that we looked at real early in the day, have the greatest assessed valuations.
But with doing that, then aren't you creating a mechanism for escape? That, okay, say the city of Hudson's doing this now, the county will cover you guys, so 3 other guys say, hey, I want out too. So then what do you do? Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Supervisor Kiesler.
I get called on procedural matters, but apparently only I get called on. In addition, we passed a resolution with very specific clause, and you read it twice to us, Supervisor Malick, that we passed it with the intention that they were going to make good on that. They've reneged on that. So now that becomes the question, does the county then rescind that resolution? But we need Corp Counsel to weigh in on that. So this is a bridge from point A to point B, which is why I love the motion and hope folks will vote in favor of it.
Supervisor Hawksford.
I just want to make sure I understand the motion. So you're suggesting that we fulfill someone else's obligation?
Supervisor Malick?
I believe it would be temporary, because I believe it will be found by a corporation counsel, consistent with one legal opinion I've had, that is a binding agreement, and that the library board would have to repay the county what we have been. The mayor doesn't agree with me, by the way.
Yeah, I would imagine. Lucky guess. But then, I'm going to kind of piggyback on Fred's point that aren't we setting a precedence here that people can sidestep their obligation and the county will step in and fulfill those obligations? Whether it's temporary or permanent, I don't think that's a precedence that we want to step towards.
Supervisor Schachtner.
To take Supervisor Yoerg's example, we would be grandpa stepping in and rapping the knuckles of the people who step out of line. Because we agreed with the joint library to function a specific way. River Falls is already, who has the biggest way to help the other libraries that are part of that agreement to help. They have already said they're not going to, so it falls onto the county to hold the agreement in line. So to me, it's a choice of setting precedents that we're holding people accountable for their actions and holding other entities accountable for their agreements with us, or we let people walk all over us and look the other way when people go against the agreements that we approved.
Supervisor Hood.
I disagree with that characterization that they're stepping out of line. They're acting rationally. This is not the problem with those 4 municipalities. The problem is with the state statute and with the county board when we decided to go to 100% reimbursement. We eliminated any, well, not any, but most of the incentive for controlling circulation costs, and now these municipalities are looking at it and saying, we can't afford this. They're acting rationally. They're not stepping out of line.
Supervisor Malick.
First, to the precedent point, this motion is specifically limited to this year. And the part about getting legal opinion, would impact discussion next year. If there's to be anything like this next year, if it's needed, whatever, it's a whole new ballgame. And we would then have legal advice on where we stood with respect to it. Secondly, I know there've been dueling letters to the editor and all that in the Hudson paper. Many of you who don't take the Hudson paper probably don't read them. But the cost per circulation of the Hudson Library is way below the cost of libraries of similar sorts. It seems very clear that the amount spent has gotten to be quite low. I checked with the 4 libraries we're talking about here, the 3 that would lose the money if they don't get it from the joint library and the Hudson Library. And the Hudson Library is the only one of those 4 that's not open at all on Sundays and Mondays. The River Falls Library is open on both of them. The River Falls, Somerset, and Roberts libraries are open on Mondays, but closed on Sundays. So there's a level of service not being given by the Hudson Joint Library already that stands out for being inadequate, I think. I mean, this all comes down to how you value your libraries, I think. The argument that because the county went to 100% funding of rural circulation should excuse the members of the Hudson Joint Library from even paying the 70% level to their neighbors seems to be a bankrupt argument to me. I don't usually use stronger words than that.
Supervisor Schachtner.
I agree with him. Bankrupt. There's no stronger words than saying it's a bankrupt argument that Hudson is funding at a level that isn't even competing with the other libraries in the agreement.
Supervisor Ostness.
I'll call the question, Mr. Chair.
I'm ready to get out of this one too. So I will take that as a request to end debate. This is a motion from Supervisor Malick, second by Supervisor Ostness, to amend the budget to pay from the sales tax fund any reimbursement to libraries in the county which the Hudson Area Joint Library does not pay in 2014, and to request legal advice to the county board not later than the March meeting whether the county can, 1, require the Hudson Area Joint Library to pay those in future reimbursements, or 2, rescind the county board's approval of the Hudson Area Joint Library. That is the motion.
Omitted probably inadvertently, Mr. Chairman, that the payment would be not to exceed $40,000. That little caret mark and my scratching on there,
Oh, that's what NTE means?
not to exceed, yeah, that's just a cap there. That's total.
That would be for the total, not to exceed $40,000.
Yeah.
Okay, I see that handwritten note. Are you prepared? Board members, proceed to vote. And it passes. So we have a first amendment that has been added to our list, according to my recollection. Yes.
As far as procedurally, so they're going to how are they going to request reimbursement from the county? What grounds, what rate? Are we using Act 150 rural circulation? I don't have access to any of the joint library items, so I'm just, how do I expend the up to $40,000?
I'll give you copies of emails that I have from 3 libraries. I have copies of letters or emails from the 3 libraries. They're copies of what they sent to the Hudson Area Library as their request, and then you can figure it out from there after the meeting.
Good luck. Discussion. Future, additional items. Supervisor Ostness.
Quick question probably for Ms. Campbell. Under our county board budget, under professional services, we're gonna go from $20,490 to $35,960. Can you explain that $17,000 increase?
I think I'll refer that to Kristen Ziliak with regard to our IQM2 expenses.
I'm not sure. What is this?
It's the increase of the next phase of IQM2 is
The
the,
modules for IQM2.
The meeting management software that you're using right now for this meeting is IQM2, and we're looking at implementing an additional 2 phases next year, so it's an increase in the cost that we pay for that software.
And what are those 2 phases?
One is called eBoardroom. That would give you the ability to vote in the system instead of the voting remote controls that you have now. And then the votes would actually be tabulated within the system. The other is called Media Track, which would allow live streaming of the meetings over the internet. Right now, you can't watch them live.
Would that include committee meetings also?
Not right away, possibly eventually. All of the committee meetings aren't taking place in this room, and it requires somebody to actually be at the meeting. We have individuals in the back room who are making those recordings. They are not county staff, so some of that would have to be worked out.
I guess part of my question then is part of that phase 2. Why are we looking at a new way to vote if this is only 2 years old?
It's just fully implementing the software if we decide to go that route. But this is all connected to the renovation of this room as well, and what AV enhancements are decided to be made, which that hasn't fully been decided yet. The money is there. If it's decided not to do it, then it won't be spent.
So is that part of the original agreement that we've made, that we've got to buy this?
We're not bound by
phase,
it.
or what?
No, we're not bound by it. Our contract doesn't require us to do it. It's just planning if we do decide to do it, as we're moving forward in the changes in this room, that we would have the funding available.
And we couldn't put that into capital?
We could, but it hasn't been funded that way in the past. It's been in the budget for the county board.
Okay, thank you.
Went from 20 to 30.
Are you seeking recognition?
17,700.
Yeah, we've disposed of that. Any items, fair game.
Okay, it's with great trepidation I start to talk again, sorry. What's that? A tax once instituted, we have seen has a life of its own. You can't do anything with it. No, I'm going to go back to May. We've talked about this a lot today, and I've learned a lot in the discussion. So, in the May 2013 meeting, I'm going to quote you, Supervisor Malick. You said, I find a good deal of irony that we have to create a permanent committee just to get people together to discuss things that are in their shared common interest. See the irony. We've been talking a lot about the SCC, CJCC, and one of the purposes for that, I understand the coordination and looking at the big picture, and also one of the things, main purpose, I believe, was to apply for grants. And that's stated in the resolution, first paragraph. So what we did is we applied for a grant. What was that grant? Monies to hire a coordinator for the SCC, CJCC. So then we will have now an SCC, CJCCC. I find that ironic. So I guess if we're looking at, we've been talking about funds, we've had Mr. Berg here, we've been fighting over some dollar amounts and seeing where we could best spend them. I just don't see this as a good expenditure of funds. So I move to eliminate the funding from the budget for the SCC, CJ, CCC by the amount of $54,096, thereby not creating the position and applying those funds to a reduction in the property tax levy.
I'll second that.
Second from Ottino. Discussion. Any discussion? Supervisor Malick.
Good to have a bankrupt
That's a
argument
test,
again.
isn't it? I wonder if what would happen if we put it in for half a year's funding and we asked the coordinating council to function without staff for 6 months of the new year, from now until, July-ish. And if it would be practical to see, without the benefit of staff, what could be accomplished. And there is an analogy, we did that first with the drug court. There was no staff for the drug court for a time at its outset. It just worked with everybody working a little harder, or whatever they do when they get together and have meetings without somebody to do agendas and minutes and follow up between meetings, kind of thing. And it proved that there was a valuable need, and subsequently it justified itself, and I don't think anybody would question now the validity of that position to coordinate the drug court.
Mm-hmm.
But it got off to its start without staff, and one way to have that happen here would be to put in a half year only of staff, and perhaps make it subject to another justification to be made to this county board in April, or when recruiting will start to fill a position July 1st.
Supervisor Hood?
Yeah, one of my concerns in that is you applied for the TAD grant, that has not been approved yet, so we don't know if that's going to be approved. So, you make a reasonable argument, so, I mean, I guess, if that would be a better course maybe to look at that and say, well, if we get that TAD grant, then we'll look at having a part-time person to see about those coordinating. I mean, when I look at this committee, we've got some pretty high-powered minds in there, Mr. Standafer, you know, Pat, I mean, a judge, some district attorneys, so there's some smart people in there, and all we're asking you to do is get together and coordinate and collaborate together on some of the decisions you make and see how it might affect other departments. I just don't see as where this would be a full-time position, this coordinator position, at this point, anyway. I mean, if, like you say, maybe 6 months down the road, you may come back to us and say, yeah, we really, really need this, and you can make a better argument, but I don't see the argument at this point for it.
Supervisor Hawksford?
Yeah, I would agree with Tim that it seems like the coalition is so new to already be asking for a coordinator. It seems like it's just the first step towards adding more staff and expanding and increasing the cost. I think, I assume that the coalition can probably operate very effectively without that expense. And if it turns into a situation where it is desperately needed, they can come back to the board and request the position. And clearly through all the funds that we have, if it is required and they put a good business case together, then I would assume that the board would approve it at that time.
Good point.
Supervisor Malick?
Well, since there seems to be some sentiment in support of that idea, then I would move to amend the proposed amendment and eliminate half of the amount and make it available in July, contingent on county board approval before that July date. Is that making sense?
Well, it would, but my question is...
Just
yeah.
one moment. You're concluded
I'll
with your motion? Is there a second to the motion to amend the budget amendment? Second from Horne. Now, Supervisor Hood.
Well, yeah, then my question is, since we're looking at that TAD grant, that's kind of the complicating factor here to me, then how would that be dealt with? If we get the grant, we would use that money. If we don't get the grant, we would use it, make it a half-time position? Is that what you're looking at?
Supervisor
I
Malick?
think we need some facts, and I bet
Okay.
Pat's in a position to give them. What's the nature of the TAD grant? When will we find out when we got it?
We should know by December, prior to the end of the year, whether or not we get the grant funding for the position. And there's more to the TAD grant. It's more than just funding the coordinator for the position. There's some other programs that from the district attorney's office and from the courts that make up that entire grant. The CJCC coordinator is only a portion. It's only a third of the total amount that has been requested. What has been requested is 50% funding for the CJCC coordinator. And what you see in the budget is the other 50%, the other half of that position. And so, as I said earlier, as the budget is presented, it would fund half of the position with the assumption that the TAD grant will fund the other half. If we don't get the TAD grant, we have a half a position in the budget, and our options would be to spread that out over the year, make that a part-time position, or fund it half-year for a full-time position. I'll speak just from my short experience with the CJCC. Lori Myers, she is here. Lori Meyer, the clerk of court, has been gracious and decent enough to assign on a temporary basis one of her clerk positions in the clerk of court. And that staff person that has been assigned to date up until now for the CJCC has been extremely effective in helping the council get to where they are today. A lot of work has already been done by this council. In fact, part of the job was to get the grant application put together, which was a lot of work, and it wasn't done just by that staff person. There were staff in the DA's office and the judge's office. That it was a team effort to get that put together. But the work of the CJCC is going to have to be staffed. That council, although it's made up of 14 different entities, to pull that off and for the council to be effective, there will have to be some staff support provided to the group. Otherwise, they're not going to get much of anything done. I'm just telling you, based on my experience. So, the board, I think it's within your right to, decide if you want to provide funding. Hopefully we're going to get the grant, and that will provide a portion of the funding for the position. But to make it a full-time position is going to require some additional county dollars.
Supervisor Kiesler.
Just to clarify, because with the drug court prosecutor, the sentiment was not to micromanage or second guess your recommendation for the budget. Now we seem to want to do that. And what I just want to hear from you, are you holding by your recommendation, or are you backing away from that? In terms of the proposal to cut funding, to cut the position in half, to reduce it from what you recommended in the budget, are you backing away from that, or are you holding fast that that's what we need to do to run the CJCC on all cylinders? Because we're counting on that to run on all cylinders to make sure that we've got that committee making recommendations on a whole slew of other things, and now all of a sudden we decide to be okay with it running on 3 cylinders instead of all 6.
No, I'm not backing away from the recommendation that's in the budget. I stand by that recommendation that, based on my experience in work in Dunn County and La Crosse County, Jefferson County, and Hamilton County, which all had CJCCs, they all had a staff person assigned to pull all the work and the reports and the data that's going to be needed for that council to be effective. And so we can wait. I mean, no, I'm not backing off from the recommendation that I believe the CJCC needs a staff person assigned to it. And I believe it's a full-time staff person.
Thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Hood.
Just also for some clarification from Pat. So that 54,000 is a halftime, so the total pay and benefits for this position will be 110,000, something like that, or no? Help me on that. Not that we would pay it all, but that's what he'll get paid from the
There's
TAD
about-
grant and us?
There's $9,300 of the 54 is for operational expenses. So the salary, half-year salary is $29,242.
Okay, so a full year salary is 54,000 or 60?
Probably if you add, and then if you add in, you'd have to add in fringe and benefits,
Yeah,
15 to 20.
okay. Yeah, and Pat, I agree. I don't want to see it just running on 3 cylinders or, be ineffective. What's the point of having it if it's going to be ineffective? I'm just wondering if that it truly is a full-time position. How often do you meet?
Right now, we meet quarterly.
So you meet quarterly and collaborate, and we need a full-time position to coordinate all these 4 meetings a year?
Well, there's more meetings than the actual council meetings. There's an executive committee that will meet in between that time period, but it's not just to take minutes at a meeting. There's a lot of work that goes in behind in preparation. That it's a position that will be doing work on an ongoing nature. It's not just to sit in a room and take minutes for the council. There's a lot of work that's going to be going on, every day of the week leading up to these quarterly meetings. The council only meets quarterly, but, there's a lot of work that needs to get done that council is not going to do. I mean, they're not going to actually sit and do the work that's required.
Supervisor Kiesler.
In line with that, so is it not also to liaison with all of these different aspects of the committee? Is it not to do the, I hate to put it this way, but the legwork, grunt work of the committee, because there's a ton of different things that the committee's going to be deciding on, and someone's got to do the legwork on that. This is the person that's going to pull all of that information together and do all the liaisoning and all the data collecting and all of, this isn't just taking minutes every quarter, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Supervisor Hawksford.
Pat, you mentioned you have somebody filling that role today,
Yes.
and can we continue doing it that way? What are we sacrificing by having that person spend a little time in SJC?
You know, like I said, it's a staff person that has been assigned to the council to get it up and running. That person works for Lori Meyer, the clerk of court. And the work that position does is not being completed. And, you know, maybe Lori could speak to the impact that this has had on her department. You know, Lori has been working with us, and I appreciate it. And so I think that there, eventually, if we would continue on with this, the way it's set up now, Lori would be probably knocking on my door and on the county board's door asking for funding for that position. Lori?
Thank you. The other piece that I think
Use the
has
mic,
been-
Lori, so
okay.
it's
I think the
picked
other
up.
piece that's been kind of left out of the equation is that this position, as it's expanded, is designed to do a risk needs assessment tool for the district attorney's office diversion program and the drug court program, as I understand it, which is going to be about half of the position, about 20 hours, 30 hours a month, perhaps even more. We don't know how many. It's an evidence-based practice that you've heard some discussion about today, I think. It's a tool that they currently don't have, and they need that in order to effectively implement their programs. Part of the grant that they're currently under, I believe, in diversion, I'm kind of speaking a little out of school here because I don't have all of the knowledge of their programs, but they currently have a grant that they need this tool for. They need to be giving this risk needs assessment tool to their offenders. And it's designed to, Mr. Kiesler.
Are you talking about the compass?
Yes.
And are you also talking about the moral recognition therapy, which is MRT, that this individual is also going to be providing along with the drug court coordinator?
The CJCC person will not do anything with the moral recognition therapy, but will be implementing the compass.
Yeah, which
So
is
two
very
different
time-consuming.
pieces of evidence-based practices that they want to implement next year.
Which is quite time-consuming.
Correct. So it's our small claims clerk currently who is taking about half of her time and devoting to the CJCC to keep things kind of moving forward. And in exchange for that, we've increased our part-time person's hours by 20 hours a week. So we haven't given up anything, and we just have somebody else doing the work. And we chose this clerk, even though she's in small claims, because she has like 10 years of experience in law enforcement. She came from the jail. She has the education and the experience and the knowledge to be doing these sorts of things. And so we haven't gained anything or lost anything in terms of our staff coverage at the moment. But we can't continue to fund that way forever. We did have additional funding in our budget through the end of the year, which is why we were authorized to add those hours.
Additional discussion. Supervisor Malick.
I didn't hear it stated, but let me test it. The proposed county budget item is not a required match for the TAD grant. Is that correct?
It's not a required match.
Okay, here's where we're at from a parliamentary standpoint. We had a motion to amend the budget by Hood. That was amended further by a motion from Malick. So we need to just go in backwards order and dispose of these so the First thing that we need to decide is to vote on a motion by Malick, second by Horne, to reduce the amount that's in the budget by 50%. Correct? And that would be an amendment of the motion that was offered by Supervisor Hood. So this amendment, if approved, changes your motion. If it is defeated, we're back to your motion. Supervisor Ostness.
With Buck's amendment to the amendment, if we're gonna reduce this by 50%, or is it your intention, Mr. Malick, that that wouldn't start until July?
Supervisor Malick, would you respond to the question?
Yes.
Supervisor Hawksford.
And my clarification was, I thought you said, Buck, that it was contingent upon board approval at that point. So as you restated it, you didn't include that.
All right. You actually typed it? Yeah. I will have the clerk reread it then, so we are doing it accurately.
Motion by Malick, second by Horne, to amend the proposed amendment to reduce that line item by 50% amount and make available in July, subject to county board approval.
That is the motion that's in front of us.
Okay, so just to clarify, from a budget perspective, it would start in July, contingent upon board approval in May or June.
I believe that's the intent of your motion.
Okay.
I have a question.
Pat?
You're talking about the county allocation of the position. So if we're successful with the TAD grant, we will have a certain portion of funding available for the CJCC coordinator position. Are you saying that those funds are not to be used or allocated towards the coordinator position up until July?
I think that would be inconsistent with the terms of your grant request. So it seems to me that if the grant is received, then it could be used until July at some reduced level of service. And assuming the board approved it after July, it could go on with county money. Seems awkward, but workable.
You lost me on the last point, sorry.
Well, the current plan, or the proposed plan in the budget that the administrator gave us would have the TAD money going at 100% until July, and the county money going from then on, or vice versa, or some mix. Yeah. So if we cut the amount of the county contribution and we don't make it available till July, then the TAD money would have to be spread thinner to get to July, and the program would have to be justified to the county board sometime before July. That's the way I see it. And yes, it's awkward, but I think it's better than having the clerk of court's office trying to continue to provide service to July and then leap to a sudden full-time position.
So in essence, practically speaking, you're approving a new position with a potential
Continuation of it,
okay,
if you get the grant.
right.
And it comes back to the board.
Yeah.
Board members, are you ready to proceed to vote on the amendment?
Daryl?
Supervisor Hawksford.
So we're gonna hire the person, and then we're gonna fund for it 6 months later?
The county contribution would not come until 6 months.
But I think Pat was under the assumption.
We need to have one conversation going on.
I think Pat was, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were under the assumption, and the way I heard you just replay it is that you'd hire the person, and then we'd somehow pay for them, hopefully through the TAD grant.
Right.
And then in July, then our budget number would kick in.
Right. If we're successful in getting the grant, we will fund the position on a part-time basis, and I won't define how many hours, what that will be. But it will be a part-time position up until the point that the board determines to not reinstate funding, but to provide funding, county resources for the remaining portion of that position.
Okay. So is the TAD grant, you said 50%?
Yes.
Is it 50% of an FTE, or is it 50% of the FTE equivalent that we have?
It's for 50% of
had a 0.5 FTE, they'd pay 0.25. If we had a 1 FTE, they'd pay half of it.
We've requested funding for a half of a position.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Yes.
So if we get it and the person runs 6 months at half-time, it'll be fully paid for by the TAD grant. Is that right?
It would be,
Fully funded.
it was fully funded. If we get the grant, if there's no county dollars and we get the grant, we wouldn't be able to fund it full-time for a 12-month period. It would probably be funded part-time for a 12-month period.
Supervisor Ostness.
So, and I think where Tom is going, we're approving a full-time position, correct? The first half hopefully would be paid by grant money.
Yes.
The last half would be by this 54,000.
Correct. Yes.
And if we don't get, and then going the up, if we don't get the grant money, does that position go down from a full-time position to a half-time position, and it won't start until July? Is that where we're going?
Yes. That would be one alternative.
That's what we're about to vote on. Supervisor Schachtner.
It seems to me that we're already trying, with all the confusion and everything else, in the end, it seems to me that we're tying this council or committee's hands already before they even get off the ground by arguing over this funding might be spread out here, and with the confusion of how we're going to fund this position alone. Who would want this job if you can't tell anybody when they're going to get paid? Both proposals, proposals that have been put forward so far completely cause confusion in the position. And I think I'm planning on voting against the amendment and against the original, because we need stability, and we're causing too much confusion for any position to even be filled up.
Are we ready to move forward with a vote? We're going to vote on the Malick amendment, second by Horne, as soon as the clerk is ready. And I'm going to have the clerk read it one more time so you know exactly what we're voting on. This is a motion to amend the previous motion.
Motion by Malick, second by Horne, to amend the proposed amendment to reduce the funding by 50% amount and make available in July, subject to county board approval.
You ready? Board members, proceed to vote. We're going to do that in just a minute. And that fails. We are now back to the motion to amend by Supervisor Hood, seconded by Supervisor Ottino, and that is a motion to eliminate the CJCC funding from the budget. Correct? Is there any additional discussion on that motion to amend? I think we're ready to vote.
I'll make it really quick, really quick. Well, we're still discussing the motion, but it's just this, we're meeting quarterly, and I know there's more work to do, but I just don't see how you justify a full-time position for a committee that's meeting quarterly. I know there's more work to do, but that's where I'm having problems.
Second by Ottino.
Yes, I need your second, Rick.
Ready? Board members, proceed to vote. And that budget amendment fails. I don't know how much longer we're going to be at this, but I see a little bit of antsiness. Do we need a 5-minute break? I was supposed to go carry backpacks for the food program at noon. I hope my wife is not still sitting there waiting for me. We'll stand informal for 5 minutes, and then we'll... Board members, we're back in session. A couple of supervisors asked me during the break how much longer I think we're going to go. And the answer is I have no idea. That is totally up to you. But I can tell you that the clerk just asked if she should round up some snacks for the group, and I said absolutely not. I don't want us getting comfortable here and spending the rest of the afternoon. So if we start feeding ourselves, there's no incentive to get done.
It's just popcorn.
You're right, let's just get done.
Let's get done. So at this point, we are back to the main motion, which brought forward the recommended budget. We have had one approved budget amendment, and that dealt with the library. So at this point, the floor is open, and any item in the budget is fair game. At the first hand I see is Supervisor Ottino.
I have a question regarding what we discussed earlier on the wheel tax. My question for the chairman would be is when we can expect a resolution from the transportation department to come forward, because it was tabled. It could be, thank you. When can we expect a resolution from the transportation committee to come forward to the full board? It was tabled, and that to me could mean tabled 1 month, tabled 2 months, tabled indefinitely.
I think it's appropriate to ask the chair of that committee how soon they will deal with it, and I would think it could be dealt with at your next meeting.
Yeah, the intention would be having an agenda item on their next transportation committee meeting, which, Tim, help me, probably is what? December, yeah. It'd be first Monday in December, I think, would be the normal date. I don't have a calendar in front of me.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Hawksford.
I'd like to talk about the unassigned fund balance, general fund balance. It looks to me like it's roughly $5.9 million above our policy threshold if we take the lower end of that percentage. And just based on some napkin math, it's probably going to grow by $1 million from 2013 operations. What I would like is I'd like to make a motion that we take $5 million of the unassigned general fund and use it to pay for the 911 upgrade expense. And if it's not all used for that, then we take the rest and use it for the build out of the services center in Richmond.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. Supervisor Schachtner.
My question is, why are we making this motion now instead of at the midterm budget discussions? Because we won't know how much should be set aside until the initial project is done and we're going into the second phase. So just setting aside $5 million now, I don't think really addresses the issue. I would rather wait on that.
Can I respond?
Supervisor Hawksford?
Yeah, the $5 million number is essentially, as I stated earlier, the amount that we're above the policy threshold, right? I understand that that may or may not cover all or part of the cost of the upgrade center, but what I want to do, and the reason I think it's appropriate to do it now is let's set aside that money. Let's put that money towards reducing the amount that we have to bond for.
So that we've got this in full context, I will ask the administrator and the finance director for any comments that they have with respect to the motion that's pending.
I'll go back to what I said earlier in the meeting, that mid-year 2014, this board will be faced with a resolution to issue debt for the 911 infrastructure build-out and the potential, some potential costs for the New Richmond build-out and the deconstruction of the Health and Human Services facility. Anything that the land sale proceeds don't cover, we would be bringing forward a resolution. At this time, I'm not sure what that amount will be. As I said in my earlier remarks, at that time, I would recommend that the board take this up, and if at that time we can do a more thorough analysis of where the general fund stands at that point in time in mid-year 2014, and at that time, these dollars aren't going to be going anywhere. At that point, the board could determine, yes, it makes sense to offset the bond issue by a certain dollar amount, but I think doing it now is premature. I think your concept is right. I support where you're going with that, but I don't think you need to do it now.
Supervisor Ostness.
If we're at 40%, which to me seems awful high, because when I was on the board in 2008 and 10, and Mr. Chair or Buck, I think at that time that balance fund was at either 25 or 30%, and we were doing all right. Is that a fair statement to start with?
I'm not going to argue the statement.
Okay. Then what would it hurt to move at least the $5 million that we've got now? And put it into a separate fund designated. How would we do that?
Yeah, I mean,
Kind of
just designate that portion of it.
Designated for
One-
the
one at a time.
911 HHS meeting. I'm not comfortable with leaving that money in there. I think as long as we've got it, obviously we're not gonna spend it, but let's set it aside in a designated fund for that specific need. Is that possible?
Yes, it's possible. I'm not recommending it, but it's possible.
Supervisor Ring.
In your presentation, Pat, you talked about the bond rating, and you've got, I mean, that's something I think that we really, really want to protect. And just, we get better rates on the bond if we have a higher amount. Wasn't that the advice that you got?
When we go to market in the GO debt, the bond council and the financial advisors will look at our fund balance. That's one of the first things they look at. They look at a wide variety of categories, but that is one area where they will look at. If we demonstrate a strong fund balance, and I don't believe the 40% is excessive, they will look at that, and at that point, the board can decide to reallocate some of those dollars towards the down payment, if you will, of the debt that we're going to need to issue. But I think to do it now is to lower your undesignated fund reserve to that level right now. It doesn't make sense prior to the financial advisors that will look at our fund balance in determining our overall bond rating. When this goes to market, I think the stronger our fund balance is at that point, the better. It still does not preclude the board from reallocating some of those dollars at that point. But to do it prior to that analysis by Moody's or Standard & Poor's, whoever we get assigned to, I think is premature.
Supervisor Yoerg.
That then begs the question, though, that if you're reducing the amount that you need for bonding by making this action, does that not enhance us also? In other words, hey, we thought it was 10 million, now because it's 5, because of potential this action, if it was to carry through, doesn't that kind of negate some of the effects that you're saying here, that, hey, look at these guys got their house in order, they only need half of what they thought they needed because they did some other things?
I think that will help. I think that they will look at that positively when they assign our new rating. But I think to do it at that time rather than now would be, timing-wise, I think it's just a matter of when you do it. I think to wait would be preferable.
Supervisor Hawksford.
A couple of things, Pat. One, I assume that the threshold range that was put in place as our policy factored in an impact on bond rating.
I'm sure that the board took that into account.
Well, yeah, you would assume so, right? So I don't think the decline from the 42 that we're sitting at today down to 30, let's say, is going to materially impact our bond rating or the interest rate, number one. Number two is, we're not suggesting take it out of there, we're suggesting assign the use for it, right? So when you go to get your bonding, right, our fund balance will still include that dollar amount.
Okay, well, that's not how I understood your motion. I understood it that you were actually reducing the undesignated fund balance reserve by $5 million. That's the way I understood it. I think you can do that at the appropriate time when we go to issue debt, and I would recommend the board at that point do an analysis of where we stand, and at that point could accomplish exactly where you're going.
I don't want to assess it later. I want to say we are going to designate $5 million of our unassigned general fund balance to the 911 upgrade center. The timing of that, you can maneuver around the bonding, right? I'm okay with that. And
Okay.
the need for the dollars, but what I'm suggesting is that we designate $5 million of that fund to go for that purpose.
I understand. Okay, I understand. You're making a policy decision at this point. You're going to leave the dollars in that fund, but you're making a policy decision to, at the point that we issue debt, that I think that that's a perfectly. I mean, you can accomplish that policy objective by taking the action you're suggesting, but I think you could do the same at the point that we issue debt, and we're going to know a lot more at that point than we know now. And so I think we're like I say, pole vaulting over mouse turds. I think,
Vaulting over what?
mouse turds. I think we're going to.
So let's just do it now.
Okay, well, that's the board's call. It's the board's call.
Yeah, I understand.
Supervisor Peterson.
I understand where Supervisor Hawksford is coming from, I understand that, but I think there's also a trust level, and I don't think if we left it as is, that Pat's gonna run out and spend that $5 million on us. I would rather leave it, err on the side of having the option of making that decision as we go down the road in the middle of next year. So I can't support the amendment.
Supervisor Brinkman.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Administrator, excuse me, when do we think that we will be issuing these bonds?
Casey Swetlick isn't here, but I'm anticipating mid-2014, mid-year.
So there is a chance that it will be a completely different board then. So I can understand the want to do it today. Okay.
Supervisor Malick.
As a matter of fact, one board can't bind another. And this would be a gesture only, because the next board could take it out of that arbitrary label and put it into the general fund again.
Supervisor Hood.
I understand what you're saying, but I also understand Tom. I just hate to see monies set when we're 42% of the guidelines. We're at 42 and the guidelines are 25 to 35. Why not take it down to 30? I just hate to see those unassigned funds sitting there unassigned. Already today, we've had people advocate using general funds for other things. So when they're sitting there, I'm not saying I don't trust you. I'm not saying I don't trust me, I guess is what I'm saying. That we as a board, it's easy to grab a hold of that money. When money is unassigned in government, it usually has the half-life of a nanosecond. It is going to get spent eventually. So that's what has me worried. I think that's what has Supervisor Hawksford worried, is we have this huge amount of money sitting there unassigned. It's awfully tempting. So I think what you're trying to get at, Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, is let's have it assigned somehow and designated so that it won't be spent for anything other than, I think you said you want to spend it for offset capital expenditures, right?
Right.
And are we really looking at a bonding in excess of 10 million in 2014?
I don't know.
I think that's what you said. I wrote a
I
note.
think I said that, but I don't have that. I won't know until mid-year what the total amount is, but it will be, in excess, north of 5 million.
North of 5
Supervisor
million.
Schachtner.
I don't have the numbers in front of me from our last year's budget. How much was our unassigned general fund from last year?
Last year, at this point in time, it was in 2011, are you talking?
Yeah.
2011,
Or 2012, sorry.
2012, 13.9.
Go ahead.
This time last year, we had 2011
Oh, yes,
audited.
I'm sorry.
So this year,
Yep.
so 2011, he's correct. 2011 is
12.7.
And how much of that did we end up dipping into and taking out and assigning to other stuff?
I don't.
So we
I've got 2011's fiscal records. In
Mhm.
it's only, the fund balance has increased.
but we didn't spend the money out of the general funds, the
Can't
unassigned.
speak to the details because I wasn't here.
Oh, sorry.
So I just go by the audited numbers.
Supervisor Hawksford.
I was just gonna make the point that the general fund grew by about 1.2 million between the end of 2011 and the end of 2012. So I don't assume there wasn't a lot of spending that went on there.
Oh, the transfers of dollars from the general fund that's the board action. It's a board required action to transfer dollars out of the undesignated general fund reserve. That's not something that's done administratively.
Board members, are you ready to make a decision? The motion that's in front of us is to designate $5 million from the unassigned general fund for, and you had them in this order, for the 911 center, and if there's anything left over, for the county market build-out. I think I am accurately reporting that. This is on a motion from Supervisor Hawksford, second by Supervisor Ostness. Is second in?
Yes.
Board members, proceed to vote. And the amendment to the budget fails on a vote of 8 to 10. We're back to the main motion, which has been amended one time. Any subject is in order. There is no action item in front of us other than the main motion. Supervisor Yoerg.
I just have a question on the park fees in the budget and what the county has done. I see the budgetary amount has dropped 25,000. That begs a couple questions. Are they keeping the rates current, say with comparable state rates for state parks? That fund or that category spending is actually increasing, so why are we not astute in charging the going rate for stuff and out-of-state people paying a little bit more and just, I mean, just keeping costs current, I guess is all I'm saying. And I'm asking if that's been looked at and that information is up to date as much as it should be.
Do you want to respond to that? Chair of the CDC committee will respond.
I know that we do look at those costs. This year, we looked at the costs, and maybe it might be good to have Ellen come up and talk to the detail of it, but I will say that we do look at the costs every year, and I know this year in the parks budget, there were some capital improvements. So we do look at trying to keep it accessible to people, but also be, have a market rate. So our fees, and I think it's going to be a county policy, is to look at all the fees on a regular basis.
Has that been done is my question.
We looked at them this year. We looked at the fees. I mean, I don't, yeah.
It's my understanding, excuse me, it's my understanding that the county fees are below state fees. That's why I'm bringing the issue.
Oh, the state park fees.
Supervisor Yoerg, has your question been answered? Yes. Supervisor Brinkman.
I propose, forgot to hit my button. I propose an amendment to remove the 9 job titles allocated to a new pay grade from the budget. I'm just not comfortable with that.
I'm not clear what your motion is. To remove the titles from the budget? Or to remove the effect of the action?
The effect of, yes, to remove the act of giving a new pay grade to the 9 job titles listed that they have. Which I would tell you what packet page it's on. I think it's 17, but my computer died. Sorry. I blame it on Buck. He talks the longest.
Your motion, Supervisor Brinkman, would be to remove the funding, the result of that, which I believe was about $49,000.
That is correct.
To remove the allocation of the new pay grades, the result being a reduction in personnel costs by $49,000. Question.
It would,
Supervisor Brinkman.
Yes, sir.
That was a question. Did I accurately?
Yes.
Is there a second? Second from Supervisor Horne. Supervisor Brinkman, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Well, I think it's $49,000 that when I look at it, I don't see it as being necessary. I flat out don't see it being necessary. I see people here that one person's been on the job 5 months. If we really were that bad at setting someone's pay when they accepted a job here, we gotta look internally at our process for hiring people. I look at other people, one person I see had a pretty sizable increase last year in pay. I see another person that's been on the job for a year. I can't believe that we're missing pay grades by that much in this county. I know we have better people in these positions and that. I don't see these as being necessary.
Boy, nobody wants to weigh in on this one? Supervisor Malick.
I'd like to know if the administration committee made an analysis of these.
this is a operational, administrative action that's taken pursuant to the personnel code, that the annual review of job classifications and determining the appropriate classification and titles for positions is done administratively. So the committee does not do the job classifications. They approve the pay study overall and the implementation of the pay study, but not the individual analysis on positions. And so this will be an annual exercise an ongoing exercise that's completed by county administration through our Human Resources Department.
Supervisors, your conversation really needs to be directed to the chair.
It's only if we want to share it.
Well, Supervisor Ostness.
Of these 9 positions, how many went up because if they were at the end of a particular scale and they were bumped up? Or were they in the middle of it? And for, I just think I'm kind of with Andy. How are we justifying these folks moving from one pay grade to the other? Is part of it through pay for performance that they're at the end and they're being bumped?
No, it's not a performance-based adjustment. It's not a longevity-based adjustment. It's an adjustment based on market conditions, comparing a position internally and externally to the market, so that when we go to recruit for a position, that the position is properly classified and compensated based on comparable like positions in comparable like counties, cities, municipalities. And so, when we look at a public health nutritionist or an HR director position, how is it compensated compared to market? So it has nothing to do with the fact that we have a new facilities director and he's been on the job for 2 months. It's regarding how a position is properly classified and compensated based on an analysis. And this is done internally, annually by administration. And we had positions in last year's budget and the budget before regarding which positions met that criteria for a reclassification. Years ago, it used to be done by the committee, by the finance committee, I think. And they used to go through that laborious process of analyzing the positions and then deciding which positions were reclassified. And so we do that, we bring it forward in the budget process to be included with the administrator's recommendation. But it's, I don't know if I answered your question, but.
Supervisor Ostness.
Just one quick follow-up. Of the nine jobs here, did any of those have a new job description? Or given a new job description with the moving up?
I would have to defer to the Human Resources Director. I don't think that they have new, in this group of 9, I don't believe they have new job descriptions. But their job description is part of the analysis of the job duties as assigned to the position, and if they have changed, then the job description has changed. But in most of these cases, and I'll defer to Tammy, I don't think the actual job description, the position description has changed.
So, and just hang on one second.
Microphone.
So,
Microphone, please.
we haven't created a job. How do I want to put that? We haven't created a new job description and then given somebody a title in order to bump up a grade, have we?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, if I understand your question correctly, no.
HR Director Funk, do you want to respond to any of this?
Probably the only addition to that would be land information administrator and jail administrator have changed in terms of some of the assignments, and the job descriptions have reflected that. So some of them are about changes to the description, which then changes the evaluation points, which then changes the recommendation to the grade band that you're assigned to. Others are more based on internal or external comparisons for recruitment and retention of the competent individuals in these positions. So again, nothing to do with where they fit on a step, nothing to do with what their pay for performance is. It's if I had to go fill it today, would we be competitive? There are positions that throughout 2013, Pat has the authority and did make some adjustments to pay grades for recruitment purposes that we advertised, found we were not able to be competitive and to get the kind of competent employees we needed, and so we had to do that. And under the HR handbook,
All of those are part of kind of the annual process that Pat is mentioning. Departments can request it, as well as I have the responsibility to make sure that we're competitive. We did not make any recommendations of across-the-board increases. We did not change the pay plan structure, which are things that would need to go through the administration committee and county board. Pat has the final authority in terms of recommendations of reclassifications and individual grade assignments based on the analysis that's done. You're seeing there's an impact of those changes into the 2014 budget, but it's not an entire pay plan, which is kind of what you did approve back when you think of the scope. That comes to the county board. Individual job titles, or in some cases, these are multi-incumbent, because really the career development series is just as associated with the market adjustment. That is to create and be competitive. We have struggled with social workers because a lot of our counties around us have a senior level, have a 1, 2, 3. We only had one rate. And so we either struggle recruiting or retaining, or what we more find is we're not even getting the applicants because we aren't, at a level for an experienced social worker to apply to. Same with public health nurse. So that was all part of the analysis and why you see the recommendations that were presented to Pat.
Are you concluded, Supervisor?
I believe so, sir.
Supervisor Schachtner?
The annual position, when we look at the annual positions, it's all positions every year? Or is it just a group of positions?
It's based on a determination by input from department heads, a review by the Human Resources Director with a final recommendation to me. It's an ongoing process. It's not like 1 month out of the year. It's an annual, it's an ongoing, continual process.
No, I guess my question is it seems oddly specific that if we're doing a process where we're reviewing all the jobs every year to make sure we are competitive, we only find 9 positions that need to be adjusted. And those 9 positions average out, they get about at least a $4,500 raise if you average out how much we're giving them. 49,000 divided by 9 is 5,444 and blah, blah, blah. So I guess I'm confused on why we're adjusting these 9 and no other position in the county is going up.
Yeah.
Director Funk?
Yep. If you recall, in April of this year, this board approved placement on a new wage grid for all of the non-exempt employees. So what you're seeing more here are positions that were placed on a wage grid back in June of 2011. That was kind of pre-Act 10 with no Minnesota information looking at that. And so that's more where we've had a lot more data. I looked at all the positions that were just placed on a wage grid in April, but did not find any that I did not feel that we were competitive with at this time. The sheriff's union is a contract-based negotiation, so they're not necessarily a part of that, although we pay attention to that. And our highway union, we are still placing on a wage grid, and we'll be bringing that either by the end of this year or first part of next year. So in general, every year, once everybody's on grid, if it's not a negotiation, we do look at that, but you're not always going to find, because I think overall we are competitive. That's why there's no recommendation for an across-the-board just cost of living increase for all employees. We're still recommending pay for performance, but there are some positions that I do believe it's important to adjust the pay grade for us to be competitive for recruitment and retention.
Supervisor Yoerg?
You kind of brought up my issue is the installation of the pay for performance. I thought maybe addressed some of this. In other words, the scale of the range of the pay was built into that. And after meritorious service, you got to the high ends rather than just a manual adjustment at year end due to a committee saying, hey, the guy in Washington County's making this, and there's 3 around us that are paying this guy in this position $5,000 more a year than what we're paying, so we're going to bump your pay up. That's how I'm reading this thing, please. I don't know if that's correct. So I guess part of that conflicts with the pay for performance type thing that we tried to instill, because all you have to do is, depending on what county or what you're comparing it to, you can always find somebody that's making more in the position they're in, and you can always find somebody that's making less. You go up to Russ County, you go up to Ladysmith, they're not making what they make here. We know that. So who are you comparing it to? Just out of curiosity.
Director Funk?
Yep. The only piece I would add to that is the basic foundation of pay for performance has the assumption that we're paying you an appropriate
In
competitive
fact,
wage.
Tammy, why
Oh.
don't you come here, because I think there's going to be some.
No, you're correct, Supervisor York, that the basic premise of pay for performance is that we're paying you an appropriate wage, a competitive wage, and so therefore you earn pay for performance. You earn your base, you earn your merit. If, however, you don't feel, or we don't feel, that we're truly paying people the appropriate wage, now they're competing just to be competitive. And so we do have to think of our local labor market. You're absolutely correct. There are places that will make less. There are places that will make more. We're not making recommendations to compete with the exact same level of our neighboring counties, such as in Minnesota, but we do need to be closer. We do need to be more competitive. We do have some positions that we have lost staff. We do exit interviews. We try to find out why staff are leaving. Is it pay? Is it benefits? We try to track data when applicants apply for positions. What's the wage that they're at? How high are we having to go on our wage grids? If we can hire people in kind of those minimum to midpoint steps and have all that potential of the pay grid, we're very competitive. If we're having to hire employees at the very top steps and all we're ever going to be able to offer them is a one-time merit, if they're truly experienced at that level, that might be okay. If that's just what we need to do to be competitive, that's probably not going to work well over time and will kind of go against the pay for performance. So ideally, they work both well. And that's why we do need to continue. We've promised employees that while pay for performance is the way in which you earn an increase, that we're committed to making sure that the wage that you're paid is appropriate, that it's competitive internally, it's competitive externally, and that's the recommendations that are in front of you today on the change of some positions' pay grade allocations.
Supervisor Kiesler.
Tammy, have the comparable counties and cities that were used when Carlson-Dittman went into effect, have they changed at all?
Are you referring to the basis of our actual study back in June of 2011?
Well, in terms of, we chose at that point, the board chose at that point not to go into Minnesota, and then 20 some odd counties and cities were chosen as comparables that we set our rates against. And then, of course, the board had to decide, are you going to pay low, medium, or high in terms of the pay range? Have those comparables changed? Is that why this is affecting us now, that the comparable counties and cities that we were using back then, have they changed at this point?
I would say, you know what, that committee at the time, which before a county administrator was here, when we had administrative coordinator, the direction to the consultant was to use those counties that were, you know, kind of deemed the comparables through old arbitrations. They're not our local labor market. They're not the best basis for determining external competition. So when I did the analysis, I looked more at what that is. What's Bureau of Labor Statistics? City of River Falls just did a pay study. Chippewa County's been doing a pay study. Polk County, every county around us is doing them. Not all have completed them. Some are all in pay studies kind of behind us, looking to implement pay for performance. So I didn't look at every one of them and see if they've changed. I know our local counties, we've heard for probably since the pay study first went in, social worker and public health nurse comparisons, and I've continued to gather that, promised staff that will continue to track that we've had issues for those, and so we are looking at, people aren't moving from, you know, up in the iron range to come to a social worker position here. We even struggled when we looked for a finance director to get applicants. We struggled for facilities. We were fortunate, but we struggled. And that's why I looked at that position and went, how do we compare to like positions? Internally, how are these positions that are countywide impact, countywide decision-making comparing to positions that manage more of a program? And some of those things were what I tried to address, which might be a little different than how it was done 2 years ago.
So it has changed, and that's why the market study is basically changing and the cost potentially is
Well,
shifting.
like I
There's
said,
a
the
number of
world has
factors. I'm
changed.
just saying,
Yeah.
I know, I'm just
Yeah.
saying, if we used Sauk County back when we
Mm-hmm.
started, are we still using Sauk County? I don't remember every single county, but I know there was probably 20 different counties and cities, municipalities that were looked at, that were recommended to us and that were paid by the county board and administration as good comparables. And I'm just wondering simply, are we still using those or have we shifted? Because if we shifted, well, then it kind of explains why what once was a comparable grid that made sense maybe isn't anymore.
I looked at local labor market, so I did change the basis of which much of the analysis was done. Did not look through all those 18 counties that came back from an arbitration probably in the early 1980s, before kind of things changed, where Act 10 employees pay their own Wisconsin retirement, which was different than when the original study came through from Carlson in June of 2011. When the committee made the decision to not exclude, to exclude Minnesota, it was against my recommendation because that is the market in which we're competing for employees. People aren't traveling and commuting, and relocating often unless it's at a very high level, but they can easily go to Washington County and Ramsey County, still live in St. Croix County, and make significantly more than what we pay here.
So we are now looking into the Twin Cities, or?
Yep.
Okay, because that wasn't a factor.
These grade
back-
recommendations in front of you include Minnesota. The non-exempt grid that went back into effect in April looked at Minnesota as well.
So that's one major change.
Private sector as well, where there's a comparison that's applicable. It doesn't work in all positions, but yeah.
And the feedback I've gotten from folks within the county is, what doesn't necessarily pass the smell test, and I'm not saying it's not up above board, but as you look at the titles, 7 out of 9 are administrative type positions, and folks are going, can that really be true, or something else? We're feathering our own nest at the top. And if perception's king, I hate to say it, but it is. The truth may be completely different, but I think that's a perceptual problem. And if there's any way to address that or correct that perceptual problem, it may behoove us to do that so that there isn't a morale issue that some folks are being favored and other folks aren't being favored. So.
And I think that's
not a criticism. I'm
Yep.
just.
No, I think that's why it's important to make sure that anyone that's kind of evaluating the market adjustments keeps in mind and adds into that the career development. So the social worker 2, the public health nurse, most of our incumbents will move to that level because they meet. The new job description has been created for those that requires either, say, a master's plus X number of years of experience. We will always be able to hire at either level, like all other organizations. But our existing employees in those positions, which are multi-incumbents, those are not single incumbent jobs. That's all social workers at Health and Human Services, all public health nurses that meet that would now move to this level. When we go to recruit, we'll be able to hire at either level depending on the needs of the group. And it's been something that I've been asked to look at from the Health and Human Services Department since the pay study first went into effect. So while it may appear that way, and I'm always conscious of perception, I think it's important to note, though, that a larger number of our job classifications just went on to a pay grade April of 2013. So it would make sense that you're looking back 2 years ago, there's a much smaller number of jobs that were created onto the Carlson pay plan back then.
Supervisor Ring.
I think it's a good thing to do, and I'm glad to see that the county's doing it. I spoke recently to a former administrator in Washington County who said when he would walk out, 30% of his employees had Wisconsin plates on their licenses. But to the question that Supervisor Brinkman asked, I think that's where it raises a question where someone 5 months ago, did the market change in the last 5 months when you hired someone and then 1 year ago? So if we have someone who got a new grade last year, is that they get a new grade this year? Will they get a new grade next year? I believe those were things that caught my attention about that analysis. How would you respond to that?
I think we're getting very specific to individuals, which my review was about the position. So the recruitment process for the facilities director, while my initial analysis didn't immediately cause me to go to Administrator Thompson and have him raise it ahead of time, we were, like I said, fortunate enough to find a candidate in there, but we did have a limited pool. And so it was something that as I was doing the analysis, I kept finding that our range, mid to max, was significantly lower than comparable positions at other counties. So again, not looking at where our individual was hired, not looking at where our individual was placed on the wage grid, it was about that position, in order to be competitive, would I have to fill it again, or about retaining the competent individual was important. This is not something that department or that position, that individual requested. This was more as part of the analysis. So it doesn't look at how long someone's been in the job. There are other positions, the accountant out at HHS, Health and Human Services, because we have struggled to hire someone, we have struggled to keep someone before we even advertised. We raised the pay grid for that position. It was just the only way that I knew we were going to be able to be competitive, and it made a significant difference. I think the hire we have now is going to really help the county move further. So often have a vacancy is when we look at it. The facilities position, we waited until the budget because we are already into the market adjustment, so we didn't do it ahead of time. The multiple grade person, I'm trying to think who you're talking about. If a job changes significantly enough, and if it's the one I'm thinking, there's one who has continued to receive new assignments, new delegation of authority, it is important that we look at those. And so the reclassifications, which are also part of those kind of studies that you saw in the recommendations, that comes in there. So a job has changed significantly enough that it should be relooked at, the job description may change, and then the evaluation points, which is the basis of what pay grade it's allocated to, then change as well. So if the scope of a job changes over time, say we did the CJCC, my best guess of that salary is based on the job description that I've been presented. When you have a vacant or a new position, unless you've had an exact one before, you are kind of going, okay, this is what we think it's going to be. It's my responsibility to make sure we do due diligence and say, is that right? Is it something less than that? Is it something more than that? And continue to review that. You see increases this year. It is possible that we could find we're overpaying a position, and while we've tended to kind of freeze or redline people, you could see a recommendation where a pay grade goes down. Maybe that person doesn't, but the pay grade does. That's not how it worked each year, but that's the idea, that you're doing an analysis, make sure you're competitive, that you can recruit and retain, and that pay for performance then works well because people are feeling they're getting an appropriate wage. Because you remember, if they are doing exactly their job, they don't receive any increase. You have to do something more than that. So.
Can I just say, I didn't intend to narrow in on any individuals, but the question was this quick turnaround. So it changes once, it changes again in 2 years. So I didn't mean that to be talking about the length of anyone's been in a position, but if it's changed twice in 2 years, that was where the question came.
Supervisor Peterson.
Hopefully not being oversimple in my statement here, but I cannot support this amendment for two reasons. One is we've hired an administrator and we're paying staff to accomplish these tasks, and I fear that we're losing sight of it, and we're getting very close to micromanaging here. I cannot support the amendment, that's all I'll say.
Supervisor Yoerg.
I've now forgotten what I wanted to say, but that's probably good.
That's fine. Supervisor Kiesler.
I think the bottom line here is that the board, when Carlson-Dittman went into effect, approved a very specific market. They said definitively, we do not want to look into Minnesota. We don't want to look at certain counties. Dittman and Carlson offered certain counties, and there was a review process. Now that has kind of changed. Now, is that changing the rules midstream, or is it updating? The problem, I think, is that it never came back to the board to say what is our market comparables, because when this went into effect, the board very clearly stated what they felt were market comparables and what they didn't want as part of the market comparables. Now, that really hasn't come before the county board as a policy decision of what are market comparables. That's happening within another level of our agency, and I think that's what's causing some issues. So, no, I don't think you're going to see another every year this type of thing happening unless the market comparables change. If we start to move who we're comparing ourselves against, well, then it could happen every time we do that. If we don't and we lock those in, we're probably not going to have much change because those markets probably aren't going to change very much. So, I mean, you'll have some shifting, obviously, as other counties go through a process, but using Sauk County, let's say, as an example, if Sauk County was used the first time, Sauk County probably isn't going to change a whole lot. But now if we swap Sauk County with Washington County, ooh, now you might get a shift. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying when this went into effect, that was a very clear policy decision on where this was going. And now the rules have changed a bit without county board review, and I think that's why folks are having a hard time with that. That's just my opinion.
I would actually go back to that when the pay study was done in June of 2011, it was very specific. And it was the administration committee that directed the consultant which group to use for that pay study, which again was pre-Act 10. And the main reason that Minnesota was excluded at the time was because in Minnesota, employees paid their own retirement. And at the time when the study began, that was not the case in Wisconsin. That is different now. The board approved the pay study that was done by Carlson, same consultant, for the non-exempt employees. Did not use the same market analysis. If you recall, it looked at Bureau of Labor Statistics. It looked at local labor market. It had private data. That was the issue that your union representative spoke to about, that we're concerned about the change in that. So we've actually had a very more recent approval by this board of a pay study that looked at our local labor market. And so I would disagree that we have a policy directive from the board that those 18 counties that were referenced back in the 80s of union contract arbitrations are truly our comparables. If that's where you want, then we would need that direction and we would do different analysis. But I would tell you, it would be not my recommendation if you really want to be able to recruit and retain the high-performing staff that I believe we need and that we are expecting quite a bit out of. And so that's why we did adjust. We continue to look. All of those counties around us are doing pay studies now. So it is possible if you look a year or two from now, we're at the front end of pay for performance through the state of Wisconsin. Minnesota, you're not going to see that. They still have very different negotiation rules. Maybe that will change down the road. But all the counties around us are asking for our pay study information. They're using us as their comparable of where they're going to set their pay rates.
Anyone else? I think we're ready to vote. The budget amendment that is in front of us is to remove the 9 job titles from the budget. This is on a motion by Supervisor Brinkman and second by Supervisor Horne. Are you ready?
Yes.
Ready? Proceed to vote. The vote is on a tie, and a tie vote fails. So the amendment fails. We are now back to the original motion that is in front of us. It has been amended one time with a library amendment. Any subject is still available for discussion, and the floor is open. Supervisor Hawksford.
Take us back to Parks budget for a minute.
Microphone, please.
I think I have a couple of questions.
Microphone.
A couple of questions for you. Why such a large decline in revenue?
Are you talking to the negative 454,000?
Well, that I assume is the operating margin difference, but we're on a run rate of about 900,000, excuse me, in revenue in 2013, and we're budgeting 229K.
The prior number includes levy. The 14 number doesn't include levy. So are you talking about, you're on parks, right?
Yep, I am on
So you're on
Parks.
like year-to-date, your 2013 year-date of 671,000?
Exactly.
That number includes levy, as well as the 2013 budget includes levy. Is Ellen still here?
No.
Yeah, there she is.
Oh, there.
And as far as specific revenue in parks, I would have to defer out to, if Ellen wants to speak to it. You wondering about the
hear from the
increase?
department?
Yeah, I need to
Ellen, do you want to
understand
come
why
forward?
I'll run the detail.
So you're referring, if I'm correct in looking at, I'm looking at a slightly different page, but if you're referring to the line that had the 400,000 440, or are you referring to a different line?
Yeah, if you look at, I'm looking at the budget, and
Mhm.
under the year-to-date column for revenue, it's got 671,835.
I don't have my.
Looking at the detail, the snowmobile trail, we budgeted 54,000, we have 87,000, so I'm trying to remember back if that was a part of the prior year, grant. Because the grant for snowmobile trails is only 54,000. That's half of it.
Mhm.
I'm looking at our budget here. Other one is we are seeing an increased amount in our county park fee. We budgeted 27, year to date, we have $38,000.
I don't have the detailed revenue on this page. Second.
No, I pulled it up on computer. 96, and as well as at Glen Hills, we're about 6,000 higher than what we budgeted.
Yeah, I can't see the same thing she's looking at.
I pulled up the revenue detail.
It's not the same as with
So really, year to date ahead of budget is 41,000. If we add in this year's 2013 levy that's in the parks is 436,000. We're needing 454,000 for 2014.
What page are you on?
I'm looking at
Yeah.
revenue detail. I'm looking at what makes up the revenue line that shows the 2013 budget of 639,820, the 2013 year to date of 671,
Yep.
and then the administrative revised with the 229. So that the total of those two is like right around that $600,000 mark.
But you need to annualize your year-to-date number, right? You can't compare that against your 2013 budget, because that's a full year.
Correct. When we did the revenue, we did look at, based on where the historical parks revenues have been, along with what anticipated events they would have next year to determine what the 2014 budget would be. And Ellen did a lot of that detail with
Right.
the park staff.
Yeah, revenues are actually up. Attendance at the parks is up. So if I look at the year-to-date, based on, compared to what we budgeted, for instance, at Glen Hills, it was budgeted at 90,000. Year-to-date was at 96,000. So revenues are actually up, and that's how we projected them, that it would be an increase, or we kept them fairly close to the same when we put this budget together. But what we do is what happens is basically that 400,000, which might explain, I'm not sure what lines you're looking at, but for instance, total revenue is shown as, in 2013, was shown as 600 and some thousand, and this year total revenue is shown as 180,000. Well, it's just the way we budget for parks. Parks is because the park facilities are a facility and we have these revenues, and they've always been treated as a standalone fund, separate from other funds and non-lapsing, because the facilities, the more use they get, the more wear and tear they get, and then therefore, if we do have exceeded amounts, we reduce the amount on the levy, we give the money back per se, but we also might use that, for instance, this year and last year, we've used some surplus funds that have come in due to increased revenues. We've used them to offset expenses in terms of improvements of the facilities at the parks. Does that make sense? No? Okay. Well, that's what we've been doing. I don't know. Can you explain it better?
You said revenue is up, right? I got that part. I understand
Fees,
that part.
revenues from fees is up, yes.
Okay. So then why are we looking at about $800,000 in revenue in 2013? Do you agree with that number?
Well, I don't have 800, I have
Annualized-
600.
Annualized the 2013 year-to-date.
Of the
Take 671 divided by 9.
can't annualize 436,000. That's the flat levy for the year. So you've got to exclude that from your 600,000.
Okay, so there's how much levy in there?
430. Let's round up. 436,000.
436.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
of
Okay.
levy.
And your budget, your revenue number in the budget for 2014 does not include levy.
The
No, not at this
229,650 does not include levy. The negative number on the bottom of the page is the levy number. Do you see the negative 454,271? That's the
Is
levy
that the way
need.
you did all the other budgets?
All the other budgets, the report total, the negative or positive amount is the levy. I didn't preload any of the levy numbers in here. Until we have a balanced budget and everything's determined, I didn't want to do work twice.
I didn't
So I left
understand
so
it
you
the
could
first time
clearly
it was
see-
shown
could
to me
clearly
either.
see what the levy amount was.
Yeah, it was explained to me that because this is a standalone fund, we load the levy amount afterwards and show it as a starting point at the beginning of the year. But we don't show it when it comes to the board. That's how it was explained.
I understand the
So you
variance
could clearly
there.
see how much levy was in every program. It's that negative number on the bottom. Same
Yep.
thing with the
Mhm.
nursing home. You could see the negative amount, and that's the levy need. So for all budgets in your workbook, the negative is the levy need.
So the comparable number would be your revenue number plus that levy number. That would be a comparable revenue number.
Yep, and so what we do is we exclude the property tax and hone in on the revenue line items from the parks.
Okay, all right, I'm good on the revenue.
Okay.
Okay.
Then why do we have capital purchases in this budget?
In the parks budget?
Yep.
The parks budget we moved some capital in here for a new software for an online park system. The parks, being they
Mhm.
are a standalone fund, have fund balance,
Okay,
and the fund balance is too high.
love that.
So we are spending it down.
Sorry, say that again.
The parks balance has a fund balance because it's a standalone fund,
Mhm.
and the fund balance is determined too high, so we are spending it down, reinvesting it in the parks based on the submissions needed. So some of the parks maintenance that needs to be done, and there's a online park software system that, so if you want to reserve a campsite, you can use an online software. We're hoping, which once it's implemented, would increase traffic, increase revenue. Ellen could explain.
Yeah, right now, if you wanted to reserve a campsite at Willow River State Park, you can use your credit card and do it online. The county parks, you can't do that. You can use your credit card, but you have to pick up the phone, call someone, and give them your credit card number over the phone. We want to move to be able to reserve online.
And is that is that the 20K or the 30K?
20.
What's the 30K then?
The 30 is improvements in the parks that are needed as far as structural replacements, fixing roofs, your basic maintenance that is needed at the park to maintain safety of the users.
It is not any one item, it's a conglomeration of a variety of smaller items.
Okay, good.
Any other item from any board member?
In that case, I won't make a motion to close the debate.
A staff person told me that the bananas that were once yellow have turned brown.
Well, my banana story is at my age, I no longer buy green bananas. I will take that as an indication that we will proceed to vote. At this point, we have a main motion that has been amended one time. So the vote that you will be taking on the motion to approve the budget includes the fact that it has been amended for the library issue, and that is the only amendment that passed. So the main motion now, we return to was a motion from Kiesler and a second from Schachtner, if my notes are correct.
Peterson.
Peterson? Was Kiesler right?
Yes, it was.
Okay, I just wrote it down incorrectly. Sorry I didn't give you due credit, Mr. Peterson. So on a motion by Kiesler, second by Peterson. Now, get your second in, and Cindy will be ready to proceed. Board members, proceed to vote on the resolution for the 2014 budget. And the budget resolution is adopted. We have in front of us two additional resolutions. These are both somewhat technical. Both Agenda Item 4 and Agenda Item 5 make modest adjustments to supervisory districts. We will take them separately. The first one is a resolution approving an alteration of supervisory district boundaries resulting from an annexation to the city of Hudson. This is property that's located adjacent to and very close to the new hospital. I believe when this came before administration, there's an indication that it contains one house. Is that correct?
I indicated two.
So at this point, Chair would entertain a motion to bring this onto the floor. Motion from Chair of Administration Peterson and second from Supervisor Hood. Discussion or any comments that you want to make. This work primarily falls to the county clerk because she has to do the back office work on all of this. So any comments you want to make?
No, if you understand why we're doing this, it's because the annexation crossed the county supervisory district line. And either the city would have to create a new ward or have the county board move the ward line. And there are two voters in this district.
Everybody clear? Okay. When the clerk is ready, we will proceed. Are you ready?
Yeah, it's cool.
Oh.
Sorry.
Proceed to vote on the resolution adopting new boundaries for the city of Hudson.
Sorry, I was ahead of. That's unanimous.
And the resolution is approved. Agenda item number 5 is really the same issue, and it's in the city of New Richmond. So this also comes from the administration committee. Chair would entertain a motion. Motion from Peterson, second from Hood. Any comments that you want to make about this one, Madam Clerk?
I handed out a correction to this resolution, and it was on your desks. Didn't have ward designation in the items 1 through 4, which I've added, and I had actually 2 typos in 3 and 4 with the wrong supervisory district where it was coming from. The correct district was 2. So I don't know if hopefully that makes sense if you've read your correction. Go ahead.
Supervisor Kiesler.
So does this add to district, it still adds to District 13
It does, yes.
by 2 voters?
Which for the first item, yes. That was a petition. That was a petition by the property owners to come
Right.
into the.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to abstain on this vote from the standpoint of it's adding to my district, subtracting to my district. I don't, voting for me, voting against me, if I abstain, then I'm neutral on it, and these folks, we have plenty of votes yet to go and pass this through. I just think it'd be appropriate to not weigh in on a district that's changing from the standpoint that you're adding or subtracting voters. If you're just moving land around, that's one thing, but otherwise, if I knew this person was going to run against me or not run against me or support me or not support me, I just think it could create some bit of a problem.
Supervisor Kiesler, I think you're being super cautious, and I really don't think that you need to abstain. I don't see any conflict here. This is appropriate. All we're doing is making a technical adjustment because of a petition for annexation. If you really want to abstain, you can, but I see no reason for you doing it.
Well, are you allowing me to abstain or not?
I said if you want to abstain, abstain, but I see no reason for you doing it.
Okay.
Is the second in? Proceed to vote. And that also passes unanimously. Does the clerk have any reports of correspondence or rezoning requests?
just touch base on a little bit?
Absolutely.
I have no correspondence or rezoning requests, but I just wanted to touch base on some upcoming deadlines with regard to the spring election. The notice will be published in a couple weeks in all the county newspapers for the offices up for election, and in this county, just the county races, the supervisory districts are up. And the first day to circulate nomination papers would be December 1st. The deadline to file your paperwork is January 7th, 2014. If you are not running, you may file a notification of non-candidacy, and that deadline is December 27th at 5 p.m. If you fail to file that, if an incumbent fails to file that, it extends the filing deadline 72 hours from January 7th. So if you're not running, I would like to see a non-candidacy if you choose not to run, so. And this will be all, I have packets in my office, they're all online as well.
Are there any announcements or comments from any board member? Supervisor Peavey.
Yes, I have a request. Due to the continued concerns which have been voiced on the future of the Baldwin Egg Center, I request that the chairman forward to the appropriate committee a request for a resolution dealing with the future of the Baldwin Egg Center.
That will be so done. The committee that would be referred to would be administration. So Supervisor Peterson, I'm alerting you to that referral, and you can get that on an agenda at the committee. Any other comment or announcement from any board member?
Oh, we're going to postpone that because the bananas turned brown. Oh, we're going to have a reception for our new corporation council. We were going to do it today, but we'll put that off to a date in the near future, but we will make sure to invite the entire county board for that reception. Okay, thank you.
Malick.
Thanks, Cindy.
I suspect, Mr. Chairman, that the part of the library motion that had to do with legal advice could well be treated as a referral to the administration committee, so that the report of the legal advice would go first to the administration committee and then to the board for your, to do with as you see fit. It's unusual, I can't remember a case of the board itself directing the corporation council to do something, but through a committee.
Yes, I think your comment is appropriate, and Committee Chair Peterson, be alerted to that as well. And with that, our agenda is completed, and we're adjourned.